Hey, cuties. Welcome in. Welcome back. Oh my god, it's been so long. Like 12, not a little over 12 hours. How are you doing, sweethearts? It's so good to see you. Welcome. How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for making it in. I do appreciate it. Excellent engage. Get some uppies. Good engage. And Strat, thank you for the pallet tack. I don't know how long it's been since I have not been greeted with pallet tacks. Holy shit. Thank you for feeding me, Strat. Beautiful Buplin. Thank you for my pal hat. Ooh, my pals from you, Strat. Oh, well, Strat has the number of points needed to make this entire stream just me catching pals, to be honest. Thank you so much for the head pat, lovely Umbra. I can only do so many things at once. How are you doing, sweethearts? Thank you for the pallet tags. Did you guys like just double up between? Oh, and Icy. Okay, it was Strat and Umbra and Icy. It looks like who were responsible for like 10 pallet tags. Look at you go. Precious Perry, thank you so very much for the hello / goodbye. How are you, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Don't you dare with the fish, Umbra. Don't you fucking dare with the fish. I will fight you so hard. I'll send a... No! What'd I say? What'd I say? Do not like. Thank you for the power taxi to Storm. Welcome on in. How are you? Also, let me see here. I did see Wonderful Waters. Hi, Wonderful Waters. Welcome on in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It is so good to see you. Thank you for my daily dose of pal, sweetest Rat. Time to clone Tau, I guess. That way they can do more stuff at the same time. That's a great idea, Sam. Me and my clone, we will break the world. Thank you for the head pat, lovely light, and amazing Umbra. You get back to back.
TauTass vibe, have a good stream. Make your art transcend the heights of Kodlioko. I'm trying to set a low bar here, TauTass judge.
Hi, sweetest. How are you? Thank you so very much for the resub. I can't believe 10 months. Holy shit. Thank you so much. May your art transcend the heights of Code Lyoko is, I'm trying to set a low bar here. You're so sweet. Thank you, Sam. I hope you have a wonderful stream as well. You guys, if you haven't checked out, Sweetest Safe Val 17 is about to go live. I'm actually, hold on, I'm lurking on his channel. I have to just refresh it occasionally. I'm like one of those super fangirls who's like waiting for their favorite artist to go live, just refreshing the page constantly. Refresh. Thank you so much, Sweetest Save. How are you? I hope that you have a wonderful stream. You will be my pal hat, my save hat, momentarily. Also, thank you, Hunter Wolf, for the other head pat. Thank you. Okay. Let me see here. Wonderful Waters. Thank you so much for the 75 stream streak. And I saw also the Valiant Vash with a very impressive 260 stream streak. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you so much, darling. I so appreciate you both. Thank you for the care package, lovely Lil Bet. Welcome on in. How are you doing, sweetheart? Thank you. Let me see here. Hunter, I am doing all right. I'm very tired. My fucking ear kept me up again. But I have some caffeinated chalky, but if I seem a little bit underwhelming today, or even more confused than usual, lack of sleep is responsible, as I've established previously. I think in previous sessions, streams. Suda Solar, welcome on in. Thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, darling. I appreciate you. Hey, yeah. It's been 84 years. It has been 84 years. Hi there, Hoopy Massam. How are you? Also, let me see. Sam, I am so sorry that our bot like timed you out, sweetheart. I know it's a little bit like alarming when it does that, but just so you know, it doesn't do anything for your standing in the community or anything if you don't mind having that happen. Sometimes it just doesn't, like, I don't know. I don't understand why it's a shitty bot sometimes. Alternatively, if you really don't like having that 10-second timeout, feel free to just type in the artist and the song, just like word for word. And if it gives you the wrong music or song or something like that, track, I guess, just let me know and I will fix it, okay? No extra charge to you, just have to @ me so that I can, because sometimes I'll miss it otherwise. Let me see. Hi there, Magnificent Mal, welcome on in. How are you doing, gorgeous? Precious Fairy, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate it. Love a little bit, little more, welcome on in. How are you? Okay, and Aussie, I hope you have a great time with the race track today. I can't talk as fast as I normally do. My mouth is not working. Let me see here. Tao the Save Fangirl. Listen, I appreciate talent when I see it. Speaking of talent, one of our very first songs we're going to be listening to is because I was just hanging out in the fabulous Neo Greg's stream, who also deserves a shout out. Strat and I were actually both hanging out in the fabulous Neo Greg stream. He's playing Hotline Miami right now, if that's something that you guys want to go watch someone play, by the way. I've never seen it before, and it looks insane. But he has banging music all the time, so I have added a Pat Benatar song or 5 to our playlist because he was listening to some banging Blondie and Pat Benatar. Let's see. Hi, Incredible Ison. Welcome on in. How are you? It is so good to see you. That's so fun. Pay no mind to the restraining order you'll be receiving 22 minutes. The restraining order? Wow! I thought you liked me being your fan, but fine, you know what? I won't be. I'm all about consent, and if you don't consent, then I'm not interested. I'm not feeling the best at the moment, so I may end up lurking. Oh, that's so fair, lovely Sam. No worries at all, darling. All good, all good. I really hope that you feel much better soon, though. Let me see here. I'm alive. Move out days tomorrow and Saturday, so I'm stressed. So I came for the cozy vibes. Oh, lovely little bit. I'm so sorry you're stressed out, but I'm so happy to provide cozy vibes to you, darling. Absolutely, anytime. Oh no, Umbra! Is there like a radio edit or anything like that we can use? It's okay, I threw my points into the story hole. Thank you for using the story hole. Hi, Jet, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. 7-hour day at work. That's a big one for you, huh? Well, congrats. Well done. Very productive indeed. All right. Well, look at me go. I have caught up very quickly. Let me see here. Sorry, I tapped back over to Greg and I don't see his face anymore. Did he turn off his face cam strap? Are you like lurking over there too? Or is he just on like a BRB? What is he up to? I have to know. I have to know what these Hearthstone streamers are up to. I'm a fan of many of them. Thank you for the lurk, lovely little bit. I really appreciate it. Let me see here. I think that we can probably do our raffle. Okay, so I want to be as transparent as possible, right? All the time, always. You may notice that the weekly sub goal thing has gone up again. It's only gone up because I know that I've got so many of these things to do and I have 2 really, really big commissions at the moment. Both of which you're gonna get to vote on today, whether you want to work on them or not. But I'll probably bring it back down more than likely once I catch up a little bit, but I have like literally 30 chibis due. So I just want to make it harder for you guys because you guys are being so fucking nice and generous and I really appreciate it. But then I feel so bad because then so many of you are waiting like 3 to 6 months for chibis and I'm so sorry and I can't keep up. So I turned it back up. I really appreciate you though. Oh, we turned off the cam so people can see stuff. Okay, thank you, Strap. I was like, oh no! Is he getting frustrated? And he's like, I don't want people to see my frustration! Let me see. Hi, Precious Politely, welcome on in, how are you? There isn't Tao, been looking, shrugs. Wait, what was that in reference to, Umbra? I'm so sorry, my brain is more fucked up than usual. Shen! Hello, Sita Shen, welcome on in, it's so good to see you again, darling. He turned on his VTube model. He's a chameleon that perfectly imitates whatever's behind them. I'm looking forward to his 0% opacity cowboy outfit. Do you think he'll use that outfit when he's playing Hearthstone as well, Save? What do you think? What do you think? Hold on, I gotta refresh Save's page. I said that I was not gonna be his fan anymore because he's serving me with a restraining order, but here I am, refreshing the page anyway. Let me see here. Palworld hits 1.0 in just over 2 hours, according to what I found online, 12:30 p.m. in Japanese time. So I will hopefully be able to get that updated and play a bit instead of sleeping like I should. I want you to sleep like you should, though. Trust me, as someone who is like literally seeing stars in my vision occasionally because of a lack of sleep, you should do the sleeping thing. Trust. Yossi, hi lovely Yossi, how are you? It's so good to see you. On a brief work break, but lovely to see you as always. Hope you and chat all have wonderful days. You as well, lovely. I hope you have a great one at work. Thank you so much for dropping in and saying hi. T-minus 5 minutes, hopefully. Save is still filling out the restraining order. Don't you know you're supposed to prepare better than that, Save? You're supposed to get the restraining order set up before you start streaming. Hello. Thank you for the 55 stream streaks, Cello. I appreciate it. Thank you ever so much, darling, for your amazing dedication and support. What is this sleep you speak of? Great question. I would tell you, but I have not experienced reasonable sleep for a while. Let me see. What even is sleep? Overrated. Some of you seem to think sleep is overrated. I'm a goilie who doesn't function with less than about... I don't function with under 7 hours. I function optimally with about 9. So 8 is kind of like acceptable. I'm getting like about 4-ish a night. And it's broken up constantly by this like ringing and stabbing pain in the side of my head. So, I'm confused. I'm confused and tired. Tao's seeing stars? Are they looking in a mirror? Sam, thank you. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Now you're the star. You guys are my stars. You guys light my way. Tao already breaking her restraining order. What was that new record for breaking it? Maybe. Breaking it so fast it's not even in place yet. Exactly. I function decently on -3. How does -3 hours? How does that work? Does that mean that you don't sleep at all and then you like wake someone else up for 3 hours or what? How's that work? Every day I get like 3 hours of sleep. That's crazy. I wish I could operate off of less sleep. I would be so much more productive if I did that. Let's see. Reasonable sleep? That'd be a myth. I just want my ear infection to go away so I can sleep. There's nothing worse, honestly, than like laying in bed for like 9 hours and attempting to sleep and then falling asleep and then being woken up by like an ice pick in the side of your head and then finally going back to sleep after the adrenaline finishes freaking out for like an hour and a half and then falling back asleep and then it happens again and it's like, oh my god. Hey, Magnificent Maine, welcome on in, how are you? Hugs of self. Given I keep having nightmares of being in a car crash and the feeling of the physical injuries continuing into my awake times, I am scared of sleep right now. Oh, Storm, I'm sorry, hon. You should probably go seek some professional help for that kind of thing, because that's like PTSD response. So yeah. I stay up for 27 hours. Oh, fuck. That's crazy. And then how long do you sleep after the 27-hour period? -3 hours of sleep means 50 shots of espresso with a whole bag of sugar. Oh my god. Mama! Hi, lovely mama. Welcome on in. How are you? Hopefully be able to watch later. It's still streaming. We should be live for about another 8 hours or so, lovely. So if you are available in the next 8 hours and you check on back, we should be here. Pleasure to welcome you back, Magnificent Mama. Why does it sound like everyone here today needs to eat? It's true. Can't say I miss the days when I would shotgun a Red Bull while my friends poured a shot of espresso into it. Wait, you shotgun the Red Bull while your friends poured a shot of espresso into it? So you're literally in the process of like chugging this thing and they're just like... Just like that, huh? Let me see here. Hold on, I'm checking on save again. Okay, he's still not live. This man, I'm about to turn on a VOD. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I'll turn on a VOD. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna do that until it says he goes live. 1 second. Okay, hold on. One moment, please. I gotta do it. This is for the bit. This is the bit I want to commit to, so I'm gonna do it. Where's my save hat? There it is. Oh, I think this is just a clip. Hold on. Yeah, that's just a clip. 1 second. Why not working? Hi, Terrific Talon. Welcome on in. How are you? And Terry, welcome. Hello. From when do you have merch for sale? Merch is on sale now, sweetheart. You can get our OG stuff from our 2.0 model drop, or you can get our new outfit if you do exclamation point merch. Let me see real quick. I have functioned on negative 30 hours before. I was even tanking the Alexander raid series in FF14 for the first time as a warrior, and I used Home Gang to save myself from the only time I have ever done it. Is Home Gang the one that brings you down to like 1 HP and maybe gives your healers a heart attack? Yay, my save hat! It's back. Okay. Let me see. Terrific Talon, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. That's the old Super Bolide on Gunbreaker. What is Super Bolide? Is that the thing where it brings you down to like 1 HP? Also, it's just occurred to me that, oh no, that's fine. It's fine. It's all good. Never mind. Okay. Let's do our raffle. Home Gang means I can't drop below 1 HP, but it doesn't drop my HP. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Greg is back, so don't be too worried. I was worried. Dude, it was so cute. Save has a clip. Okay, David came in here the other day and he was like, hey, Tao, did you know that while you were gone for that week, Greg was like, hey, where's Tao? Like on stream, he was asking, say, where's Tao? And I thought that he was fucking with me, but then Save, yesterday I was hanging out on Save's stream and he was like, yeah, I have that clip. And I'm like, and he showed it to me, and Greg's such a cutie pie. I love him. He's so good. He's such a sweetheart angel. Oh my God. He was like, hey, where's Tao? And he says it all accusatorially, like to Save, like Save took me away or something. It was so funny. Anyway, I love Greg. Super Bowl sets HP to 1. Gotcha. But it like concretes it there for like, what, 20 seconds? 15 seconds? 5 seconds. Since when have you started selling your own merch? It's interesting and good way to get good amounts of money that might be cheaper than gifts or Twitch stuff. It depends on where you go, Terry. A lot of merch places, keep in mind that the more work that you let the merch company do, the less money you're gonna get from it, right? So, Uwu Market, you only get a certain percentage, and it's less than 50 per sale. However, it's still supportive to the creator because not only do they get something, but you're literally, number one, it is so incredibly enthralling and so cool to see people wearing like your merch, but also it spreads the word kind of. Yeah. Hi, Cutie Cool Cam. Welcome on in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. But to answer your question, Terry, we started selling merch. Our first merch drop was whenever this model dropped. So, if you go back and you look at whenever this model dropped, this is, what is happening here, say? What is, Hi, Red, welcome on in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. 8, but you can heal during the 8. Okay, that's pretty. What is the longest healer spell there is in FF14? Red, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I would say the best way to support is either bits, donations, or the new Patreon. That's true.
Whoa,
that's true.
They made the save icon in real life.
Or donations is correct. And they did make the save icon in real life. Let me know when he's live. I sat down after getting some drinks and apparently I'm already live according to his hat. Sweet. You're not live, but I couldn't really get into stream without my save hat, you know? This is tradition save. What do you expect? Every Friday, it's save on my head time. Let me see. Red just finished cooking me some chorizo and eggs and folded them up into a burrito for tonight's nibbles while I watch. That sounds delightful and delectable, sweetheart. Yum, 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 yum. I hope you enjoy. You can get laser printer print on the plastic sheet and then use clothes iron to put it on clothes for a fraction of it, and I doubt you get hundreds orders, yet you can achieve it at home. That is fair. But I don't have a laser printer, and I also, that's kind of a part of it as well. You need to have like the time and the knowledge to put forth in it, and I sadly do not. Let me see. Final update. Despite a highly sympathetic judge, I'm suspecting this restraining order I got demanding dangerous Tau keep a distance of literally Australia, lol. May not be as useful as I hoped. You know, Save, you can write a rebuttal to the tribunal of the pouch and see if they'll reconsider your legal ramifications of contact words and some more words on that, okay? Yeah.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. Words are hard, man. They are hard. Save head time must be followed, else it isn't a Friday. So has it been written and said by the Tau? Thank you, Umbra. See? Umbra gets it. Save doesn't get it. It's okay, Save. Yeah. You'll learn. Yugi, I do not understand these lawsuits. They are complicated suits. They have buttons. What in the wording be hard today? I am so, my brain is so fucked, dude. I'm like, I ate something before stream, and they were leftovers, but I forgot what they were. This was like an hour ago I ate, and I don't remember what it was. It's the lack of sleep, I think. Potatoes! I had potatoes, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. I had some of them. I remembered! Yay! Sorry, yay. False advertisement of Save being live is going to get us in trouble. I think we tag it with promotional material. Yeah, it's probably true. It's okay. I'm just waiting for his little save file icon to be like red, have the little red ring and be like live, and I'm like, ah, boop. You guys will have to watch his the countdown for a few minutes, but potatoes and molasses.
Hello!
I've never had molasses as far as I know. I sleep when I dead. Engage, please don't do that. Also, Engage, I wanted to tell you, your origami is fucking gorgeous, and your handwriting is fucking gorgeous, and I need to, can you teach me how to write like you? Can you teach me how to do origami like you? You're fucking amazing. It be in the holy text, so save head time must strictly follow. So says the Temple of Tau. Quick, someone etch it into the walls, quickly, quickly. Correct, Umbra, correct. Hi, lovely Nix, welcome on in, how are you doing? I got him, he's live. Wait, we have to, spin, we gotta save spin in the chat. Okay. I will actually turn this off while he counts down, and then when I see him actually live, we will turn that back on. Okay. Let me see here. Save is live. I just got the note. Yes, you're correct, lovely Sam. Excellent, excellent. Save live. Woo! Woo! Okay. I love his spinning emote. It's so funny. I love when flesh tubers have like moving or even static, but like, especially the moving emotes of themselves, because I know that they just they had to like record it at some point and then go through it and make sure that it was like transparent or that it had the right lighting. And I'm like, oh, take two. It makes me so happy to just think of it. Tau Live, better woo! Aw, thanks, Storm. I'm glad you enjoy the content. I don't even know what content I make, but I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm so brain worky so well that I just not really know what I do. See the Sadie, welcome on in. Umber, thank you for the spoonies, and Nick, thank you for the lurk. Okay. Let's do your raffle. Hold on. Let me find said raffle. Oh, good, it's there. It's delightful. Okay, you guys have a spin on this one today. Oh, that's done. Thank you for that gigantified cloud. Tau make Tau content, and that is all. That all is needed. Thank you, Umba. I appreciate it. I'm so loopy, dude. I feel so weird. My head feels like it's got bubbles in it, you know? I mixed up glue to make the paper and it wasn't working. Then I realized I used wheat paste instead of methyl cellulose, so now I have to redo it. What is wheat paste? And what is it in approximation to methyl cellulose? Also, let me see if you guys have any desired community giveaways as well today. Oh, Trout wins! That terrific. Ta-ra! Is now owed a chibi. Yay, Trout! Congrats to terrific Trout. Okay, let me go see. In our giveaway. Tried to make a custom voice clip to Bit's sound action, but I don't think it got accepted, the other one. Oh, is that what that was? I got a request for it and I was like, what is this? But I forgot about it because I haven't. Congrats to terrific Chaura. There's something so rich about Mazebot targeting my head mod about, like, friendly reminder not to promote yourself. Hey, Strat, be careful about promoting your own stream, okay? Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Where's our giveaway? Thank you so much for adding it to the list, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Awesome. Thank you. All right, let me see. We have, yep, okay, so we have a giveaway from the Yuki. We actually have 2 from Yuki, 3 from Yuki. Okay, we have 3 from Yuki, and yeah, that's it. All right, you guys, we're gonna do some raffles for the following games. 1 second, I will share this with you so you can actually see, and then if you guys would like to join it, you can. Strat getting hit by the bot is insane. Oh, it's so funny. It's hilarious. I'm gonna need to figure out what to do about the bubby because he's gonna be barking probably for the next 4 hours. So let me know how well you hear him while I'm talking. You are fired. Tau is the one getting the hammer. Because our tradee is back and he's gonna do the underside of the house. So I'm just gonna be a VTuber screaming on the floor above him. Let me see here. Ro! Hi, lovely Ro. Welcome on in. Hey, I was over in your stream. Are you still live? Stick peanut butter on tip of his nose. He'll be distracted. Oh, he is so good at getting that shit off his nose. It's crazy. Oh, wait for it. Okay, hold on. 3, 2, 1. Wait. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen! Good, thank you for listening. Someone clip that. Coda, he just wants to say hi and take over stream. The Coda Uprising has begun. So it has. All right. Let me see here. All right, let me share the Discord. Oh my god, I forgot how I set things up. My brain is not. the save hat has a Tau backpack. All right. Spartan, welcome on in. How are you? Good to see ya. Doesn't Mazebot know the pecking order? Tau, Strat, other mods, Mazebot, then Pals. I love how it's arranged like a pride of lions. All right. Oh, is Saka here too? Did I miss Saka? Saka, welcome on in as well. I'm so sorry I missed you. My brain not working very well. I did not sleep, or I have not been sleeping very much. Would that be called the Tau Pad? It might be. All right, let me see. Community giveaway. There we go. All right, I'm gonna hide my alerts because I know they scare people. All right, cutie pies. So the very generous Yuki has slowly but steadily building up again. Thank you so much for the 5 stream streaks. I appreciate it. You mean a Tasmanian Tiger Pride? You know what? I actually just realized I don't think I know what a group of Tasmanian Tigers are because they were solitary. So I'll have to look into that. That's actually something I don't know. Physical therapy on the 20th, would rather be driving the big rig. Oh. Are you okay, Spartan? Let me see. What was he doing? Oh, right. Okay. Okay. So, make sure that you join in on Shadow Princess V2's giveaway if you would like to potentially win a custom 25 by 25 pixel art. That is not being drawn today. I want to publicly own up to that. I fucked that up last time. I totally ignored the end date because I'm not used to seeing end dates that are like not of the week. So don't react using this emote. That's literally for me to look at and remember that we're waiting until the 1st of August. But this is your reminder to go make sure that you press this button if you would like to be put into a raffle for a custom 25 by 25 pixel piece of artwork. Hello there, lovely Joseph. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. Tausita, how you doing, hun?
Click the buttons. Click, 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 click.
Thank you so much for the clicky song, Precious Politely. Joseph, how are you? It's so good to see you again. A group of Tasmanian Tigers are called a group or a bunch. Oh, I wanted, like, you know how there's like a murder of crows? That's fucking sick. Hold on, I just realized okay, there. I am a huge fan of the clicky song. If anyone wants to do a remix of the clicky song sometime, so that Precious Politely can have it, I would allow that. Okay, anyway, that's my reminder for lovely Shadow Princess. Now, if you have any interest in Daemon X Machina, Titanic Scion, Yuki is giving this away today. Which is to say, become the ultimate high-tech warrior in an action-packed new entry into the Daemon X Machina series. Fly into battle in your customized arsenal, unleashing a variety of attacks tailored to your playstyle. Feel the exhilaration of fast-paced combat as you freely explore a deadly and dangerous open world on land or in the air. If you would like to join in on this, all you have to do is be a part of the Discord, go to community giveaways, and literally just go boop, and then you're a part of it, okay? You guys, we are doing raffles for this one. We are also doing raffles for this one today. Godlike Burger. I love that. Godlike Burger. Let's see. This puts you in the shoes of a maniac chef who makes the best burgers in the universe. The secret ingredient, the customers themselves. Run the restaurant, cook delicious burgers, and kill lots of aliens. But be careful, leave no witness uncooked. That's crazy. That looks so funny. So that's another one, okay? And you just have to come in here and click on this, and then it'll be a part of it, okay? Let me see. Let's see here. I mean, we could make our own version of what to call a group of Tasmanian Tigers. Well, it would be the pals, right? So what is a group of pals called? I guess it might be a pouch of pals. Is that too straightforward? Is that too on the nose? How about a tussle of Tasmanian Tigers? I do like that. That's cute. I think I need to go. Have a good night. Oh, okay, well, there's thanks for saying hey. I hope you have a good one. May you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. A group of Thylacines is commonly referred to as a pack or a clan, though they were primarily solitary animals. See, that's what I was like, I don't think there's like a name for a group of them. They're not really group animals. A pouch of pals is perfect. Coda appearance, I know. I probably need to, hold on. Let me watch my mixer real quick. I might have to turn down my gain. I'll turn it down a little bit. Although I think you'll probably still hear him even, if I'm talking, you'll hear him no matter what. A pal ship! A pal ship is cute. Can we get Coda Cam to distract him? Unfortunately not, because he will not come in here. He will just, he's just running back and forth across the house, barking at every window and door. Let me see here. Coda be great, we love him. I don't know if you're gonna love him after 4 hours of this. It does get a little bit old. Okay. We also have mini settlers. This is another one from the lovely Yuki. As usual, for her raffles, oh yeah, good idea. You can enter all of the giveaways, but only win one of the games to be fair to other pals, okay? So Mini Settlers is a minimalistic city builder. Settle islands, construct cities, and design efficient logistic networks to fulfill your building's needs and fuel population growth to adventure into new worlds. And that one's only got 4 people at the moment. So if you haven't yet, and any of these interest you, make sure that you are part of the Discord, go into the community giveaways, and then react with the little heart, okay? Kodazumi's, no, I have a tradie here who's helping us out with insulation. And he helped out yesterday, which was, we actually already noticed a bit of a difference, which is nice. But now the bottom of the house must be done. And so that's what he's doing. All right, we're going to do these now. Let me see. Pals. A group of pals are either called a pouch of pals or a pal ship. I like it. That can go in lore for sure. That's very cute. All right, let's start with this one. Let me get the raffle up here. Hold on. Okay, so for this one we have Vash, Talon, Dahlia. I think that's Shadow Princess. Shadow Princess. Shadow Gun. We got our shadows. God, buddy. I might have to put him outside if he keeps doing this, because this is gonna really bug me. I see. Stret. Don't worry, it's a nice, well, it's not a warm day here, but it is a sunny day outside, and he's got a double coat that is dry, so he'll be fine. All right, you guys have 10 seconds. If you have not yet gone in here to react to this, make sure that you, oh my god, I hate that the ads push that over. Please do so in the next 10 seconds, otherwise we will do the spin at 9, with 9 people, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see who wins this one from the very generous Yuki. Shadows, he like me for real. We both love Latinas. Let's see. There's been an accident for me. Oh no. Okay, I'm glad that the driver is okay. But Icy, congrats. You have just won Daemon Ex Machina Titanic Scion. Congratulations. Congrats, sweetheart. And then our next one will be Godlike Burger. I kind of want to watch someone play this. It sounds so funny. Once we finish doing this, we'll go on a break and I'll go decide what to do with my puppy dog. Congrats indeed, indeed. Now, if you guys are interested in Godlike Burger, make sure that you go react to it here. Okay, so who is in here? Let's see, we got Storm. All right, Storm's not on here. Let's restart the writing here. Storm, Seru, and Babachu. Seru, Babachu. Babaschu. That's okay. We know what we're talking about. Amazing. I see. Welcome on in, darling, and congrats on winning that game. What's the Discord? Lovely Joseph, if you would like to join, !Discord will bring you to the link there. There you go, Ozzy. Thank you very much. Uppies for you as well, Ozzy. Good, Ozzy. I hope you're having fun at the races. Just make sure, Joseph, you do have to very carefully read the rules, and there are a lot of them. But you can either listen to me say them, because I'm a professional voice actor and narrator. So if you would like to just like sit back and relax and listen to somebody narrate the rules to you, I do that. There is a little audio clip in there for you. Or if you would rather just read it yourself, there are like 20 rules. There is a secret password in there, which is why I say you gotta read through them. All right. So in 10 seconds. Oh wait, sorry, we have another entrant. We have who's the other one? Let me see. Oh, Bublin, lovely Bublin. Okay, beautiful Bublin. All right, in 10 seconds. Oh nope, wait, hold on. We got one more. Good job, you guys. Good job. This is the way. This is why I always give you guys an extra 10 seconds. Anybody else? I'll count down from 10. If that turns to 6, if this react turns to 6, then we will have that person. If not, we will do the spin. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see who wins the godlike burger. Storm! Storm, if you stream this, I gotta see this. It's gotta be so good. You're sitting on an ant nest? Ozzy, very bad, very bad. Might not want to do that. Oh my god, please tell me they're not. Well, at least you guys don't have jack jumpers, but you do have some nasty fire ants up there, don't you? Congrats, Storm, yes indeed. Valiant Velos, how are you doing, darling? And then we've got another one from the very generous Yuki. Request for stream, subject received, and has been added to the queue. Yes. All right, we got mini settlers now, which this seems fairly cozy. I say as it's probably gonna be something deceptively uncozy. So that means that, let's see, so Storm can't join this one, but that's okay because actually it looks like everybody who is in here has not won today. So they're all just gonna go on there. If you guys, I'll count down from 10. If this goes up to 5, I'll add you. If it doesn't, we will do the spin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. You're doing well. Hope you and chat are doing well too, Tao. Thank you, Valiant Velos. Yeah, not having a bad one, and I get to spend time with the pals, and that was so close. Holy shit. I was like, bubble gun. Congrats to Sweetest Shadow Gun. You head now, Ozzy. Enjoy your lunch and a drink. We'll see you later, okay? Enjoy your day. Congrats to Shadowgun on Mini Settlers. And one more time, I always like to make sure that I very, very expressly and sincerely thank our incredibly generous pals who donate to this community giveaways channel. It's never required nor expected, but always appreciated. Thank you so very much, lovely Yuki, today for 3 new games to give away. And thank you so much for the precious pals for participating. I hope that you guys enjoy the games that you just won. All right. Let me close out our raffle there. We're gonna go on a quick break, and when we get back, I will grab my iPad, and you guys will get to decide what we work on today. Just a hint, not really a hint, but like just a note. We have 2 main Precious Politely, are you here actually? The reason I ask is because Precious Politely has long submitted. Hi, Precious Politely. Precious Politely has long submitted a waitlist commission of Valor, her D&D character, and Volayan, my D&D character, which we're going to be playing more of tomorrow night. But we could work on that. That's from scratch. I haven't even started the sketch on that because I'm really busy with Yuki and Umbras, which are the other 2 you can work on. Umbras I haven't made any progress on. I'm trying to finish Yuki's at the moment because the deadline is closer, even though Yuki, don't worry, Yuki is not rushing me at all. She actually specifically said don't hurry at all. But I just know that I've got another probably 80 hours to spend in Umbras, and I probably, because I'm now doing the animation part of Yuki's, that's what I should mention. Yuki's mascot is literally being animated now. So we actually have 3 very fun segments that we can work on. We have sketching from the raw, which is Precious Politely's commission. We have working on line art, which is the amazing Umbra's commission, and then we have animation, which is the Yuki commission. But I will show you guys those things, so then you can vote on whether you want to work on commissions or ode chibis, okay? All right, so much, and I'm so sorry, there is so much. Oh, Umbra, please don't apologize. I'm legitimately so fucking hyped. I'm not sure if you've been around for like the ends of our art streams when we read in, but I almost exclusively send, when people are like, oh, do you have art tax Tao? I almost exclusively send one of your 2 commissions because I love them. I love all the commissions I work on, but like my pride and joys are those right now because you permit me you give me the permission to work on things for like hundreds of hours. And I love doing that. It's just like I get into a flow state, but it does take a long time, that's all. But like it's not, please don't, please do not feel like bad. Oh, we probably don't want to put that up just yet, Strap, because I haven't shown anybody the commissions or the chibis yet, so I'll wait until we get back. Yeah, Umbra's so supportive, it's true. So Umbra, please don't apologize. I'm super hype. That's definitely gonna go into like the featured portfolio section. For those of you who don't know, Umbra is letting me do a massive like internal landscape with animation and time changes throughout the day. So this is a pricey thing, right? And I normally don't have the time or people don't have the funds to fund something like that. But Umbra is being very, very generous and allowing me to do so. And I'm really fucking hyped. I'm really fucking hyped to be working on it. Lurking behind save above Tao. Tao's gone meta! I know, so. Is this like for the starting soon and the be right back? I believe, and Umbra, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you want a version for the starting soon, the BRB, and the ending. Is that right? If I remember correctly, the starting soon is Archie at the desk flipping through the book, and the lighting is like daytime lighting. The BRB is kind of like the same except kind of a later in the day, but Archie's gone and there's no flipping in the book, right? And then the nighttime one is Archie asleep on the desk and nighttime. Is that right? Did I get that? That's right? Okay, cool. Amazing. So yeah, it's for everything, which is fucking sick. I'm very excited. Look, everybody, if you like mechs, Save is secretly mech. That's cool. It's like a 3-part artwork. It is. Well, and it's a lot more than that because there's like distinct animations and I still have to do all of the line art and all of the flats and all of the rendering for all the different times of day, blah, blah, blah. Starting soon, be day, BRB midday-ish, and end is night. Yeah, cool. All right, you guys, let's go on a quick break. When we get back, I will show you your commission options and your chibi options. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and This is also your meds are under in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah. You store at 9:30 p.m., right? I mean, if you need something, then sure. Oh, that's amazing. Fixie! Hi there, fabulous Fixie. Let's do the save dance. Straight. My guns slinging. Yeah! As lore historian, I proclaim you streamer and head mod. That's cute. Tao can finish any 5-hour game in at least 17 hours. Hey, I resemble that remark. Oh. Public execution for him by your machetes, Tao. True, let's fucking go. This can be arranged.
Who knows what may lie
There, I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. Aid, why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns only for good and convenience. You store at 9:30 p.m., right? I mean, if you need something, then sure. is amazing. Fixie! Hi there, fabulous Fixie. Let's do the save dance. Like, make me angelic, fuck you.
Wanna head back? We should go home.
Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Stratus like a possum, basically. Correct, TauTassieTiger. You understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. Tau-chan likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay. Forever. Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I will know it as soon as you guys say it too. Proceeds to excellently shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No, poor squirrel. I would never. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can. I can. We can use our imagination. That's how guns sound, right? Red Dead Redemption. Pill. Still have. Jesus Christ, you scared me, man. Jesus fucking shit. Holy hell. Oh my god. Oh man. Is that corn in the ground? I don't know. Those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh shit! Ozzy just caught up. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's Ozzy and Skellington. And is that me? No, that's Talon. Sorry, I can't read. Oh my god, save. Oh. Hi, cuties. I'm back. All right. Sorry. I keep forgetting to turn on the mirroring software. One sec. Is Save a furry? Yesn't. Ah!
No need to worry. I'll handle this. I need to prove my worth to you after all.
This arc of P5 contains my 3 favorite things. Tall goth women, twinks, and gambling. Amen. I'm sorry, guys. One moment. Okay, there we go. All right, I'll let you guys finish that. And now I've got it working. And then we can show you what we can potentially work on. And I'll also start your music. Your music. Hey, well done on your words, you guys. Excellent work.
Absolutely outstanding.
I think we could implement some of this. All right. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go. All right. I will first show you the progress of our Yuki animation. I'm gonna get our Yuki animation. Lizard. Yes. Welcome back, TauTassieTiger. Hold on, let me orient this properly. Okay. All right. Yep. All right, and let me turn on your music. Let me know if we can hear that. Looks like we can. All right, Storm, you want some ubbies? Good, Storm. Oh, for Aspen, who is watching alongside me. Oh, hello, amazing Aspen. It's so good to see you, Angel. Nix, /Dam/Uppies. Good, Nix. Incredible Eisen, welcome back. Uppies. Good, Eisen. Wonderful William, welcome on back. TauTassieTiger, enjoy your drawing. Strat, no worries, enjoy your lure. Okay, so let's go through your options for today. Also, Eugene, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. Outstanding stuff. Thank you so much. Hold on. I need, there he is. There is the save. Okay. Hey, amazing Umbra uppies. Good Umbra. How are you? All right, so your options for today, you guys. We're gonna start by showing you our 2 commissions. And I'm going to tell you about a 3rd one, because that one will be from scratch. Ow. Hitting my head on my mic. This is the progress of the lovely Yuki's, obviously is not done. That's why it is in the work in progress section. But this is the progress of the wonderful Yuki's mascot. Okay, so when we put Yuki calm, this is the Yuki calm. Okay, so we got like ear twitching, we got breathing. We're gonna have the tails doing a little bit more of like a wavy thing. I'm in the process of doing. You would not believe how long the how long it takes to get the little wings. Oh, this song is from Neo Greg's stream, by the way. Go check him out. He's live right now. Bad towel, Mike. No hitting towel. You tell it next. Thank you. Hey, dearstem. Welcome on in. How are you? You're so sweet. Welcome on in, darling. Okay, but yes, so this is the Yuki-com, all right? Yuki-com is being animated. Now, we can also work on the Umbra-com, which is in the line art phase, right here. If you guys would like to work on this. We worked on this most of last week, and so we do still have quite a lot to do, but it would be quite zen if you want to lock in and work on this. So this is the Umbra-com, all right? So we've gone through Yuki-com, which is animation mascot, and then Umbra-com, which is line art. And then our other commission, which I will put as Politely-com, is from scratch. It's her D&D character and my D&D character hanging out. So we would start with a sketch for that one. But like I said, because I haven't done it yet, we will truly be starting from scratch for that one. Happy to do it. Okay, so those are the commissions. Now, who in chat is owed a chibi and knows what they want? It is critical that you know that you are owed a chibi. Do you? And that is not, that does not mean that you just get to be like, oh, I want one. No, 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 no. You've won it off of a wheel. How many people do I have in here who knows what they want and is owed a chibi? I think Precious Politely is one because Umbra gave his to her. Is there anybody else besides Precious Politely for the chibis? Oh yes, and Talon, you do. That's true, and you know what you want. Okay, so we got a Talon, we got a Politely, for chibis. Anybody else? Or do we only have 2 people who have chibis owed? I'll give you guys another like 10 seconds. I think one was owed, but I don't have an idea yet. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. You have a chibi as well, Umbra? Okay, so I got an Umbra, a Talon, and a Politely. Anybody else? Give you guys about 10 more seconds to tell me. Shadowgun, when you do know what you want, feel free to DM it to me, okay? Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so your commission options will be the animation for Yuki's mascot, the line art for Umbra's commission, or the sketch for the Precious Politely's. Your chibi options are for Politely, Talon, and Umbra. All right, so now I am going to put up a 2-minute poll on commission versus chibi. What to work on? Commissions, chibis. Just 2 minutes, cutie pies. Please let me know, and then we'll do a sub poll to decide which one of those things you want to do. And we're tying. Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Do you know what Trout goes by in Discord? Trout is not in our Discord anymore. But I am I do have them in my friend list. I'll be back from listening to the server rules. Amazing, Joseph. Fantastic. Thank you so much for listening. Did you happen to find the password? I fucked up and didn't have a bloody lovely voice and a lot of rules, but makes sense covering all the bases. Oh, thank you, Joseph. I'm so glad you think so, sweetie. Now, I'm a bad person and I somehow managed to record a 12-minute like rule book there without telling you the password. I'm aware of that. So, I haven't really thought about what to do about a case wherein someone listens, like you have, and then did you happen to follow along with the written rules? Because there is a, because it's actually in the written part. I actually do believe that you listen to them though. You've been gone for the appropriate amount of time to have listened to it. I'm glad you enjoyed my voice though. I don't exactly know what these are. Oh, engaged. I just I said 2 words from the verification rule. Off. Let's go. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Joseph. Let me hold on. I'll just double check real quick. You are absolutely amazing, bud. Well done. I really appreciate you. Fantastic. Welcome to the pouch, sweetheart. Excellent work. Thank you so much for being so fastidious. I very, very, very much appreciate you, lovely Joseph. All right, you want to work on commissions. All right, now I'm going to give you a slightly longer one here. Oh, you mean the commission things? Well, we'll go over those right now. Okay, commission to work on. We've got politely sketch. I'll go back over these so that you know what we're talking about, Engage. We have Umbra line art, and we have Yuki animation. I'll give you guys 3 minutes, and I can show you guys. So this is the Umbra com. Okay, so this is Umbra line art. We are working on the line art for this one. If you guys are interested in working on line art, this is where we are. Okay. We also have this animation for the lovely Yuki. Okay, so we're working on this one. And then we also have the politely sketch, which the politely sketch is not even done. It hasn't even been started yet. So if you would like to see how my art works from the very start, then make sure you vote for that one. Okay, because then you can watch me like do like figure drawing and get the pose down and everything like that. Yippee! I be in. You sure do, lovely Joseph. This song's so funny. That means no Bohemian Rhapsody, huh? No, unfortunately not. I mean, if there are specific songs that if you guys request them, if I know them, I will probably, and I like them, I will probably put them up. And for example, Storm's theme song, which is Blackmore's Night, I do put that one on there when he requests it. Also, Bohemian Rhapsody, I like that one too. So if you request that and you let me know that's what it was, I will still add it for you. Hey, sweetest space cat, welcome on in. I forgot you were on today. That's all right. I'm here now. Hey, there you go. Speaking of, all right. So this is a perfect example. Thank you very much. So Blackmore's Night is too long. However, we are going to honor it anyway because it's a banger. All right. That is queued up for you, sweetest Storm. You guys got 1 minute, and it's a tie between almost a 3-way tie, honestly. We got a politely sketch for 3 people. Umbra lineup for 2, Yuki for 3. Can I get people to please break this tie? Please, God. Dude, I said break it, and I'll make it a 3-way tie. Please. Please. Okay, now it's only a 2-way tie. Politely sketch, Yuki animation, got 4. Umbra line art, got 3. Please vote, please vote, please vote. If we vote all evenly, will she do all 3? Unfortunately not. Please, God, break the tie. Oh, Yuki animation is 6. Oh, Yuki animation is 7. Politely sketch is 4. Umbra line art is 3. We can't do it again. Keep that in mind for songs. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. And gorgeous geeks, welcome on in. Thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream. And also, thank you so very much for the 45 stream streak. Thank you, thank you. I really do appreciate it. Let's see. Your dream animation is so smooth. How? Oh, it's all just keyframes, hon. All just keyframes. Okay, Yuki animation. All right, great. We're working on this then. Can you do an impolite sketch? If that was the commission, I probably could, but thank you for the scream, wonderful William. How do I join the storytelling stream? So Light, if you, are you asking how to join in contributing to it points-wise, or are you asking, like, once we succeed in it, how do you submit writing to it? Let's get the Yuki-com closer to the finish line. Wahoo! The Yuki Foundation cult remains supreme. Submit. So like once you guys finish filling up the storytelling stream like point pool, then I will give you guys usually about 2 weeks to write, edit, etc. your stories, prose, lyrics, poetry, etc. And then I will read them all usually about 2 weeks from the time that you finish you max out the point pool. And as long as you follow the instructions, the rules on here, then you can submit. I'll show you where those are. Actually, I don't know if you can access them because I have, hold on. I have, where is it? Ah, here we go. So if you can access it, it'll be in writing, and then in the thread up here, it'll say storytime stream. And if you, only mods can send messages. I think you can still read it though. So if you want to be prepared for when you guys max out the storytime stream, make sure that you just scroll to the top and read these rules. Okay, these rules are all still relevant. Okay, so just make sure that your story, poetry, etc. Works here, and then when you guys finish funding it, you will be ready to submit. Hey, it's me. It is you, lovely Engage, and your beautiful handwriting. Do you prefer for songs to be in English or no? No, I don't mind either way, lovely Joseph. Sorry, my iPad just fell on me. No, I don't mind either way. Even if they are in a different language, though, I would appreciate if you guys would make sure that you abide by our rules still, like the ones that are listed here. So I'll just read those out loud so that you guys are aware. So please ensure your requested song is on Spotify. Please avoid anything that is triggering, bigoted, or offensive. Please avoid music with substantial screaming or shouting or like gangster rap. Please use the art song request channel point redeem. No AI songs are allowed, and songs must be shorter than 6 minutes, unless I really like them and I know them already. Geeks, I am so sorry that you're so hot. Trying to sleep in the living room because it's cooler. How on the big TV as I slowly pass out. Oh my god, you poor thing. I hope you get some good rest. Eugene, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate it. Awesome, excellent, lovely light. You guys, if you haven't checked out Sweetest Save File, we're doing our traditional shout out war. Save just shouted us out. We better shout him out too. Songs in Simlish, if they're bangers, sure. You guys do have the ability to skip songs, by the way. If there is a song that many of you do not like, feel free to do. Hold on, I have to find the exact command. I think it might be exclamation point skip song or song skip. Let me tell you. Hold on. Best on getting rest? Absolutely. Well, Save has my screen on his screen. Sneaky. All right, hold on. Let me see here. All right, where is let me just double check the commands here. Yes, so we have, it's called the vote skip, exclamation point, vote skip, all one word. And if 5 of you send that, it will skip the song that's currently playing. Okay. Let me see. Did you see my message? I have resent it once. If not, would it be okay to send it again? Shore Space Cat, no, I didn't see yours, but go ahead. I couldn't get in touch with Trout, so you better not forget to let them know they won the chibi. Can you message me about it, Strat, and then I'll hopefully not forget. Tauception! We can song skip? This be new knowledge. It is new knowledge. It's true. You guys have leveled up. I just finished an art fight. I animated it, but the file size was too big. Oh, that's so cool, Space Cat. I hope you had fun. That's absolutely awesome. Thank you, Sweetest Strat. Okay, we're gonna do the really boring part of this, which is honestly, I wonder if I should make this so that you can see more of the. I'm just trying to make sure that you guys aren't like just looking at the timeline. I have to look at the timeline. That doesn't mean you have to suffer though. But I also kind of want you guys to see that I'm doing something. Maybe like right there. Is that okay? All right. Let me see. Too much power has been given to us. We added that for songs that don't fit the vibe. It's true. It's true. Because even if it's not like strictly against the rules, if enough pals are like, ugh, I don't really like this one, you can just, yeah, you can just exclamation point vote skip. I did have fun, though Dreams is frustrating. If I had the Patreon, I would ask for a crash course. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. That would be a good one. Actually, that reminds me, for those of you who are part of the Patreon, this month, you guys suggested, actually read, suggested, like a materials, tutorial. I am thinking of making tutorials one-off purchases as well. It will cost more than the tutorial, tier, by a little bit, for a one-off. But if you can only afford, like, just that, I want to make sure you guys do still have access to it without, you know, making it unfair for people who are supporting monthly. But if you guys are part of the community, make sure that you vote on the poll, because there is a poll in there, and I think we've got a tie between clothing and liquid, maybe? How to render clothing and how to render liquid. So if you are a part of the of the Patreon community, and you would like to learn something new, or you like how I render certain things, please do go vote. Sorry. Is Yuki an OC or something? No. It's a commission from the lovely, from Yuki, who comes in here. She used to come in here pretty often, but I think she's quite sick right now. But yeah, she's a member of the community. Currently fighting my landlord to get my dryer replaced. Even the rental agent is fighting them, and they're supposed to be representative of landlord's interests. Damn, they're like, we ain't got no legs to stand on. Get this man a new dryer. Storm Talon, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I don't know any Valley Girl songs. That's okay, Gage. You don't need to have Valley Girl songs. It's all right. Kitty Caution, welcome on in. How are you? That is a scary emote. Hold on. I don't even know what that is. I thought it was a horse, but it's not. It's a half of a moon. Spooky. All right. Let me see here. I gotta do... I'm doing the leg wings so that, like, the other one I want to look more like that one. I don't know where my keyframes are. Oh, there they are. All right. Oh, da boy. Code da boy. Hi, Cedar Star Jeffrey. Welcome on in. How are you? I just request stuff I like that people may not have heard before. That's all right, Velos. As long as it's kind of fitting with the vibe, you probably won't wind up getting skipped. Oh my god, Greg! Holy crap! Welcome on in, sweetheart! Holy shit! How was Hotline Miami? I had a good time watching you. I checked in a little while ago, and I was like, why is Greg's face not on the screen? And Strat was like, oh, he wanted to make sure people could, like, see. And I was like, oh, I wanted to see his face. How are you doing, lovely Greg? Welcome on in. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. I got a save on my head. I got a fox that I'm animating. We got music from you guys. It's a good vibe. I also have a dog barking. Sorry, he will maybe stop sometime. He'll decide later. You guys, this is the fabulous Neo Greg who have descended from the realm of Hotline Miami, bringing with them tales of valor in the Hearthstone arena. A casual connoisseur of rhythm and card games, they strive for greatness upon the leaderboard. Their streams are a delightful blend of education and entertainment, fit for a monarch's court. Truly a streamer worthy of thy attention. 100%. Welcome on in, lovely Greg. So good. I no cammed it because I was very embarrassed for my shot misses. I hope you weren't embarrassed. You were doing great. Don't even worry about it. Greg, honestly, when was the last time you even played that game? That's like revisiting something that you were pro at like years after you played it. No fair. That's so unfair to yourself. Greg, when is your next stream? You guys, if you haven't visited the lovely Neo Greg's channel, he is the reason, I mentioned this earlier, but he is the reason we listened to Pat Benatar when we first started our listening to music, because he was listening to some Blondie and Pat Benatar earlier, and I was like, damn, sick music. I should listen to some of that. So we did. So we fucking did. He got banging playlists playing all the time. He is an absolutely god-tier Hearthstone gamer, right up there with the sweetest save file. And he also plays cool sponsored stuff as well as just shit he wants to play. Was Hotline Miami just when you wanted to play, Greg? Landlord is like, it works. What's the problem? I'm like, I am electrical taping the door shut each time so it does, so that it runs. The bearings are showing indications of being shot and it's barely even heating, meaning element deterioration is occurring. There are potentially damaging in the future issues occurring here. Would you prefer we replace it now or pay for a potential fire? The results of the thing tearing itself out of the wall. Valid, Storm. Valid. Hi there, lovely Aladdin. Welcome on in. It has been years indeed, but we got through it. Hell yeah. I wanted to play it because I got it for $1 from the Steam sale. Very good. That's how you get a tax write-off. Excellent decision. Greg, it is such a pleasure to welcome you on in. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. Are you streaming tomorrow? When is your next stream? You guys, please do check out the gorgeous Greg. He's such a sweetheart. I was telling everyone how flattered I was that for the week I was gone, Greg, you were like, where's Tao? I was like, oh my God, he thought of me. He's so cute. Thank you so much for thinking of me, lovely Greg. I do appreciate you. And thank you so much for the raid. For the raiders who don't know me, hi there, I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger, or a Thylacine, as Greg recalled when I came in earlier. Very, very smart, good memory on that man. But I'm a professional artist, and today we're actually working on animation. We don't often do animation on this channel, but when we do, it is slow. So that's what we're doing. We're also doing first-time playthroughs of Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward and Persona 5 Royals. So if those are interesting to you, please no spoilers, but feel free to come on through and join me. We also played some demo nights, and we're gonna keep playing demo nights, it looks like, on Tuesdays. This last Tuesday, we actually played some Gothic because I was inspired by Greg's adventures. Streaming Slay the Spire tomorrow, probably. Best of luck with the art stream today. Thank you so much, gorgeous Greg. I appreciate you. You guys, please check out lovely Greg, who is going to be doing some Slay the Spire tomorrow. I know that a lot of you love Slay the Spire, so go check him out. And Greg, of course, please practice that stream aftercare. If you've gotta like go for a walk or go to the bathroom or go to sleep or go eat, whatever you gotta do, please do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. Thank you so much for the raid, and I hope you guys enjoy. Yeah, raiders, feel free to request music. Just be sure to read the rules in the pinned comment. Exactly right. Hopefully co-op? Sick! Are you playing with save? I would wake up at 2 in the morning to watch that. A tip for those who go to Ren Fair, you likely own a corset of some kind. Wear your best fitting one / most comfortable to help with shrimping at home or just general posture. Just be careful because you don't want to be crushing your lungs and your ribs. Tomorrow, Twin and I are going to play some tennis before I go to work. That's a good idea, Aladdin. Enjoy. You'll be able to show up to work nice and, with your metabolism nice and high, ready to burn all the calories from the coffee you'll consume. Thank you very much for the care package, lovely Aladdin. Much appreciated. Save doesn't play STS, unfortunately. Would love to, though. Between you and me, maybe we can convince him. That would be so much fun. Yeah, make them play it. Yeah. Make him play it. I feel like Save is one of those people that if you try to make him do something he doesn't want to do, he, like, will literally just not fucking do it. He'll be like, fuck off. Except he doesn't say the word fuck. He would say fudge? I don't know. He just doesn't curse. Maybe he'll make it an exclamation point Pascal of his. That's a good suggestion. I'll go suggest that right now. Hold on. Wait, if I type exclamation point pass, it's gonna bring it up, isn't it? Maybe I'll have to, like, DM him about it or something. Time to use the power of peer pressure. It's true. Maybe, wait, hold on. Let me see. Silent suggestion. To add to pass. Play STS with Greg. Have a great stream. Oh my god. I can't type. A great stream. Okay, I can't type. Someone tell me what he says. Oops, I've got to probably close this so we can have our safe hat back. Talon, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, darling. I appreciate it. Okay, everyone go listen to what Save says because I can't hear him right now and I want to know what he responds to my silent suggestion. That's a huge suggestion. It's a silent suggestion. I can't hear him. All right, let's see. Okay, we gotta match our wingies. Oh, fuck, I forgot which of these is which. Sorry, caution, it's okay, it got added anyway. He hit you with a Ah, man! But wouldn't that be fun? Spot hates DJs. I'm not the only one the bot wants to slap. You are not. You are not. Strat and I tried to make it so that it doesn't do that if you utilize the song request function, but it's still doing it. So, I'm sorry. He will get there someday. We'll just keep gently pushing him towards that ledge. All right. Let me see. What is... Okay, that's the inward one. All right, which is the one we want. So this one needs to be transparent. Okay, just like that. We get rid of one. Yep. Oh my god, this is such a... Sorry, guys. It is... But it'll look really cute when it's done. Then... Sorry, this does require a lot of focus despite the fact that it's just a back and forth. You have to, like, match it. I gotta get it through my head. Which one is the closed one? Which is that one? And then closed. We get to this one. Let me see. Just does it randomly. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to see this timeline. Do you guys want me to show you the timeline? It's a bit boring if you... Here, I'll let you guys vote. Everything has to be a vote here. Halveria, Dark Raven. All right. Timeline or just anim? Show us the timeline to just animation. All right, guys, got 2 minutes. Please do let me know. Vote all the things. Exactly. See, this is the trick. If you find yourself being indecisive and you're a streamer, just give the onus back to your community. Because if they do something that they end up not liking, you go, sorry, you voted for it. But the good news is that they tend to know what they want, and so therefore I go, that was great. You're absolutely right. You voted for it too. All right, let me see. So that's opened. So I gotta get the smaller one out of the way. Close. Please do vote, cutie pies. The poll ends in 1 minute. Looks like it's just animation for now. Just animation means we look at this. If you want to see this thing down there as well, then you're voting for show us the timeline too. Okay? So please do vote. We have 2 to 4 timeline to timeline to animation. I'm so hungry. Been up since 4:30 and it's gonna be 8. I need breakfast. Oh god, Strat. Oh, please get some sleep later too. But yeah, go get food. You guys got 30 seconds left. It looks like you just want to see the animation, which is totally fair, which means we will just look at it like this. Be leaving early today. Have some bank stuff to deal with. Of course, sweetest Strat. No worries at all. Wait, it's evening out. 20 seconds left. We got 3 people who want the timeline, 4 who just want the animation. Make sure you vote. Right now, we are still just looking at the animation. All right. Yeah, I hope you enjoy brekkie indeed. I'll just zoom in here so you guys can see this. Okay, just the animation it is. You got it. Should probably eat food as well. You probably should. My precious pals really should be eating food. You know what I will do? I will rename this and say, animation plus music plus chill. Okay. All I've eaten today is pizza. This is a good pizza though, because that shit. Oh, from the freezer, maybe not. Maybe not ideal. All right, let me see here. Spread and then closed. And this one should be spread and then closed. Oops, shit, that's not. I gotta pay attention. I fucked it up. For a moment, I thought you meant you didn't cook it, just straight up chewed through an icy pizza. Valid concern. That's kind of shit I would do. Here, let's see how these look. Cute. Flappy, 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 flappy. There is one that's oh, I think it's because I haven't gotten to that part yet. Let me see. Yeah, it is that. Okay. Okay, wait, I think I might have gotten, I think I've just gotten into a rhythm here. Might be able to get through this faster. But yeah, this is a pain in the ass because it's 30 seconds of manually doing this. You animate in a way that makes things look 3D. Thank you! I'm glad you think so. I do try. I do try to make things have, like, a lot of dimensions, so I'm really glad that you think so, hon. What was your animation, lovely Space Cat, that you wound up doing for Art Fight? Time for some Wall Street Boys. Is that like the Backstreet Boys, but copyright free? 3 more tracks to get one of mine. Let's go, Suda Sam. Can we actually swap the position of my 2 requests? Let me see. What were your 2 requests? I'm guessing probably Pretty Little Baby, and then what one? Floating? I'll see if I send it. Okay. Celebrate and Friend? Oh, gotcha. Okay, Celebrate and Friend. I'll move that one up there. There we go. Thank you very much, Sam. Appreciate it. I wish that was the case. We just call them Wall Street Boys because they are money makers. That's kind of smart, yeah. Oh, do you know what else I want to change on our stream info? I want to put it's not Procreate. We're gonna use we're using Procreate Dreams today. There we go. Okay, 5 seconds of a 30-second animation are done. All right, like I said, I think I'm in a rhythm. I should be able to get this done pretty soon if I don't get distracted. Works video in the art channel? Amazing. I'll go have a look on 1 second. Let's see, art channel. Oh, Icy's doing some cool post stuff. Oh, this is so cute, Aspen. Oh my god, I'm a fan of that. That's so adorable. Oh, cute. That's really cute. I love the floating. That's adorable. Did you use Perform for this one? It looks like you probably used some Perform. That's great, lovely. Well done. Well done. This song fits very well with this. Pretty little baby. Yes, perform. Yeah, it's very
Pretty
cute.
lady.
That's awesome. Pretty lady. Oh, thank you for sharing the Tau stream. Hello, Storm. Hello, Aspen, you cutie patooties. Took me forever to figure out grouping though. Grouping can be hard. That's why I try to do all of my groups and stuff in Procreate before I bring it in. Grouping is a bitch in this in this app if you don't import it with it. Oh, fuck. There. Oh my gosh, hi cutie cata, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. I don't know, I could do that. Yeah. I highly recommend that you never start in Dreams. I think you should always start in Procreate and then drag it over to Dreams. Good morning, lovely Kata. How are you doing? I'm excited to get to the tails. They're gonna take a bit too, but at least then they'll look very fluid. What is the difference for animating in Procreate versus Flipbook in Dreams? You know, I actually don't know if I've experimented with Flipbook. Um, I've always kind of used a hybrid style of which is even what I'm doing right now, where I'm using the like keyframe. Here, I will actually show you this just so you can have an idea. 1 second. Okay, so I'm actually in keyframe mode. So you were using perform right there. And then there's compose, right? But I'm using, and I always use keyframe because it lets me have a lot more specific control over the movements, the warps, the distorts, the scales and sizing and stuff, as well as if I decide to do what I'm doing right now, which is literally just going back and forth. You can, and what I'm sort of doing is basically a is basically a version of keyframe. Where I've put these keyframes in here every like 3 milliseconds. And I am turning the various layers on and off over and over and over and over and over and over, and it is a pain in the ass. But it'll look cute when it's done. And that's what I'm gonna do for quite a lot of it. I am doing all right. Woke up with some coffee and playing WoW. Ooh, that sounds delightful, my dear. I hope that you have a very good time playing WoW and enjoying that coffee. I see what you mean. Yeah, no worries, hon. No worries. I am by no means a professional in Dreams, but it's the closest thing I can get to like live 2D on an iPad. So I've sort of learned how to kind of work with it like live 2D light. Obviously it doesn't work for rigging, but it works for animation. And you don't have to do the meshing and stuff in this, which is both good and bad. You don't get the same amount of control, but you do get a bit of additional time to iron out the kinks when you're working with the predetermined work pool. I've gotten used to Perform because it's the only thing I've kind of learned to use. Yeah, Perform is good for like I would say Perform is really good if you are trying to, you know, show like a plane flying through space or something like that. Because then you can literally just, if you've already animated the background using keyframe, then you can just, you know, organically have the plane go because you're using your finger to move it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to want to use that for everything. Like it wouldn't work for like a model like what I'm doing here for Yuki. We got this new hot jalapeno sauce. It's really good. Didn't expect to like it as much as I do. It's not as hot as expected though. Fair enough. I do love jalapeno sauce as well. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Wouldn't warp work similar? It does work similarly, but because you can't modify the mesh very much, it means that like if you would hypothetically want to, like for example, with the tails, right? If this were in live 2D, I would put mesh in a way that would like taper up to the tip. And that would make it a lot more like fluid. But because the mesh in this is preordained, predetermined, the tip is going to animate just as much as the rest of the tail, which is going to mean more work for me. Because it's gonna like break a lot easier than if it was meshed properly. Does that make sense, kind of? It's hard to explain without having live 2D open, but if it's not animated, is it dead 2D? Yes. You're allowed to have that rim shot there engaged. Very good. Working out the kinks as a blacksmith when the swords say either I like feet, so you whack it with a hammer, or whack it with a hammer, clank. Row! Hi there, Radical. What? Welcome on in, gorgeous. How are you? How are you and the sweetest Saku doing? It's so good to see you both. Welcome on in, wonderful raiders. If you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Welcome on in. Neon of Eons, welcome. Swedish Shimi, welcome on in. Swedish Saku. Radical Ransu Lance. Is Skins, welcome on in. Incredible Is Skins. Yummy Yukiwadu. Hello, wonderful Yukiwadu. Swedish Shadow Gun, thank you for coming in with the raid as well. Radical Ra. How are you? It is so good to see you. Welcome on in, everybody. You guys, this is the absolutely astounding Romanis, the identical twin android mermaids who are gracing us with their presence. They're all about that digital art life, bringing the vibes and creativity. Catch them drawing, playing games, and just hanging out. It's a whole mood. Welcome on in, gorgeous. How are you guys doing? How was your stream? Do you have some beautiful... Thank you for the head pat. Oh, it's still going. Thank you, lovely Neon. Do you have some art tags that we could look at? I would love to show everyone your beautiful artworking. Well, welcome in, lovelies. It is a pleasure to have you. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. I'm also a professional artist. We're working on an animation for a commission today. And we also are going to turn on our cowgirl model, which is a recent debut. Howdy, darlings. Allow me to tip my hat to y'all. Thank y'all so much for coming on in. I do appreciate y'all. But yes, welcome. You do have art. Oh my gosh, can I get a permit? Thank you so much. But yes, we're also doing first time playthroughs of Heaven's Ward in Final Fantasy 14 and Persona 5. Please no spoilers, but yeah, we are also doing demo nights these days. All right, let me go have a little look at the beautiful. Oh my god, this is so fucking cool. I absolutely love your, oh sorry, I just realized I don't know what part of this character you're seeing. There we go. Hold on, absolutely stunning artwork. I fucking love your fluidity with the with your pieces. They're so pretty. Here you go. Look at this, you guys. Oh my god, your poses are so cool and organic. Shot always on top with the permits. He so is. How are you doing, Radical Row? It is so good to see you. Welcome. I know, isn't the posing gorgeous? It's so cool. Is this another commission, lovely Row? such a cutie pie. I love this expression as well. Those are the sickest glasses I've ever seen. Look at the hand poses. I love how you do your hand poses as well. The booty. So cute. This is amazing, darling. Absolutely outstanding. Oh, it's an art fight attack. So like free sketch. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, they are lucky. They're so lucky to have you as the attacker.
Pretty lady.
Is it Jace? Is that right? I'm trying to remember how to pronounce your name, but thank you so much for the head pat, darling. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, sweetheart. Hello, Mac. Welcome on in. How are you? Gorgeous Ro, could we find out when your next stream is, please? You guys, as you can see, Ro is an absolutely outstanding artist, and what an absolute doll. These two are both hilarious and supremely talented, very interactive with chat as well. That's Saku and Ro. They stream together on Ro's channel. And I highly recommend that you go check them out if you haven't yet. Absolutely astoundingly sweet, delightful, beautiful, thoughtful, talented, loves of my life. They are absolutely incredible. But yes, please, please, please go check out Ro and Saku, who will be streaming on Saturday around 12 p.m. for 4 hours. Oh, they're doing more Tomodachi Life. You guys, show up to that stream so that you can lend your vibes to the wheel to alight on my name, because I wish to be a part of the Tomodachi Life island. Yes, please. Yes, please. Go there and bother them about it. Secret. You are on the list to be added to the island. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, they are so angelic. These lovely ladies are absolutely amazing. The only reason I would ever go to the ocean is to go hang out with them. I promise. Lovely Ro, thank you so incredibly much for the incredibly generous raid, darling. Both of you, Saku, Ro, I know you guys like to raid in here right when you guys are about to starve to death, so make sure you go eat, okay? Or if you're not gonna go eat, I hope that you go relax or stretch or shower or go to bed, whatever you gotta do. Please do take the best care of yourselves, because you know I will be taking the best care of your lovely community. We are working on a, thank you so much for showing me your gorgeous artwork. We are working on an animation commission. This is for a TTS mascot. We're working on the idol animation at the moment. So yeah, such an honor to have you in here, darling. Thank you so much for coming in, Saku. Lovely Ro. Need to be an adult and check my sugar level. Good idea. Good idea. Cute. Do you like? Do you like? Right now I'm doing the wings on the feet, so they should both be doing that. But we're only like a third of the way through the keyframes because they're gonna stop right around here. Oh, not yet. Here? Nope. Here? Okay, I did more than I thought. Let me actually go find out where I need to zoom in real quick. Hold on. Okay, it's like right there. Right there. All right. Thank you so much for the raid, gorgeous. I so appreciate it. You guys, please do check out the absolutely stunning and wonderful Ro. As you saw, she does. They produce the most extraordinary artwork, and I have the honor of having been drawn before, and I wish to be drawn again. I will have to commission her sometime. Thank you so much for coming in, beautiful. Enjoy your Tomodachi Life as well, you guys. That's again, that's Saturday. Let me see. You will be. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's true, actually, Ro. If you would like to put your art fight into the Discord, we do have an art fight channel. Or sorry, not channel, thread. It's just in the art, and then threads, and then art fight. And you can just put your there you go, like your ref sheet thing. I don't know what it's called, but you know what I mean. Yeah. No pressure, of course. Like, I obviously have plenty of other people to attack, but just in case you would like others to attack you as well, they can do that. All right, let me see here. Where is our... Skins. Am I saying your name right, sweetie? Would you like me to just call you Skins? Welcome on in, darling. Thank you so much for the follow, sweetheart. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for coming with the raid, sweetie. I know Tomodachi Life was said, but I somehow heard colonoscopy life. Tomodachi. 4 syllables. Colonoscopy. 5 syllables. You can call me Skins. Okay, sweetest Skins. You are Skins now. Thank you so much for coming in, hun. I hope you enjoy the content. Skins, are you an artist as well? Precious Patricia, welcome on in. How are you? All right, let me see. I would say I am. Skins, would you like to share any safe for work stuff in our Discord? You are welcome to. Hi there, Magnificent Math. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Sleep, tired, lurk. Talk to you later. All good, Math. Thank you so much for the sleep. I mean the tired, I mean the lurk. That one. And I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, sweetie. I would love to. Amazing. Yes, we would love to see your beautiful artwork, hun. Just so you know, we do have quite a few rules that you do have to make sure you read through because there's a key word in there. But it is just so that we can keep the community nice and cozy and warm and safe and secure. So it's short-term pain for long-term gain. I promise for you to read through all those rules. And of course, Skins, if you are also participating in Art Fight, you're welcome to put your info in our little Art Fight. What? Why did that not? Okay. In our little Art Fight thread as well. You posted? Fantastic! I can't wait to see. I would love to see what your little card looks like. 15 seconds. We are almost halfway through. My wings, my little wings and things. My dog is having a nap right now, and I can hear him barking and see him twitching. Oh, I love when puppies have their little dreams. They're so cute. All right. I don't have an attack list, so all pals take priority. Aw, that's so sweet of you. Let me go see. Row! Oh my god, here's a magnificent rose. Amazing. Human anthro monster. Friendly fire and revenge. Keep your guard up. No one is safe. This is a very cute avatar. I love that. Oh, I really like the eyes on this one. This reminds me of like a way less like scary version of one of my super dark characters. Oh, they're so cute. I love these. These are awesome, hun. Amazing. Team comedy. That's my marionette doll, Roman. Oh, so cute. I love her. All right, let me see. Yeah. If I can, I would love to get just the wings done before we go on break so that we can have a nice little divider between the before and after break. Before break is wings, and after break is like tails. I would love to start working on the tails. I know we are due for a break, but I think as long as I don't get too distracted, I should actually be able to get through the rest of these keyframes in the next like 5 minutes. So, one moment as I lock in more or less. Hi there, Magnificent Merc. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, only 10 seconds more of the frames. Okay, I'm a little bit I'm exaggerating a tiny bit. 12 more seconds. 12 more seconds. Oops. I don't even remember the last time that we did a stream in Procreate Dreams, to be honest. It's been a very long time. I think before they even did the update. You guys, sorry, this is probably a random segue, but my brain did a thing, and it wants you guys to know about it. Dude, you know how excited I am about Blood of Dawnwalker? Apparently some people got their hands on it this last like weekend. And pretty much global praise for the writing, which is the important part to me. They were like, it's kind of like it's like the Witcher's spiritual successor. And you know what? Witcher 3 Wild Hunt is my favorite game of all time. So I'm pretty fucking hyped about that. I don't really give a shit that people are like, the combat's not great, the facial animations aren't great, but the story and the writing is spectacular. I'm like, that's got me. I'm so fucking hyped to play that game. Oh my god. And it's coming out during my birth month. It's meant to be. Meant to be. Let me catch up with you guys real quick. Sorry. I think we have what? Oh, 8 seconds. 8 seconds of keyframes left. Wait, I think I may have. Ooh, wait, I fucked it. Oh no. Wait, okay, hold on. Okay, that's correct. And then, wait, why is that one? Oh, that one's not moving. Why aren't you moving? Shit. Okay, hold on. And then close. That should be open there. That one's open instead. Okay, maybe we just have a maybe we just have a moment here. Fuck. I don't know. Maybe I just coordinate them? I think I'll have to coordinate them. I think I fucked that up by accident. Hold on. Okay, so why is this what the heck? Hold on. Let's see here. Oh, Flambe Pal, I can't wait to see. I'm going to be sad soon. My late night shifts are changing to Fridays, and that means I miss the amazing Tales of Art streams. No! I'm so sorry, lovely. I really hope that that you can either catch up through VODs or maybe they'll get you back to the other shift. Would you prefer the other shift? Or do you like this? My mom is a serial killer. She added too little milk to it. It is soaked up. I need a top up. 7 and a change weeks. Elise, I'm so excited. Oh my god. It's a vampire game. It's a Dampier game. You play as a human during the day and a vampire at night. Very cool. Looks fucking sick. I think it's funny how when the song request redeem gets re-added to the roster of redeems every art stream, which is like, hey, check out the brand new and never before seen redeem. I know. It's because I only turn. Are we patting heads? It's probably because I turn it off for the whole week and then it's like, ooh, it's on again. Woo! It's permanent while the other closer has uni classes on Fridays. Oh man, that's a bummer. Oh, boo. Cleaning done. More job applications done. Mental health still crap. Loading a game that has very strange associations and Steam to help my mental health in progress. And I hope it does help with that progress, sweetheart. I'm sorry mental health isn't doing so well, sweetie. Okay. I'm back on track. Once I get these keyframes done and we watch it one time, then we will go on a break. My promise to you. So Christmas holidays, I reckon. Jesus. It's a long time without a cutie cata in my chat. Well, I mean, hopefully you'll be able to make it for other days, I hope. All right. 5 seconds left. I do think that if I ever found out that there was a way easier way to do this, I'd be very annoyed. I don't know if you can do it more easily in Dreams though. At least not if you're trying to simultaneously use the keyframes um for like smooth like scaling animations and warping and stuff, which is what I'm doing with the rest of the body. So I actually have no idea if there's an easier way to do this, but this is how I've been doing it for other commissions and projects, and I guess that's hopefully the way. 2 seconds left. Then we'll go on a break. Yeah. Let me see. DM'd you the wait what moment the game gave me already, just on the Steam store page? Okay, I'll have a look. I had multiple people quit at work, so I gotta close every night right now. Damn, Merc, what's going on with the workplace? I leave my PC on while I'm at work to lurk, but when you have been streaming, it's been a day I am working, so I miss you so much. But we'll always lurk to support your amazing butt. Cutie Cata, you are such an angel. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you so much. And I really truly do appreciate the lurk, but I absolutely love having you in chat as well, so I do miss you. But I really, really appreciate your selfless support as well. All right, here we go. Let's watch how this is working. Cute! What do you think? Do you like the little flappy wingies? I think they look quite cute, actually. You like them? Thank you for the tag for what strat? I remember I have to pack tonight. Need to drive down the coast. My friend is doing a release party for some new ceramic mugs she's releasing this weekend. Yo, Engage, I feel like you are friends with a lot of really exceptional artists. This community is without a doubt one of the best I've ever been in. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, Precious Patricia. Thank you. You guys are the ones who make it that way, so thank you so much for doing so. Yes, it's very cute. Okay, amazing. Good, I just needed that kind of feedback. Let's go on a break. Please make sure that you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and darlings. This is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. Miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah. The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. I'm glad. It brought you in so you can store at 9:30 p.m., right? I mean, if you need something, then sure. Oh, that's amazing. Big cow. Road trip catchphrases. Stay fresh, cheese bags. Eat your own lips. Punch asphalt, big boy. Time to make the donuts. Suck my butt sucker. I've been to Reno, bitch. Kill, baby, kill, kill. A lot of people were doing it. Suck the big one. You know how to jet. I think we could implement some of those. I can also do...
The rocket is
Amen. Is that corn in the ground? I don't don't know. Those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh, shit! Make me angelic, fuck you!
Wanna head back?
We should go home. Needle?
What are you doing?
Whee. Oh.
An idiot.
Yeah, that wasn't very bright. Ouch. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? Ah! Fuck. Oh my god. What did I fucking say about jump scares, dude? Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me. Oh, man. Fuck.
Well done, genius. You broke the damn air duct.
Well, you won't let me in.
Just one of you, huh?
Jesus Christ, you scared me, man.
Wasting my time.
Jesus fucking shit. Holy hell. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh, man. Jesus Christ, dude. The 360 no-scope edit. Oh my. I will know it as soon as you guys say it too. Proceeds to accidentally shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No! Poor squirrel. I would never. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can. I can. We can use our imagination. Pew, 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 pew. That's how guns sound, right? Convenience. Father's Day is this Sunday in Canada too, but we Canadians are used to being forgotten about. Oh no, that's so depressing. Don't say that. Oh, public execution for him by your machetes town. True. Let's fucking go. This can be arranged.
Who knows what may lie?
I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals. Red Dead Redemption. Pill. Still have. Uh-oh. Who's yelling at me? Someone's yelling at me. Ah, scary. Ah! 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 Come at me, I fucking dare you. Come on. Come on. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Actually, do make me do it. As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it.
Words?
Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Teresa. See, you understand.
Hey, well
fellow
done.
Northerners understand.
3-star.
Thing to you?
Well
Okay,
done.
thank you, Strat. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done.
Welcome back, Precious
Yeah,
Patricia.
yeah.
Ah! Oh, wait, that's my... that's the words. There we go. There's the save. Uppies for you, Patricia. Good, Patricia. Welcome back, Terrific Talon. Uppies. Lovely Light, welcome back. Sudastrat, welcome back. Valiant Valis, welcome back. My apologies.
Pretty
I took a while.
lady.
I put my favorite piece in the art channel. Oh, don't apologize, sweetheart. Take all the time you need. I'm excited to go look at it. We will have a look in a moment, and thank you for the welcome back. Engage, Uppies for you. Yee. Good engage. Valiant Valos, Uppies, and Merc. Good Valos and Merc. Welcome back, cutie kata. Uppies. Yee. Good kata. Thank you for the head pat, Lovely Light. Thank you, thank you. All right, let me go look at the artwork. Let's see. Ooh. Whoa, that's cool looking. Holy. Wow, look at the detail in this. That's crazy, hun. That looks amazing. Is this an OC or was this just a doodle? This is so cool. I love the claws. Wow. Is this traditional? Is this with like pastel or something? Oh, Dead by Daylight. Oh, that's Dead by Daylight. Did you see my snails? Oh, I don't think I did engage. I'll have a look. You are the goat? Nice. And very cool dragon as well. Spooky. I love him. I love when there's like the gills and then like the horns. Super sick. um, Skins, I think that you may have found some fans of yours. This is traditional. This is so cool looking. This is beautiful. Yeah, Kata is a dragon and loves dragons. A lovely Light clearly is a fan of Dead by Daylight. Really, really gorgeous stuff. That is so cool. Excellent work. More arts for Lav. Very cute. Aspen, adorable. Let me go see the snails here as well. Oh, Setu's working on something for Red. Looks awesome. I saw these. The cranes are so cool, and so is the emu and the rose. Gorgeous. Your snails. What, oh, wait, who did these? These are nice. Very nice. Oh, that's also you, Engage. Oh, these are your snails. Oh my god. It is so fucking cute. I'm obsessed. That's adorable. That is a cute little snail. Oh my god, they got little helmets. Oh my god. Sweetest Saint Saturninus, how are you? It's good to see you, darling. Welcome on in. That is so adorable. These are so cute. Oh, wow, Sadie, that looks awesome. Red, one of our mods. This is super cool. I love the
Rah,
darling too. Sick. I will trust those snails with my castle. Absolutely lovely Light, as would I. Hold on a second. The star has said that he wishes for a DM check. Hold on. Hey, Mac, I'm seeing. Hold on. I'm seeing that you're requesting like literally an entire album. Can you please maybe wait a good like 10 minutes before requesting another song from the exact same album? Or the same artist? Because otherwise we're just gonna wind up with like an hour of the same music. If you would please kindly give it a break every sorry, I'll space it out. Thank you. Yeah, if you can wait like 10 or 15 minutes between them so that other people have some time to request stuff as well. Let's see. Saturnus, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Let me see. Thank you for looking at my art. It means a lot to hear you like it and appreciate the love from your community as well. Of course, Sweetest Skins. I absolutely love your art. It's super cool. I love seeing traditional stuff as well. You'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mac. I appreciate it. Ooh, and Vash wants our cowgirl back. Alrighty. Howdy. We're back. Valiant Vash, how are you? It's good to see you. All right. Meanwhile, I'm requesting something different every time. I wish I could set a cooldown for specific people, but I can't, unfortunately. Request limit? Well, you can set a request limit, but it's like per entire stream, and I don't necessarily want to do that because there are times where we don't have that many requests, and then there's like, 5 people in chat who are like, oh, I'd like to request more music, but I've requested my 3 for the day or whatever. Yeah, we can't set a specific cooldown. I have been working on transitioning from traditional to a more animated style. It's difficult. I have so much respect for animators and creators, right? It is actually very impressive. But no, I think you're well on your way, lovely Skins. Feel free to keep on showing your beautiful artwork. When the cooldown for the redeem ends, I'm requesting a song that Tao likes. Oh, thank you, precious Patricia. Could it be? Surprising. Play. All right. Let me see. All right, now we're moving over to our tails, I think. This one will take a little bit of time. Let me first open this up. I've DM'd you about something. Okay, 1 second, please. All right, hold on one moment. Hold on. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you mean, Storm. It looks like it's probably referenced. But it's a good thing to reference. I don't think I don't reckon it's an exact replica. It looks like a reference for sure. Which is okay. We are very happy to. It's good for you to reference stuff. But thank you for bringing that up, hon. I appreciate it. Let me see. Yeah, it's definitely not like. Yeah, it's definitely not like you know, stolen or anything. But I'm impressed that you have that memory on you. Good job. Good job. Um, let me see. Hold on. Where's my save hats? I gotta turn that back on. Boop. It was surprising click, but I accidentally sent the link to the single, and not the song, so I have to wait again. Oh, that's okay, honey. If you've already redeemed it, I will just add that because you've already. I know exactly what that song is. Of course I do. Let me see. There we go. That is queued up. I usually make my requests diverse by default so it doesn't get boring. Just something I've learned as a DJ. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Um, all right. Okay, all right. Tail time. Tail time. Let's start with our bottom tail. All right. I need to decide, and I'll put it over here too. Concrete in there. Let's see. I want to see where when the eye closes is about where I want to have the first reflection start. So probably about here. And then the eye. And do another one. What was that? That was like, what, 7 seconds? Do it again at maybe 18. And then at the end. Cool. All right. Didn't realize it was an animation. That's awesome. Oh, thank you, Patricia. Yes, it is indeed. Yeah, we're working on animation today. A commissioned animation from the beautiful and delightfully yummy Yuki. Yummy. Yummy. All right. Let me see here. So, at this point it's going up. Oh wait. Where is it? Trajectory. Yeah. So, let me turn these distracted. sure that you hold. What's that? I forgot what the gray anchors meant. Working on painting one of my models at the moment. Nice. Can't wait to see it, Patricia. Thank you for the lurk, Strat. All right. Okay, let me see. Like, I kind of want that to be, like, it's looking good. Fine, but I want that to curve. Oh. Ah! I want that to really curve there. All right, let me see what that looks like and how that transitions over the duration here. Might that here, and then that down. Yeah, this is where like having the custom mesh in Live 2D would be really helpful. Let me see. Hi, Fabulous Frostbite. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Um, Heard this song before. Feels like a long time ago. This is a Storm classic. The lighting on the drawing is amazing. Oh, thank you. Classic. Classic. I'm okay. I'm glad you're okay, sweetheart, but I hope we can make you feel a bit better. All right, let me see. Okay. Now my question is, because that's the bottom tail, which means it's gonna get hidden behind everything else. Let me see. Ugh, yikes. Why is it? Did I tell it to revert to its typical position? I didn't think I did. I thought I. Let me see. Where is that? Hold on. Where's that moment? Once. Okay, like right here. What is happening? I never tell it to go back to its normal position, do I? Oh, I do. That's dumb. Why did I do that? Okay, hold on. Let me try that again. Ugh, no, it needs to be more gradual than that. Why? Is it the YX? Is it because I specify? That still looks like it's pausing there to go back to the norm. I want it to distort and warp. Is it returning to the normal? We're going over. Um, Still waiting for the appointment to be scheduled to go over the results of my knee MRI. Oh man, they're still not scheduling it at least? That's gotta happen soon. I'm sorry, hon. I missed stream announcement because Sekiro. That's okay, Suya City. How is Sekiro? We believe in you, lol. Thank you. The Presbyterian Church like enjoys you not. You not strange, do they not seal you as the... Hi, lovely Bethelina, welcome on in. Alright, let me see. My fingers hurt from training to become Perry God. I believe in you. You... You are Perry God. See, that looks fairly natural. Returning to that position's great. That's where I want it to go. But I think that... Okay, hold on. That needs to be taller. Where is it? Okay. That's all right. And then I really don't want it to like revert to where it... It's supposed to just go... Because then it just does this like sudden like shift. And it looks really weird. Like that looks fine, but then it's the in-between. I don't see... I wonder if the program's glitching because I deleted a return to default keyframe, maybe? I don't see it on here. Am I crazy? Hold on. All right, the return to default seems to be like right there-ish. Yeah, there's nothing here. What the fuck? There's literally nothing here. It's supposed to... I wonder if I have to like leave the program and come back into it, because this is where it's supposed to be. The last keyframe before this should be the flippy uppy one, but it returns to default before then, and I don't want it to. Yeah, so it goes from there all the way down to that, but it... If you ever want to know what the song is, it's always down at the bottom of the screen there. Is someone truly the parry god unless they can parry God? I think that's the goal of Sekiro, isn't it? I'm like jamming out to the song while I paint. Excellent. Very good. Very good. All right. Let me see. Hold on. I'm literally gonna try going back and then going back in. Okay. Actually, maybe I'll just actually fully close out the program. See if I can't, okay. Is it still gonna go back to default? I'll be upset. Keep continuing, continue over, don't you pause? Fuck, it's pausing, why? Bro. Okay, what if... this is one of the issues with Dreams, is it's still quite a glitchy program, even though they, like, fixed a lot of the complaints. There's still shit like this. Okay, right there, I want it to already start moving over. Let me see if I can get it to do that. Right, by this point, we should already be... here. Why is it moving back? Urgh! Like, no matter where I put a keyframe, it's gonna just move the default. Oh, wait, sorry, wait. Oh my god, is that the secret keyframe? Was that the fucked up keyframe? Hold on. Was it all my fault all along? Oh my god, it could be. What if it is? What if it is? God is parryable with the right amount of iframes. True. Okay, I think it was my fault in the end. Never mind. I think I have a new appreciation for animation. Yeah, especially this kind. This is a very abnormal way to animate stuff because it's neither like 3D nor like frame by frame. I mean, the little wings on the feet are, but the okay, hold on. I gotta stretch this out right there-ish. Okay. Ah, I wish it wouldn't. Well, actually, that one's not too bad. That isn't quite as like freezing as I was worried about. Does bulge a little bit to go for. So this one looks okay because it's hiding a little bit, but then it bulges back out. So I probably need to puff this one out. What's the keyframe here? Worky lurky jerky. Use the strat signal command. All good, hun. Enjoy your lurk. Akira. Hi there, amazing Akira. Welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? Welcome, welcome. Oh, my hands aren't working. Sorry, hold on. How was Nikkei? It's so good to see you, Akira. Welcome on in. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Hi, hi. You guys, this is the lovely Akira FFS. This is demonic Phoenix Vtuber be spitting bars and catching dubs in a variety of games. From Gacha to RDR2, she's got range. Just don't call her an Uma. I almost said an Uma or else. With gremlin energy and a heart for charity, Akira's stream be lit. All hail the yapping queen. Hey, Dandy Man, welcome on in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Spicy Nugget and Ashling raid, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Hi, how are you? Akira, my community missed you. I missed you guys too. It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. And Nikkei was good. That is wonderful to hear. Sweetie, may I ask, when is your next stream? And hey, what will you be streaming if I may be so bold? And while you let us know, here's a little bit about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Best you love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! But yes, welcome on in, welcome on back, everybody. What a pleasure to welcome the absolutely fantabulous Akira's fabulous community. Akira, would you like to let us know when your next stream is, Angel? Let me see here. Dandy, you begged to raid tonight? Oh my gosh, I am so flattered that you even thought of me. Thank you so much. You're very sweet. Thank you, thank you. And I'm so glad that you enjoyed your gaming. You guys, please do check out the lovely Akira, who's doing some Nikkei, and hopefully will let us know when their next stream is, so that maybe you can join. Welcoming and supportive streams deserve all the support I can provide and more. Dear Standy Man, you are so sweet. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. We're working on an animated commission today. This is for the lovely Yuki Hiyuki Yurino. And this will be her on-stream mascot. So this is the idol. Obviously, there's still work to be done. I'm working on the tails now. There's only one tail that's mostly done. And then the other two are on the way. Yes, Strat, you need to go lurk. Go lurk. Hell yeah, Yuki. Hell yeah. Yeah, Yuki's lovely. But yes, please, if you gotta run, lovely Akira, do some after stream care. If you gotta go eat or drink or sleep or walk or shower or whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. This looks familiar. Were you working on it before? I was working on the flat art, the pre-animated appearance, yes, and now we are doing the animation. You are right about that. Thank you for the lyrics, sweetest Strat. All right, let me see. I'll probably make some more changes to this tail. But I'll get the others done first so that I can at least kind of see how they vibe together. Lurk, will I become Parry God? Yeah, do it, Sooty, do it. The Subnautica stream might kill Tau. Yeah, we're not doing Subnautica. We're not doing Subnautica. I can't handle it. All right, so that's our bottom tail, and then we'll warp here. Vegeta, come on in. Thank you for the care package. Yummy. Thank you, and thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. All I've seen of Subnautica was kind of chill. You clearly are not afraid of open water. Abby's for you, Vegeta. Hey, good Vegeta. This is a cozy song. I do like this song. It's very pretty. All right, let me see. The middle one, let me think. There should be a delay of like a second, maybe? See where the... Where's that? Maybe there. And then another delay. Another second or so. Nothing precise. It is organic after all. Must treat it as such. I played Subnautica for a decently while, but it just built up some weird stress until I shelved it unconsciously. That is fair, Vegeta. I've played Subnautica. It was an experience. Was glad to complete it though, because the ocean creepy. Ocean is very creepy. Hey, Tau, Save is watching you currently. I'm watching him. Hi, Save. Actually, we are in a shout out war with the sweetest of save files. And he's also gonna get a shout out because he just shouted us out, which means that it has to happen. If you guys haven't checked out the sweetest Save File 17, the guy on top of my head, he is an absolute treasure of a man and an absolutely outstanding god tier, wizard tier, Hearthstone streamer tier. He also plays other games as well, but he is well known for Hearthstone. He's super interactive, very grounded, very funny, pleasant to listen to, quite cozy, and he has amassed a VTuber army. Aliora, darling. Ow. Join me in song, lovely. I'm debating what to do right now. What are your options, lovely space? Some people have thalassophobia. Sadly, they can't enjoy the deep ocean like I do. I am one of those poor people. Don't you want to pet all the cute fishies? I do not. I do not. I have been in water and a fish has swum past my or like rubbed itself against my shin. I hated it. I hated every single microsecond of it. Subnautica can be scary for people who aren't afraid of open water. I've been snorkeling and scuba diving. I've swam with whale sharks and went cave diving with great white sharks, but Subnautica still felt creepier than that. That's fair. Purposely creepy game. True. Hi, lovely Lav. You have chores? All good. Thank you for the lurk. Good to see you. Even if brief, we appreciate the support. I just don't like the unknown overall. Valid. Very valid. Very, very fair. 100%. Totally get that. All right. Let me see here. All right. This little fox. Let me see. Where is the first There it is. Okay. This goes. Wait, nope, that's. I need to find where that is so I can match it up with our middle tail, which is there-ish. I missed that bit? I must have. Okay, I will put that like here. You wouldn't get the spa treatment where little fish eat the dead skin off your feet? Fuck no. Yuck! I don't want any fish anywhere around me anytime, unless they are handfish. But don't touch those, they're delicate and very endangered. They are precious. I love handfish. Handfish are super, super cute. They look so dumb, but they are very, very special little guys. So really dark forest, creepy house, deep ocean. That is fair, lovely Allie. That is so fair. I definitely am not quite as put off by the forest or the house as I am the ocean. Because I used to do like urban exploration. So I used to go into places that were condemned. And that never freaked me out, to speak of. But to this day, I still love like decrepit buildings and stuff when I like drive past them or walk past them. I'm always just like, I like to like imagine the lives that took place there before the building fell into ruin. It's so cool. Radish, thank you so very much for coming in and for the 205 stream study. Outstanding. Radish, super awesome. And Lovely Laugh, thank you so much for the 245 stream streak, darling. I so appreciate that as well. Thank you, thank you. Thank you guys for your incredible and immense support and dedication. My rule with ocean is I will feel comfortable if I can easily touch the ground. I am similar, Allie, but it's not just touching the ground. I have to see my feet. I have to see my feet very clearly. I don't want anything to disrupt when I look down. I need to be able to see my toes. I find it interesting how Aliora loves howling and hearing others howl. It's super cute. It's super cute. I'm tired, but if I move to bed, I'll probably be wide awake. But I'm still in the state I want to do something. Games are a no. I want to draw without thinking, but I'm not sure how to do that. You can start doing scribbles. Fear of the dark is one of humanity's primal fears that has been coded into our genealogy for millions of years, and it's an example of natural selection because our ancestors that were afraid of the dark were able to survive while the ones that weren't got eaten. That makes sense. Hi there, amazing Aussie. Some ubbies for you. Good Aussie. Look, PNG mode is on. Now I shall lurk. Oh, good, lovely laugh. Thank you for the lurk. I would love an urban exploration video from you if you had the time and equipment. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've done that. I used to do that when I was a teenager. I don't know if I would do that in Australia, to be honest. Australia's got way too many, like, things I would be nervous about running into. And I don't know if I don't know Australian, I do know. Australian building standards tend to be a lot less strict than American building standards. So I'd be way more worried about like falling through shit in Australia. How do you know when urban exploring is legal or when it's trespassing and when it's not? Generally speaking, it's illegal. Generally speaking, you shouldn't do it. 205 and 245, holy crap, those are super impressive streaks, aren't they? To be fair, Australia oceans are a bit more dangerous than American ones. That is also true, but I've always hated, I really don't like even American oceans. I do like awooing and hearing others do it as well. It's very cute. What were your thoughts on Save Fem 17? It's awesome. I hope that Save loved it too. Big spiders, exactly. As a wolf, I also like awooing. We do have wolves in the chat. We have dragons in the chat. We have demons in the chat. We have vampires in the chat. You have to deal with funnel spiders, eastern brown snakes, and the kangaroos. I would be, honestly, you should be most afraid of kangaroos here. Kangaroos will fuck you up. There's a cutie catter. And a weather pattern, that's true. We have weather patterns. It's not illegal if no one sees you. Oh, in abandoned buildings? Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, they'll find places to settle where people are not, you know. Funnel spiders are only in one area, though, to be fair. They are found everywhere, pretty much, but not as troublesome in Tasmania. And we have historians. That's true. And Pokemon. Exactly. We have We have a whole range of precious pals of different species. There are quite a few ghost towns in northern Victoria that I've been meaning to visit. They range from a barely visible road in the bush to a bunch of old buildings from the 1950s in the middle of a random field. There you go. Cool picture equals probably illegal activities, probably. Unless they got like very specific permissions, probably. Kangaroos are jacked. They are. The male kangaroos are very scary. I am more scared of the eastern brown snakes in Australia. Those are very nasty. The like inland taipans and stuff. Yeah, king browns are very, very nasty. We don't get them down here in Tassie. It's too cold, but I'm terrified of, like, I love Perth, but WA is scary because if I were to go like hiking or something, I would have to be really on my toes. We also get the occasional silver twin mermaid too. It's true, lovely Shotgun. Exactly right. We got a Bulbasaur and a Gardevoir. We got one of everything. At least one of everything. Sydney funnel web spiders are only found. Oh right, sorry, not sorry. When I think of Sydney funnel web spiders, I always remove the Sydney part because I'm like, all funnel webs are very nasty. Other species of funnel spiders that can be found elsewhere, true. The inland taipan, or the Thea snake, is the most venomous snake in the world. Very scary, and they are very aggressive as well. I always give people crap if they're afraid of sharks, but not afraid of snake. The pouch is Noah's Ark. It is. Everything is here, true. Eastern brown snake won't try to run or stay still if push comes to shove. They will just try and attack your ass if you come into any place that and it decides to make it home. Yeah. Tassie may not have many snakes, but you do have quite a few taiga snakes, which can also be found in southern Victoria. It's true, but our taiga snakes are not nearly as aggressive as a lot of the rest of the country. I don't know if that's because of the cold or they're just a slightly different like subspecies or what, but like, have I told you guys the story of stepping over a sleeping tiger snake on a beach? You cannot do that. Good luck doing that in WA. I cannot do that. I'm here tonight in the capacity of a spicy nugget. Ooh, dandy man, you better watch your back. I love spicy nuggets. I'll eat that shit. Nom, nom, nom. Sweet, we're on tonight's requests. Oh yeah, no, we actually started on tonight's requests. We finished all of the ones from last night during our hand cam stream. Wait, where'd the, oh man. Wasn't there a, oh, balls. Shoot. Just put a keyframe down, didn't I? Or was I looking for a spot to put it? What the hell? Am I insane? Oh. Alright, putting that there. I will get rid of that one so I can see what's happening here. Oh, whoa. Whoa, that was a lot of impact for one anchor point. You also have platypi that are much larger than the ones you can find on the mainland. That's true. And they are venomous even though they are cute. We only have mountain lions, coyotes, rattlesnakes, and bears here. Ah, it's nothing. I'm just kidding. Honestly, the inland taipan are very skittish. They would much rather run the fuck away than attack unless it's a last resort. Most animals are like that, but their capacity for thinking you're a threat is quite a lot. It encompasses more behaviors than most snakes and spiders and stuff. Still need to watch that VOD? Yeah, go for it, lovely Valos. I'm still baffled that platypi have a stinger. They do, and they're very nasty. Very nasty stingers, too. I wish I could break this into more, more pieces, more divisions. All right, let me see where that's going. Let me see that work. I have to do another keyframe to see what happens with that. Um, they're also very shy in general. You'd only find them during the evening or morning, like during sunset and sunrise, and nowhere else, because that's when they go hunting and they sleep most of the day and night. So they're largely nocturnal. And then the next shall be. Oh, that's where I put that. Okay. Um. Um. I'm gonna call it a night. All good, lovely Eisen. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, sweetie. Thank you very much for coming in. Eastern brown snake is the dangerous one and has more people die to that snake, which is the second venomous snake of all time versus the inland taipan or coastal taipan, the first and third venomous snakes body counts combined. Scowy! Scowy! And then Strat. Before you take the break, I totally forgot to mention a new YouTube clip is out. Ooh! Let me go watch. Oh, hold on. Wait. Hold on. I gotta get rid of my safe hat for just a second, and then we gotta watch this 1 sec. Hold on, let me pause this. Ah, what? Whoa, 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 what is, why is it frozen? I can't pause. What the fuck? Hello? What the fuck? Ugh, what the hell? Okay. There. All right. Here, let's try this. Hello, I'm so sorry. I somehow managed to forget that I should also demonstrate my guns. My gun slinging! Yeah! One more time! Okay, anyway, I'll put them down. That's so cute, Strat. Excellent work. Absolutely awesome. I love it. Thank you so much. Oh, it's so good to have Strat clips back on the menu. We got Strat clips back on the menu, boys. Let me see. Thank you for the lurk, lovely Eisen. You have to head out as well, Velos. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. You already saw it, said it, well done. Basic rule of thumb when you are, when it comes to snakes and spiders, you are much more likely to encounter them if you actually go looking for them than you are if you weren't looking for them or actively avoiding them. If you don't go to a place where snakes live, go looking for a snake, or if you find one, you touch it, you are much more likely to get bitten otherwise. That's true. Try refreshing. Yes, that's all right. We got it. Beautiful. I was surprised how many people visited for the World Cup freaked out about cougars. Yeah, everyone who doesn't live in a country is always scared of the stuff in that country. Like Australians, they're like, oh yeah, listen, mate, I'd rather deal with like snakes and spiders than I would like bears and cougars. And then I'm like, well, all my friends back home think that they would rather deal with bears and cougars than snakes and spiders. Or the team that freaked out because they warned them the hills behind the training camp were full of rattlesnakes. Not visiting Australia because of snakes and spiders is like not visiting America because of bears and wolves. Yeah, exactly. All right, we gotta go on a quick break. I'll turn your music back on while we do so. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And the darlings, this is also your mental reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Please do consider subscribing to the YouTube. It is free and it's very, very helpful. Yeah. We also have a Patreon if you would like to support that way. You do get exclusive bonuses on the Patreon. for various tiers, including getting to pick tutorials that I create for you. And also, if you're in the highest tier, you get monthly YCH, which is your character here of your specific custom pouch pal, which are very, very cute. If you would like to see some examples of that, let me know, and I will show you when I get back. But if no one wants to see them, then fair enough. All right, love you a lot. See you soon. Then show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. It's done. Yeah, there you go. Hit straight. My gun slinging. Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. Ah! One more time. My cookie. Okay, well, one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that bit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine. When Deadwood Dumpson, pill, pill. Still have, oh, it's true. Nuggies? Where Chimkin Nuggies? On my armor. Probably don't need any more than that. Here we go. Whoa! Holy shit! Fuck. Oh my god. Where is fucking say about dumpsters, dude? Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me! Oh man! Oh fuck!
Well done, genius. You broke the damn air duct.
Well, he won't let me in. Big cow! Road trip catchphrases? Stay fresh, cheese bags. Eat your own list. Punch asphalt, big boy. Time to make the donuts. Suck my butt, butt sucker. I've been to Reno, bitch. Pill, baby. The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. I'm glad. It brought you in so you is Santa furry? Yes, it's. Is that corn in the ground? I don't know. Those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corns. Oh shit! Oh! Make me angelic. Fuck you. Say it on screen. Say it on screen. Say it on screen. Good. Thank you, Lucy. Say that. Energy is touted off the sun. That's true. Actually, please listen. My precious pals, I'm back. I'm just being told to on my duty. Does anyone else have like food, or is it just me? Oh, so. Welcome back, precious Patricia. Welcome back, sweetest spirit. Let you guys finish this round. Also, I probably need to finish these back. Well done on your words, 85. Alright, let's head back over. Whee! Welcome back, welcome back. Some ubbies. Whee! Good Patricia. Sweet Strat, Sweet Shadow. Oh, is that not? Hold on. Song skip song. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, it's vote skip. Exclamation point vote skip. If you would like to see that one. You guys can vote to skip a song if you don't like it. Exclamation point vote skip. There you go, like that. And you need 5 people. And it looks like Space is starting on that one. Hey Zalrog, welcome on in, and Nick, uppies. Good. Yeah, it's exclamation point boat skip. Right. Boat skip, huh? Uppies for you, engage. Good, engage. All right. Let's Oh, now that a bit warmer. Oh, boat skip. All right. Goat skip. This is gonna be another muck thing. You guys with your muck goat, muck skip, muck engage, muck blood rage, muck light. Yep, exactly, light. Foot skip. Time for me to get back to work. Best of luck with your arting. Thank you, Strat. Yes, you go work now. Enjoy your lurkies. Spawner, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate it. Alright. McSkip. Alright, let me see here. Let's see how this evolves. Don't forget the strat signal. Will do, strat. Thank you for the lurk, lovely light. What is the best way to distort something without changing the placement much? Are you talking about in Procreate Dreams or in Procreate in general? Okay. Basic Procreate. If you grab from the inside of the warp net, rather than the outside, you won't move it as much. You'll just move the insides of it. A lot more. You're free of work. Let's go. Enjoy the weekend. Amazing Umbra. Welcome, welcome. And welcome back for your first, typhoon-free weekend for the last couple of weeks. Okay, where's the next? There. I only have the cheap version, semi-procreate. What? It's a pretty cheap. It's a one-time purchase. What is it now? Is it like 20 bucks or something? It might be less. There's a way back. I feel like there's something that needs to be between these. Let's see. The bottom one is getting too puffy at the top, I think. Yeah. Too tall. $10 when I got it about a year ago. Oh, that's great. Okay. That's actually better than I thought. I think, yeah, I think I got it when it was 10 too. Maybe they just haven't changed it. Oh, I like this song. Not to be confused with the knockoff version, Mediocreate. Mediocreate. Mediocreate is a great name for a free art program. That'd be so funny. Um, I have the OG version, Recreate. I don't use it though. They say childcare is expensive. Sorry, I had to say that. I was gonna say, Strat, you are not lurking. Go lurk. You gotta do your job. Do your worky stuff. There would be. Sorry. How about that? Sorry, it's because when we watched the clip, I turned on our desktop sound, which is a repeat of whatever is being played. Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Caution. If you can fork out for it, all the work is already done for you in pre-create. Saves a lot of time. No bias here whatsoever. Not like I get any benefits or preferential treatment or behind the scenes scolding or threats. You're about to get more if you don't start lurking. Trust me, I want you here as badly as you want to be here. Maybe more, but you're the one who needs to get shit done so you can get some sleep. You gotta get back on that normal sleep schedule. Normal, relatively speaking, you know, quote unquote. No problem. Thank you so much, lovely Radical. Gonna make a hot matcha drink. Oh, that sounds good. Bring me one, cutie cat, pretty please. Valley Girl song. You found one. Oh my god. Like, totally. So bitchin'. The what in Galleria? Oh, there's such really great food. Shoe stores. Okay, listen, I like food more than shoes, but whatever, bitch. So bitchin'. I am a big believer in Strat getting lots of good and well-deserved sleep. Hell yeah, exactly. Oh my lord, I could send you some matcha sachets when I managed to send you your gifty. I would just give them to you at PAX otherwise. Oh my god, I wish I had that kind of cash flow. Oh my god, that'd be so sick, cutie cat. You're right. I need to be an adult and get back to work. You do. You do. When is this going to be added to the karaoke stream list? Imagine Tao singing this only in the Valley Girl voice. I've never heard this song before, but I bet I bet you I can like look up the lyrics. Let me like see. Hold on. I'll just say them. She's a Valley girl, so sweet and pure. Okay, fine, fine for sure, for sure. She's a really sad Valley girl. Like my English teacher, he's like Valley girl. Aren't you so glad that you redeemed this? And Frank Zappa and his daughter Moon Unit. Wait, is his daughter's name? You know, Moon Unit is kind of exactly what I would expect from Frank Zappa's daughter, actually. On second thought. Gag me with a spin. That's actually her name. Wow. She is Moon Unit Zappa. Like her first name is Moon, her middle name is Unit, and her last name is Zappa. Wow. I wonder, like, okay, Moon, I have heard that name as a first name before. Unit as a middle name or any name, I've never heard Unit as like a legal name. That's like crazy. Oh, wait, what? Her first name is Moon Unit? Like, wait, really? Does she not have a middle name? She has a brother Dweezil? I feel like you're fucking with me. For real? Hold on, I gotta look this. I gotta look these bitches up. 1 second. Okay, Dweezil? Dweezil Zappa. Oh my god, that just showed up. That's crazy. Oh my god. Dweezil. And why did he name this? What is okay, why did Frank Zappa name his son Dweezil? That's a great question. Frank Zappa named his son Dweezil after an affectionately made-up nickname for his wife Gail's curiosity curved little toe. What the fuck? Because their newborn son had similarly shaped toes. That is what Frank called him? Imagine being like, yeah, my name is Dweezil because I have curved toes. Like, wow. Like my aunt? Would that be his aunt? Oh no, his wife. Oh, sorry. His wife Gail. So I'm named Dweezil because my mom had curved toes. Okay, I have to find out about why Moon Unit. Hold on. Frank Zappa and his wife Gail named their daughter Moon Unit as a rejection of societal conformity. The first name Moon reflected their appreciation for space-themed names, while the middle name Unit was given because her arrival finalized their family's bond. That's, like, kind of cute, and yet I kind of also feel for them, but, like, Dweezil sounds like a Pokemon. It does. Dweezil is, like, the special version of, oh my god. There is actually a Pokemon that sounds like that. Isn't it like Dweevil or something? Wow. All right. Got my lunch break and Tasman Valley Girl mode. This will be a good lunch. Oh, hell yeah, babe. What are you having for lunch? I kind of like the name though. Moon Unit, that is. I like Moon. I don't know about adding Unit. His other two kids are Ahmet and Diva. Interesting. Fucking, I guess, bro, you can name your daughter Moon Unit and your son Dweezil. Now get out of my office. Oh, that's it. Sneasel and Dweeble. Okay, that's it. I think I'm Dweeble. That must be it. Teresa, how you doing, babe? It's so good to see you. All right, let me see. Where were we? We were just trying to figure out like how to get this not look so stiff. Let me see. No. Like. I want more like curve to this. It needs to look like it's like mid like wave, you know, being impacted by momentum and shit. Timer's up. Thank you for the Valley Girl voice and song engage. I see your plan now. Or is it Dwebble? It's not a Pokemon I think about a lot. Yeah, that's true. Is it Dwebble? maybe I'm subconsciously mixing up Sneasel and Dweeble. Sneeble. Jet, welcome back. Hey, sweetest Desi, how you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. I'm back with matcha. Let's go. Did you bring me some? Having an Italian sandwich, barbecue chips, Muddy Buddies, and a candy bar, literally called a whatchamacallit. That sounds like a really delicious and delightful lunch, Talon. Yummy. I hope you enjoy. Muddy Buddies. Muddy Buddies. Is it not Nutty Buddies? Is it from a different... Is that... am I crazy? Or that, is that the American Nutty Buddies? Always gives Tau hot matcha and Spyro Cup. Thank you. Delectable. Oh, thank you for the care package, darling. I appreciate it. Oh my God. Storm. Storm. What the fuck? Sorry, I was in the middle of drinking. Oh my God. Holy shit. Storm, that's fucking crazy. Oh my God. Are you fucking joking? I thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Don't ask why. Don't be concerned. You can say I didn't have to, but you know I already know I did it. You're welcome. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Storm. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Okay, I guess, does that mean hold on, does that mean that we're funded for a watercolor stream? Did Storm just like single-handedly finish funding that? Hold on, I gotta go see what's involved in it. That's insane. Thank you so much for and for the chargeback support too. Holy shit, thank you so much. I'll show you guys what Storm just did. Oh my God. Holy fuck, that is so incredibly generous. Oh my God. Fuck, that's incredible. Oh my God. Jesus. Hold on. Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. Okay, it's not quite funded, but we're so nearly there. It's just the watercolors that need to be funded, and then we can do a watercolor stream. I'll show you guys what Storm just got for us. Number one, he just contributed 250 incredibly generous dollary dues to the chargeback support. Thank you so incredibly much, Storm. That is so generous. Holy fuck, thank you so much. And let me show you guys the gifts. The Storm just got us. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Storm just got us both of these. So we have we now have the paper that we need for our watercolor stream, and we also have the hold on, I gotta make sure this doesn't like show any of my info. And we also have the pocket palette that we will be able to put the watercolors in as well. Thank you so incredibly much, Storm. That is far too generous. Thank you so much. I want to say you don't have to. I know you know. Thank you so much, Storm. I really appreciate it. That is so really kind of you. And we're just about at 50% through the chargeback support as well because of you. Thank you ever so much, Storm. That is so fucking kind of you. Oh my God, I'm about to get emotional. That's so sweet. Holy heck. Thank you. Thank you so much, sweetest Storm. I really, really appreciate it. Giga chat indeed. That is so, oh my God, that is so awesome of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is so fucking kind. Thank you. You're home. Welcome home, mama. And now you get to watch stream. We're happy to have you, darling. That is awesome, isn't it, sweetest Tassie? Come on, Tal, let the man be generous. Thank you so much, Storm. Oh my gosh, that is so fucking sweet. Fuck, okay. Thank you. Even Coda's very impressed. Coda's so impressed and thankful too. Thank you so much. Ah, wow. Thank you, Storm. Oh my god. You're missing something for watercolor streams? Just the watercolors. There's just a watercolor thing left and that's it. But don't please don't. I know you don't feel obligated, but you've done plenty. You've done more than enough, Storm, please. God. Engage. What's the charge thing? The chargeback thing is I gotta figure out how to make this brief. When I lost my job back in February, a bunch of pals very, very, very generously donated. And then over the span of about almost 6 months, one particular pal donated over 31 times. Well, it wasn't over. It was 31 transactions. And then out of nowhere, last month, they charged all of it back using their bank. And so I am now in the red over $2,000 US because of that, even though, you know, they were tipping and I have a, you know, no refunds thing and please only tip if you can afford it and you want to, etc. And this
Oh my
person,
god. Oh my
What?
god.
oh my god, Jessie. I, on the other hand, thank you so much. Oh my god. That is so sweet. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay. All right. You guys will get a watercolor stream. Okay. I promise I'll do a watercolor stream for you. Thank you so much. The finger guns. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Thank you so much. You are far too kind. Thank you so fucking much. Oh my god, you guys. Holy shit. Love this community. I feel like love isn't the right word. It feels like it's more than that, you know? Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you so, so much, sweet Sir Jessie, sweet Storm. You guys are a fucking power team. What the hell? Not small donations as well, usually about 150. Some fucking monster stole a few $1,000s from Tau and we're all working on helping her get it back because you guys are fucking angels. Thank you so much. But yeah, that's what happened, Engage, is someone someone donated over 6 months, over $2,000, and then they charged it all back. Yeah. The easiest way to remember this is we give a shit. Thank you so much, guys. I'm so excited to do some watercolor with you. It's been a long time, but I promise I'll do some practice before we do it so that I'm not as nervous as I was last night when we were doing the handwriting. And then we can also use lovely Soritsa's very generous E95S pen and also the new Eco that lovely oh my god, Trout, that lovely Trout got for us last night. You guys are so fucking sweet. Thank you so much. Oh my god, I don't know. I fucking can't even. Thank you so much, you guys. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm dwelling on it because I'm just so overwhelmed. You're so sweet. We stayed even when you were crying because we honestly cared. Thank you so much, you guys. You were the fucking best community, I swear to God. That's so sweet. Oh my god, thank you so much. Droza. Thank you. Holy fuck. Okay, I'll try and get back to drawing. I'm kind of shaking. Shaking from your amazing generosity, you guys. But thank you so much, amazing Jazzy and sweetest Storm. So Jazzy, thank you so much for funding the watercolors for the watercolor stream. Thank you so much, and Storm for donating $250 to the chargeback support. Thank you so much, and for funding both the the pocket palette so that we can put Jazzy's watercolors in it, and also the paper so that we can put Jazzy's watercolors on it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Thank you for the care package, Nix. I said, is Tau making happy chat cry right now? Hi, beautiful Billy. How are you? Almost. Very nearly. I'm feeling quite emotional because the pals have been so fucking generous. Just out of nowhere. I can't even. Um, Space, you need help. Would you bet for some red light? Yeah, absolutely, hun. Feel free to put it in the art channel. Let me know what you need. Oh my god, I'm so fucking excited to do some watercolor with you guys. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Fuck. I'm so blessed. Thank you so much. You guys are so sweet. You are blessings to me. Thank you. Cutie Cat Child, welcome on in. How are you doing? It is such a pleasure to see you again. Welcome on in. Whatever it is, you deserve it, Tao. Get absolutely cherished. This is a threat. Thank you, beautiful Billy. I really appreciate it. You are an angel as well, sweetheart. Thank you for being a part of this community and always being so supportive and thoughtful. Hi, Cutie Cat Child. Welcome on in. Billy talks highly of you. Oh, that's so sweet. Billy, thank you. Thank you so much for saying nice things. Message sent. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Check out the gift suggest. I sent it as a joke, but wait, what did you send? Hold on. I'll go look. 1 second. I just saw the gift suggestion, but I don't really comprehend it, so let me go look at Throne. Hold on. Lovely cat, it's a pleasure to officially meet you. I saw you lurking the other
Oh
day.
my
Did you come in with
What?
Oh, Patricia! Thank you so much for contributing to the chargeback support too! Thank you so much, gorgeous. I really appreciate it. Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my goodness, you were so kind. Thank you, precious Patricia. Prefer cat? Yeah, cat. Did you come in with Bonnie's raid yesterday, or did you just like come upon us? Mogrim, some puppies for you. Good, Mogrim, and magnificent. Thank you so very much for gifting that sum to Cutie Cat Child, but we will call Cat. Lovely Cat, thank you ever so much for joining us, and Magnificent Maid, thank you ever so much for your incredibly generous and kind contribution to a new fellow pal. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much, Maid. I want to thank you yet again for being so amazing, sweet, kind, and caring to all of us pouch pals. You're such a wonderful person and friend anybody could ask for. Thank you so much for everything and just being the amazing being that you always are. Thank you so much, lovely Mogrim. I appreciate it. You are so sweet. Such a warm community. Sweetest Sir Jazzy, you are talking about yourself here, you know. No, Billy mentioned you the other day before he visited me this weekend. Oh, so I dropped a... Oh my god! Your Billy's... I got it! Okay, I'm putting 2 and 2 together. That's so cool. Oh my gosh, I hope you had a wonderful weekend, Billy with Billy. A wonderful visit with Billy, sweetheart. Welcome on and thank you so very much for dropping the follow. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh, did you guys have an amazing, amazing time? Cat is very sweet being and very important to me. I know exactly what you mean, sweetheart. That is awesome. It means a lot to me. Oh my god, you guys are so fucking cute. Well, it's such a pleasure to meet the prestigious cat, lovely cat. Billy did say he was going to go visit someone very important to him this last weekend, and I'm so glad you guys got to hang out. And it is such a joy to have you in this chat as well. Billy, thank you so much for talking me up to lovely cat. I hope that I live up to expectations. Message sent. Thank you, Space. I will have a look, but first, hold on. Let me see what I did say I was going to look at Storm's suggestion here. Hold on. Let me see. So people who give a shit can give a shit. That's a really funny, Storm. How many of these are there? Hold on. Oh, sorry, caution. Let me see. Oh my god, the dog. That's so funny. That's so funny, Storm. Incredible. I'm just trying to think of where I would put those coins is all. 1 pack or 10 packs. That's really funny. If you really want to get that, I will let you, but yo, to Eepies, mobs, if you gotta go to sleep, sweetheart, please don't hesitate to do so. But yes, lovely cat, welcome on in. Thank you so much for joining us, and beautiful Billy, thank you so very much for recommending us and talking us up. I really appreciate it. You guys are truly treasures, the both of you. Thank you so much. If I were to get that, I'd include a flying fuck, and I'm sure that that's like a frisbee or something, isn't it? Kat, are you an artist or mostly like a gamer, or what's your passion? What do you like to do? Let me see. It's another type, just silver. That's really funny. Um, Much like I said during my first donation last week, that is not the last contribution I am making. I'm making 50, I'm $50 in, and I intend to contribute at least 100 before it's all said and done. Thank you so much, precious Patricia. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mostly game, used to be a horror main. Oh, cool, Kat. Very cool. Interesting. Do you have a favorite game? I gave them out at work as Christmas gifts a few years back. Oh my gosh. That's really funny. I bet you got some good reactions. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to Cutie Cat Magnificent Maid. Thank you so much, precious Patricia, for the $25 towards chargeback support. Thank you for the shit single coin suggestion, Storm. Thank you ever so much, lovely and joyous Jazzy, for funding the watercolor part of the watercolor stream. Storm for $250 towards the chargeback support. Storm for the palette for holding our watercolors, and Storm for the paper for putting the watercolors upon. Thank you ever so much. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. When my then boss was made redundant with minutes of notice, it was all he wanted from his desk. Really? That's so, oh my gosh. Well, that's kind of sweet, kind of heartbreaking, but kind of sweet. I play RPGs, is what I meant, or friend slops. Friend slops. Oh, have you been playing Mecha? I found out also it's Mecha Chameleon. It's not Mecha, or is it Mecha Chameleon? It's not Mecha Chameleon, I guess. I realized I requested the same Beatles song twice. Delete the second one. That's from the White Album sessions. Okay. Let me do that real quick. Whoa, we have a big queue. Let me see. Okay, got it. That is removed. How deserves all the support and kindness for making this amazing community. I'm just blessed every single day that I get to be around you guys. So thank you so much for spending any amount of time with me, cuties. It really does mean the world, even when you guys just come in and say, hey, I gotta go to bed. I'm lurking to support, you know, so sweet. Oh, wait, sorry. I want to leave taking my last fuck with me. I like that. In case any pals are wondering, we have officially 50% funded Tao's chargeback, meaning that we have contributed a combined 1,570 out of 3,140. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my god, that is so fucking kind of you. Thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you so very much. Okay, all right, let me see here. I did say that I would help Kat out. I'd like to make a winding stone path, but the perspective is off. I'm not sure what it should be because the base is already kind of flat and zoomed in. Let me have a look. Hold on. So, Kat, I guess I'm having trouble kind of visualizing the perspective that you're looking for. You want it to be like winding off into the distance, like in a vanishing, or do you want it? Are you like trying to look down on it from above? Because it kind of looks like that right now. We'll get you all the way there, Tal. Thank you, precious Patricia. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. He took it to the meetings with clients that were uncomfortable truth moments. He'd put it on the table, put the agenda with it, and say, my team only has the capacity to give a fuck about one thing. Put this on what you want us to give a fuck about the most. Spend the fuck wisely. That is so funny. Kat, that's super cool that you play more games with friends. I would like to get more into that, but I'm so scared of like collabs. I do collabs, but I never stream them because I'm always like, I can't possibly keep up with chat and the people I'm playing with. So I do collabs with other people, but then I don't stream them. You know what I mean? If you ever wanted to play something, I would be happy to try and at least like an hour in there or something, if you wanted to. I'm not a horror gamer though. I can't do horror. um, exactly true though, Seru. Now, pals, don't do it if you can't afford it for yourself. That's true. Please don't sacrifice for me. I will try and alter my Palsona thing later tonight before I do a thing, so she has a cute horns on it. Oh, that'd be perfect, Cutie Cata. Thank you. Future Islands on the queue. Nice. I've never regretted joining this community. I'm so glad. I'm so happy to hear that. But yeah, Cutie Cat, let me know. Looking down, but on a hill. Okay, okay, on a hill. Let me think. Ooh, to be able to play games with the Tau. Ooh. I would love to do more stuff like that. Give me just a second. Oh my gosh, Aspen is so sweet. One second. That's incredible. Sorry, Storm, I'm looking at the coin you sent. Time waits now for no man. Now. That's great. I like these. Zero fucks coin. Is this I'm surprised this doesn't have a .au in it. I feel like this is an Australian website, but I guess it's not. Made in the USA. I guess Americans also don't give a fuck sometimes, but I love that they got 2 cents. My 2 cents, honey badger, rat's ass. Fuck around and find out coin. These are great. Those are really funny. I like those a lot, Storm. All right, let me just grab the image to redline for you, lovely. Right. Okay. Here we are. Looking down on a slope, so the top would be the closest. Okay, well, let me show you what I would probably do if that were the case. I would probably do something like this. So if we're on a so are we in the is it like our point of view, or is there going to be someone up on the hill that we're looking at from like behind? Let me see. This is a Kata theme song. Just shared some progress pics of my now finished model. Ooh, I will have a look. They're Florida-based, but do ship to Australia. That's sick. Fitting. Fitting. All right, let me see. We've got some progress on Precious Patricia's. Ooh, this one looks like it's spinny. Does this propeller spin? Ooh, do these wheels roll? They look like they might. Very nice. I love the matte coloring. And then, ooh, very cool. Well done, my dear. Well done. I like your decals. Well done. Very cool. Excellent work, lovely Patricia. Excellent work. Very impressive indeed. I didn't realize they expanded into rings. I have a lot of Tau outfits, so what should I do first? Shark Tau or chicken Tau? Friend slap? We not calling them party games anymore? I don't know. I don't do too many of them, so I'm just going off of what lovely Cat said. I am only a little bit addicted to it. Ground shot / camera point of view. Okay, gotta make plane noises. All right, so if we're looking down from here, then our first order of business would probably be something like defining where the hill is, maybe like here. Oh, sorry. maybe like here. And then we have our path, which expands closer to where we are, right? And then we got to remember that there's a whole bunch of the hill, like everything that's creating this angle, we don't see. So that means that we'll have it kind of go back down and maybe down like that. Kind of like that. Is that sort of what you're looking for? Kind of what you're thinking of? You're gonna do shark towel? I'm excited. Those are more boat noises first. If you want to know if they spin or not, look in the art again. Ooh, let me see. Is there a little video? Ooh. Oh, cool. You can blow on it and it. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's so cool. They're sensitive enough that you can blow on it and they go. That's so cute. I love that. That's awesome. Heck yeah. Shark Tao is super scared of land. That would be very funny, actually. But yeah, cutie cat, or sorry, I should probably, we have lots of cats in the chat now. Cats in the chat. Space cat, is this kind of what you're talking about? And the other thing that you can do to kind of show that, distance is being covered is the amount of detail that you have should go down as it goes further. New picture, does it help? Let me have a look, hold on. How are we already 2/3 done with the next storytelling stream? I guess we got a lot of pals who really enjoy it, which is really awesome because I love reading your guys' stories, taking you to new places. So are these markings like the kind of definition, like the hold on. So are you saying that like this is part of a hill and then this is like the bottom of a hill and then this is like the hill we're on and then this is another hill? Like that kind of? Is that what you're getting at? Yeah, okay, all right. So in that case, yeah, so it's still the same kind of thing. So the pathing goes over it, over like multiple bumps, is that right? It's awesome to know that my art and my work is appreciated here. I love everybody's art and work, absolutely. Dude, I'm so excited to order all of this, all the watercolor things. I'm so excited. I can't wait. I haven't gotten to do watercolor for so long. Let's see. Okay, all right. Okay, in that case, we will just fade this out substantially so I can still see it. So, kind of still stands. So let's say that we're standing here looking over this hill. We still have to keep in mind how much of this this steep angle is not being seen. So it looks like you kind of want to go over here, and then this will kind of go over. Like through a valley kind of thing, maybe. And then if you wanted to like terminate out here, is that kind of what you're talking about, Space? Sudist Space Cat? I'm just picturing Shark Tao using a super soaker to pave a walking path. That would be funny. I just want to let you know that if anyone ever tells you that they don't care or that they didn't ask, just know that all of us here, we do care, and we did ask. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, honey. Thank you. Sweetest Spot, thank you for the care package, darling. Appreciate you. Yeah, let me know if this is kind of what you're looking for, Patricia. Not Patricia, sorry. Pseudo Space Cat. Damn, top plan where she's gonna terminate them. No, what? Terminate who? But what I was gonna say, if this is right, lovely Space Cat, is, let's see, in my opinion, I'm on the I don't care about what that negative person said. I want to know more. Wait, what negative person? So sorry to be confusing. Think more POV from a small animal. So the ground would be kind of steep and have lumps. Okay. Let me think. Oh, we can terminate it right here. Got it. Okay. Dearest Dandy Man, sweetheart, thank you ever so much for begging for the raid to come here. We do appreciate you. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, sweetheart. We'll see you soon, okay? I want to hear more of what you say versus what jerks say. Aw, thank you, Mogrim. I appreciate it. I'll try an example. Okay. May not have been the one asking for art help, but if I was, I'm sure you could give the best art help you could. I would do my best. I would do my best. I suppose if you were a small animal, it depends on how far back you are. Because if you're at the very tippy top of the hill, you would probably just see. You'd probably just see this. But no matter what, you would have the vanishing point out here. Sweetest sweet Jazzy being so sweet. All right. Let me see if Lovely Space has put anything else in here. Looks like a nice valley. It's a valley. Oh, it's coming, isn't it? I can hear the Valley Girl request. It's incoming. I can feel it. All right. Let me see here real quick. I wonder if space means so. Asking you shall receive. OMG. So in this pic, cat is the. Are you saying that the squiggly line is like the? So we our little head is right here. Is that right? And then, because if so, this is pretty much like what a little guy would see. Or if he's at the very edge, obviously we would just get rid of this, and we would still have. This is still what they would probably see with a little bit of like, you know, grass here and here, maybe. Kind of like that, maybe. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I'm quite grasping what you're looking for. If it's on cooldown, but it's gonna happen. I do believe it, mate. I do believe that. Yeah. If you were just a little guy at the edge of a hill, you would still see it would still disappear beyond like the horizon. Terminate at the horizon. Thank you for trying. I'll try to figure out. Oh, I'm sorry, Space Cat. If you can give me like some more specific guidance, I can probably help a little bit more. I guess I'm just not quite understanding what you're looking for. Unfortunately, but if if you can give me like a more detailed explanation, then I can try again. Sorry, hun. All right. Let me see here. What have we got for our little fox? Whoa. Okay. Chill. Chill, homie. Wait. That's so fast, and it like stretches it out. Let me see if I can. Here? Yeah, and then I need like something in between. Or maybe I just need to like not stretch this one out too much. How about that? Oh, shit. Hold on. Get out of the drawing mode. Whew, sorry, I'm still like reeling from you guys being so sweet and generous. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much, you guys. You're so fucking sweet. Urgh, I don't even know what to do. I'm gonna get a sweet tooth from you guys. All right. We do what we can to make our favorite thylacine happy. Oh, well, you guys definitely succeed. Random thought, but curious. How do you play rhythm games? I'm not very good at rhythm games. However, with that said, we did play through Hi-Fi Rush, and that was a blast. Even though I wasn't very good at it, we made it, but I wasn't very good at it. And yeah, I'm not great at rhythm games. Shall continue to make you happy now and forever, and I am so happy to hear that because you guys, I hope I'm just giving back at least half of the happiness you guys give me. Is all I can wish for. Okay, still stretching out too much. Unless, what if I compromise and do that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The VA for Chai from Hi-Fi Rush is the same person that voices Akechi in Persona 5. I can hear that now. Remember how I said I liked his voice? Yeah, that makes sense. I'll check that out. I've been addicted to DJ Maxx for a while now. What is DJ Maxx? You should. I think you'd really like Hi-Fi Rush if you haven't checked it out. It's actually very funny too. Tau, charger. Absolutely. We actually have to go on a quick break, so I will go and retrieve my chargers. Let me just I do want to kind of see where we are with this real quick. I can tell that once we get the other tail going, we're gonna need to do some serious coordinating and a little bit more wagging. I don't like that tail. Because it's moving the whole thing. Moving it up, I think that might be part of it. I hate that it pauses there. Please don't pause there. Like, I know I'm the one who put that there, but oh my god. Okay, all right, fine. 1 minute and we've lost 5%. Hey, lovely Liv. Welcome on in, gorgeous. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. Yuri Lowenthal. I love Yuri Lowenthal. Is Akechi Yuri Lowenthal? I didn't even realize that. Strat, arting is going well. Are you working? Precious Poogie, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. I am doing well. How are you? The pals are being incredibly generous once again. DJ Maxx is sort of like DDR for computer, but they have modes with a ton of buttons. You know what's funny though, sweetest Sir Jazzy? You asking about rhythm games triggered a brain blast core memory within me. Did anyone play Audition? Does anyone remember that one? Gonna walk the doggos now? Oh, good, Precious Patricia. Charge it. Okay. All right, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also Metamondo in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah. Chan can finish any 5-hour game in at least 17 hours. Hey, I resemble that remark. Needle?
What are you doing?
Oh.
An idiot.
Yeah, that wasn't very bright. Ouch. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? That one was a strat. Big cow! Road trip catchphrases? Stay fresh, cheese bags. Eat your own lips. Punch asphalt, big boy. Time to make the donuts. Suck my butt, butt sucker. I've been to Reno, bitch. Kill, baby, kill, kill. A lot of people were doing it. Suck the big one. You know how to jet. I think we could implement some of those. Look, you guys, nothing ever happened. Look, it's perfect once more. You don't even see. It's almost invisible. 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 Ah! it's on the floor. Oh no.
Just one of you, huh?
Jesus Christ, you scared me, man.
Wasting my time.
Jesus fucking shit, holy hell. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh man. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Jazza. Thank you for that. I will... Yummy water. And Ryuji is Tao's adopted son. That's true. Actually, please wish me a happy Father's Day. I am daddy. I am the father. I am the father.
Take a tour.
Here it comes.
Ah!
No need to worry. I'll handle this. I need to prove my worth to you.
Tao-chan can finish any 5-hour game in at least 17 hours. Hey, I resemble that remark. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen! Good. Thank you for listening. There's no sun here. I see no sun. Oh, there it is. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Okay, great. All right. Let's let's go on a very quick break, my darlings. As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tao's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling. Public execution for him by your machetes, Tao. True. Let's fucking go. This can be arranged.
Who knows what may lie?
I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I can also do. Make me angelic, fuck you!
Wanna head back?
We should go home. Exactly, Yuki. Tao Street. I don't think you should be afraid. Okay, sorry, wrong verse. Hi, I'm back. Hello. How are you? Let you guys finish your words, and then we will jump back into our. Don't worry, it is. I am afraid. Don't be into our charging. I lose my iPad. Welcome back, Pseudostat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who's yelling at me? Someone's yelling at me. Ah, scary. Ah! 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 Welcome back, Pseudosshadowgun. Welcome back, Cutie Cat. Come at me, I fucking dare you. Come on. Come on. Don't make me do it. Hee Storm, thank you for gigantifying such a cute emote. Oh, sorry. Those are our words. There's our safe. Cutie Cata gets uppies. An excellent cutie Cata. Sweetest Sir Jassy. Welcome back. Sweetest Storm. Welcome back. Lovely Liz. Welcome back. Nix Metoslice Gemslice. Uppies. Good neat. Exceptional Engage. Welcome back. Uppies. Terrific Talon. Welcome back. Uppies. Good Talon. Hi, beautiful Bublin. How are you? I think I will get to stick to the end of stream. Change of plans. So Mom wants to go to the town planning office much later today. Oh, is everything okay, Strat? Like, we're thrilled to have you, but I'm afraid of having you in substitute of you getting shit done. Lovely love. Uppies. Good love. Welcome back, Precious Poogie. Welcome back, Sweetest Seru. Welcome on in, wonderful Wabba Jack. How are you doing? Tis so good to see you. And Maid, you thought I just saw that you've donated $10 to the Churchburg support. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, Maid, you were so sweet. Thank you ever so much. It's very, very kind of you, sweetheart. Thank you so, so much. Oop, you got me. I did. I got you. I got you. Thank you. Left you a message too? Hold on, I gotta go see it. I like to see the messages you guys leave on these, on the throne gifts because they're always super sweet or really funny. 1 second. Let me see. Where is it? 1 second. Messages. That's it? No? Let me see. It's fine. We just need to go fill out some forms. So bank work gets postponed to Monday. Gotcha. Okay, I see. I see. Town planning office. Excellent. Play on words there, engage. I just imagine us lined up and you picking us all up in turn during return. Yes, that is exactly what happens. I thought that was an entirely different song from the opening. Speaking of Shark Tale, check my fan arts. Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm still trying to find the message from the angelic maid. 1 second. I'm just trying to see. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you guys have funded 50% of the chargeback support. Thank you so much. It is so fucking kind of you guys. Thank you. 1 second. Sorry, I'm just looking for the. Where is? I wonder why it. Does it maybe not? Does it not show until? That's okay if it didn't get through. Do you mind telling me what it said, sweetheart? Is that okay? I'm so sorry. It's not. Yeah, I'm not seeing it here. I wonder if it's because of the because it's not funded yet or something. I'm not sure. Told you we would get to 100% before we know it. We're at 50%, but like I am overwhelmed by the support with 50%. That's crazy. That is absolutely amazing. Yeah, I'm sorry. It doesn't. I don't see it made, but I want to know what you said. Let me see. Okay, and then Seti wanted me to look at the artwork.
Oh my god. What?
Ozzy! Oh my god, Ozzy! Thank you so much. Contributing $25 reduce to the chargeback support as well, darling. Thank you so much, sweetheart. It's so kind of you. Thank you so much, Angel. Oh my gosh. Thank you, lovely Ozzy. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's way more than 0%, like so much more. That's true. I just, the fact that you said, we'll get to 100% before it, I'm like, wait. No, I am incredibly grateful. Thank you so much, Ozzy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hello, precious Patricia. How's your walk going? Your voice for the love of all that is pouchiest. Proof of my love for all that is pouchiest. Look at my little ears. That's so funny. How has the stream been? It's been good. It's been excellent, Ozzy. The pals have been very generous between Maid, Jazzy, and Storm. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Walk is going good. I'm glad. Just having the Jaws theme. I wish I could remember the Jaws theme. Fuck. Like I would know it as soon as I hear it, but this is so funny. How got eaten by a shark? That's so funny. That's so cute. Good job. Great work. Fuck yeah, pals. Keep being amazing. For real. Oh my god. Thank you so much, precious pals. Thank you so much for the $25 as well, lovely Aussie. So appreciated. Let me see. Cow just got run over by a reindeer.
Oh my god.
What? Storm? Fuck, Storm! Oh my god. Thank you so much, Storm. Storm. Thank you so much. Richard, thank you for Jesus Christ, thank you so much for the little sticker thingies as well, my little stickers. And thank you so much for more help with the chargeback with another 32, almost $33. Thank you so much, sweetie. I really appreciate it, Storm. What the heck? Oh my god, thank you. Thank you so much. That is so fucking kind and generous of you, sweetie. Thank you. Storm with the triple fire. I think it's more like 5 fires now. Now there's only 1,500 Australian dollars to go. Storm, thank you so much. You are so kind. Thank you so very much. You absolute treasure. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god, you guys, you were way too sweet. Thank you. Please don't contribute unless you guys are comfortable with affording it. I'm not telling you that, Storm. Don't worry. I know that you'll take that as a you didn't have to do I know, Tao, I know. But I'm just letting everybody know, please, 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 you are treasured and valued. Even if you can't contribute a single dollar, I really appreciate you being here. It really is absolutely amazing. And oh, well done on your boss, you guys. Storm is going to break town, no worries, though I have glue. Hope is not lost. The pals will always have your back. In your darkest hours, the pals will help light the way. Keep it up, good job! Keep it a good job! Magnificent maid, that's a beautiful note. I really love that. I wish that had come through. I would have loved to read that out loud when I was screeching. But even now, I will very happily and gratefully read it out loud. Thank you so much, maid. Keep it up, good job. Thank you so much, maid. That's so thoughtful. I love that message so much. That's so sweet. We'll put Tao back together again. We can rebuild her. We have the technology. Break Tao again, and we'll have another week break. That's not true. I took that week break not because of you guys. That was because of the chargebacks and trying to find another job to pay back the chargebacks. So that translates to spend your money on me. Spend it all. That is not at all. That is not true.
Keep it up.
Good
Good job.
job. Good job. Give it a good job. Give it a good job. Thank you so much, me. Thank you so much, Storm. Thank you so much, Aussie. Thank you so much, Patricia. Thank you so much, Jessie. Thank you guys so much. How many songs on the list? A lot. Let me see. I will just scroll. I'm not going to count them all. Okay. So this is where we are. This is where we're going. All the way down to here. So all of these. Hold on, I'm gonna break up the surprising click amongst, oh my gosh, there's so many of these others. Hold on. I might, whoops. I'm just gonna break up some of these things that are from the same album. Okay. Yeah, I just think that people are gonna get sick of the same thing. Is all? Let me see. Hey, Vixie, welcome on in, Miss Vixie. It's good to see you. How are you doing? I was wondering why my Discord was so glitching. It was because I needed to update. Ah, that would do it. That would do it. If I had a better paying job, I would definitely be giving you more of my money. No, don't worry. You are doing more than enough, sweetheart. Please do not even worry. Do not even worry. All right. Sorry. I will get back to our animating right now. Give me money. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now. Is that your perspective, Engage? All right, let me see. I'm gonna have to do a lot more defining here. I am the good. Vibing after work before I slip into a sleep coma. Oh, that sounds good. I wish I could sleep into a sleep coma. That sounds delightful. All the same, I hope that you have a wonderful sleep. And thank you so much for the headband, darling. Thank you, thank you. Have we made decent progress so far? Kinda. It's hard with this, with these tails. Chicken Tao next. I hope work went well though, lovely Vixie. Yeah, have to do this more gradually. Now, blah, 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 blah. McTow? I thought this sounded like Takaya Kuroda, the voice actor for Kazuma Kiryu. Oh, and is it the Raza? Yes, basically. I'm Liddy Titty, so I just live in the void right now with the friends. That is fair, hon. That is fair. I had some chicken tandoori for dinner last night. If Tao made it, would that make it chicken Tao Dory? Very good. Automod did not approve of the word titty. Nope, it still doesn't. I have, oh, sorry, it is, yes. Oh, good ear then, Teraza. Well done, well done. I'm pretty sure this actually is a song from Yakuza. Ah, okay, cool, cool, cool. Oh my goodness, hold on. It is, they had the voice actors sing the karaoke songs that Kiryu sings in-game. Oh, that's cool. That's fun. Automod doesn't approve of much. That is true. That is true. If I am not happy with your progress, I will not be giving you your bonus this Christmas. So you better put in that elbow grease. You know I'm a harsh employer. I should be giving you a bonus actually, Strand. Actually. It's from Yakuza 0 and Infinite Wealth. Oh, is it in both of the games? I want chips, but I'm out. Oh no, Miss Vixie, can you order some? Or make some? Automod also does not approve of Twinks. Aha! Sometimes it does. Occasionally it does. But not always. Fuck. No. Oh no. Oh, whoops. Not even the right keyframe. The tail like deflates. Oh god. For some reason, Automod is fine with the plural Twinks, but not the singular form of that word. Potato crisps? Oh, potato crisp chips, so no. Oh no, Vixie, maybe tomorrow? Maybe you can get some tomorrow. Posted a minor goof to Fanart. Oh my god, I love goof. I hope it's the same goof of Jazzy fame that I have sitting beside me that I'm literally gonna pet right now. So cute. I love him. You should be saving up. Don't spend on some fictional mod and stuff. Forgot about the different country words. Yeah, different country words indeed. Thank you for the care package, Cedar Storm. Everything is chip. This will go into the fan art. This is going into fan art for sure. This is so good. I love it. No, very different goof, but I'm glad he's there. He is, and he's so treasured. I love him so much, and I love this as well so much. It's so good. That's really funny. That's awesome, hun. Thank you so much. Occasionally, bananas are chips. Wait, are they? Like if you dry them out? Fries is chips, chips is chips, crisps is chips. It's true. I don't know about you, but the tiny wings seem to be moving too fast in comparison to the rest. Well, the idea is that the wings are supposed to be moving a lot faster than the rest of it. Also, if I slow them down, then I will have to do probably 20 more drawings. So, is that Taws? Taws? I know banana chips. Yummy. Yummy. Have you ever had veggie chips? I have. I like veggie chips. They're quite lovely. Yum, 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 yum. All right. Let me see here. Come on. They used to be a school lunchbox staple for me. That sounds pretty bomb. I probably wouldn't have eaten them back when I was in like grade school because I was too picky, but now that I'm older, I do like them a lot. I just noticed the leg wingies. Yeah, they're little because since the lovely Yuki is a vampire, she wanted to have some little leg wings on her companion. Different country words, like what the Welsh call a jellyfish, it literally translates to sea word of the sea. I learned that today. That's interesting, Cyber. Hey, how are you? I love banana chips growing up. I ate it so much that at some point I got tired of it. I don't consume them much now. Interesting. They're precious. Aren't they cute? I like them too. I think they're pretty cute. Grandmothers are the freaking best. Grandmothers do rock. These are facts. Sorry, I'm just watching the tails. It's like almost there, but not quite. I like the return to form. That's not bad. That was a follow from a little story I posted above. Oh, follow on. Oh, did I miss something? Sorry. Oh, my local Asian supermarket has these import semi-dried bananas, so they're concentrated and sweet and chewy, and they're coated in a batter that makes them also a little crispy. They remind me of something my grandmother used to make, and just thinking about these bananas makes me cry. Oh, honey. That actually does sound like a very grandma-coated sweet treat. My best memories of my grandma were she used to, before bed, when I would stay over at her place, she would give me a glass of milk and some graham crackers, and I am a disgusting little turd, as I always have been, as you guys saw last night, and I would dip the graham cracker into the milk, but I would attempt to pull it out right before it like disintegrated into the milk. It didn't always happen, and there were times where I would just load graham crackers into the glass of milk until there was a pile of soaking wet, like desiccated graham cracker, and then I would drink the milk, and then I would spoon the wet graham cracker out. It was delightful. Yummy. Welsh has 2 words for shark. For smaller or reef sharks, they're called morki, literally sea moor dogs. Oh, cute! Sea dogs. And the larger or more dangerous sharks are called morwyn, or sea wolves. Oh, that's cute. I like that. That's clever. Um, my grandma's bananas weren't crispy, but the taste and the slightly leathery, satisfying bite is identical to what I remember from my childhood. That's so sweet. Oh, I love that. That's awesome. My best memory is my grandma pinching me to have my glass of milk and me dropping it every single day. Yes, every single day. One went to the floor and the other I reluctantly drank. Damn, you were a determined kid. You did not like your milk, huh? It was the only way that I would drink milk, for the record. I still don't like milk, but I like almond milk and I like chocolate milk. Might take the day off of work for my health and all that jazz. Been getting lightheaded and dizzy a lot. Oh no. Oh, you're not being able to stay cool, huh? Was fine during the last 2 heat waves and they were hotter. I don't know why this one is affecting me. Are you, do you still have the same level of like hydration and cooling strategies, hun? Graham cracker oatmeal does go pretty hard, to be fair. Thank you. I'm glad you agree. You and I can both eat our soaking wet, desiccated graham crackers together. I learned an animal fact the other day. What's that, sweetest space cat? The kid-friendly version of Welsh jellyfish is Sigod Wibbly Wobbly. That's so cute. I'm just imagining Sea Dog VA saying these words. There's actually a very cool story about a Welshman's encounter with a Morwen that I may write about in the next Storytime stream. I would love to hear it. Or read it. Pet's the fox creature friend. Thank you, lovely Vixie. I'm sure the little fox appreciates it. Strat, thank you for tuning the storytelling stream. Okay, hold on. I gotta start somewhere here. I want to start with the right there. So this is where like there's a little skip that kind of rougher. That's better. That's a lot smoother. Thank you for the care package, Osmosi. Thank you. Yummy water. This is a species. Sorry, there is a species of penguin called little penguin. They are the smallest penguins and native to New Zealand and Australia. The fairy penguin. Yeah, we have fairy penguins. They're very cute. I think we've talked about it on stream actually before. If you go to Bichano, you can go see them, or in the Northwest Coast as well. I drank 6 liters of water in 8 hours. Is that enough? That should definitely be enough. But if you're sweating a lot, are you overloading yourself maybe? Because that's also possible. Strat, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. At my grandma's, we used to always have deli sandwiches and Cheetos. And at some point, my sis and I just started loading up the sandwich with Cheetos directly. It has become a core memory. That sounds amazing. So, Jazzy, I think you and I should have been friends when we were kiddos. I think we would have gotten along famously, and we would have like stolen amazing food items for children and given them to each other. We are closing in on the storytelling stream. Truth. Sweetest Sir Jazzy, thank you for contributing to that as well, by the way. I remember my grandma teaching me how to cook spaghetti when I was probably too young to be around the pot or the heat. Nothing bad happened, though, and it became a bonding time that I'm still fond of. That's so sweet, Poogie. I love that. Be prepared for another storytelling stream. This time I plan to write the story of how I got hired. Kinda. Wait, here? That would be awesome. I would love to read that. I've forgotten. So that'd be great. I'll call it The Ballad of David Griffith, or That Time a Welsh Dude Jumped Off a Ship with a Broadsword to Defend a Child from a Great White Shark. That does sound pretty awesome. Very metal. My grandmother also used to make rehydrated milk from powder. I don't know if she used the extra powder to make super milk or anything, but that flavor is very nostalgic. Now that I think about it, between the bananas and the dehydrated milk powder and the garlic, it's surprising to think my ancestry on that side is German and not Asian. I've definitely pushed myself too far today, and I am going to feel it later. Oh, Ozzy, I hope that you go get comfy and relax pretty soon. They look so cute. Ironically, the reason I learned this is because of my favorite Sanrio character, Tuxedo Sam. He is based off of a fairy penguin. That's so cute. There's not much sweat, which might be a problem. Just get very dry and irritable skin instead. Oh, that would do it. If you're not sweating, you're probably not drinking enough water, even though you've been drinking 6 liters. The animation looks amazing. Oh, are you enjoying it? Got a lot of changes I want to do to it, but I really want to get that third tail in there because that's going to help me, you know, figure out what needs to be done with it. Let me say it will be a more fictional version of how things went, but the timeline will be accurate. I would love that. Do it. Yeah, do it. All right. Let me get distracted from those two tails first, and now let's do our top one. Oh my god, I just realized. Dude. Did that just say what I think it fucking said? Bruh, I think that I just have never noticed. But it looks like you can actually decide how many controls you have. Hold on. Oh my god, you can. Oh my god!
Bye-bye.
Ugh, okay. I should have been doing this all along. Okay, maybe I'll put this on 6 and 6. Shadowgun, you going to bed? I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, sweetie. Thank you so much for being here. New power unlocked. It's true. It's true. All right. Let me see. Hey Strat, can I get a shout out for Save File 17? You got swooped by a noisy Mina. Ooh, yikes. We don't have those here that I know of. We have plovers though, which are mean and evil. Yeah, get him. Get him. Get him. Try as you may, Save File 17, you will never defeat me. That's not fair what I'm just saying. Are we past the cooldown on shouting out? I'm going to respond to him. Hold on. There we go. Beat him up with love. All right. Tail time. Nosy minas could be found in most of the country, I thought. I guess not Tassie then. They're small, almost songbird-sized, mostly light brown and gray with the little yellow beaks and yellow eyes. Oh, maybe we do have them then. I've just never heard tales of being swooped by them is all. The only ones that I've ever known to swoop, and I've never been swooped, knock on wood, but are plovers and plovers and magpies. Stop there. Where's the... Okay. Okay, don't make me regret putting too many... Uh-oh, I think I'm gonna regret it already. I wish you could modify the number of, warp points, and handles. Like on the go, you know? Like I wish that like the first one could have 4 and then the next one could have 6. Because this is a little bit, I feel like I'm like finger painting right now. I don't know about, yeah. Maybe you know what? Based on the fact that, yeah, I might just have to tell it to night. Yeah, I'll need to redo it with less points because it's just not gonna fit with the other two. You know what I mean? because that one will be like super, super uh finger painty.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Fuck. Sent in media? Okay, I'll have a look. Noisy miners. This is actually the correct spelling. Oh, they're miners. Oh, but yeah, Australians say minus. Yeah, that makes sense. They are a horrible pest in Victoria. Unlike the Indian myna, an unrelated but similar looking bird with a similar name, these pests are natively Australian. Interesting. So are they Victorian exclusive? Would you like to see some flowers we have on my place? You will have to wait, though. I need to go take a pic once it stops raining. Of course. Lizard! Yeah, lizard. Exactly. Exactly, Betalina. Hold on. Let me see here. You know, I don't know if I recognize these. Are they in... Okay, they are in New South Wales. Are they, I'm fairly sure Taz does have them. Okay. And they're aggressive, huh? Interesting. The yellow like eyeshadow thing is very cool. I just don't know if I've I guess I just haven't like comprehended them. So yeah, no, maybe we do have them. I don't know very much about birds, to be clear, unfortunately. Noisy miners are native to East and Southeast Australia. I'm fairly sure Taz does have them. Okay. I've just never, like, I guess maybe I've seen them and I've not comprehended that I've seen them. You know what I mean? ENG. Oh, she's gone. Wait, can I get a do it for her?
I would go for your butt, probably.
Yeah, get him. Do it for her, Save. Do it for her. Yeah. Hey, that was not the do it for her I expected. There we go. A very vibrant memory of mine from primary school days is noisy miners tapping on the mirrors of cars during drop-off time. That's funny. They just like to tap things? Yeah, rocking out. What do you think of the eagle I posted this morning? I don't know if I saw it, hun. Let me see. They're kind of aggressive, but not like the Indian mynas. Those things are evil. I got smacked in the head by one getting off a train once. Damn. Very vibrant. Let me see. Hados. Hi, lovely Hados. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. It's an IRL. Okay, I'll have a look. I'm getting so tired of getting an AI response before actually getting links to relevant sources. I wish they gave an option to turn it off. God, me too. It is so irritating. The clip of Tao pointing at Safe pointing at Tao is super funny. Just wait. We'll get to the point where it's Tao pointing at Safe, pointing at Tao, 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 pointing at Safe. Pointing it politely. All right, let me go see in media your eagle today. Oh wait, sorry, you said IRL. Whoa, I love wedgies. Wedgies are my favorite. I think they're my favorite bird, actually. Wedge-tail eagles are so cool looking. And Tassie, they grow them big here. They are so massive and they are so majestic. Oh my God, this bitch is out here requesting a Valley Girl. Unbelievable. Fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Oh my God, Save. Oh my God. What, you can't hear me? Oh, is that right? Oh, that's so funny. You're so fucking funny, bitch. He thinks he's so fucking funny. Go request a Yugi. Oh my God, I guess I could. I did do a do it for her, but yeah, I think it's about time that we... This is a war. Save file fucking 17. You better watch out. I lose battles. I do not lose wars. There, Save has palliers. Somebody has to tell me what he's saying. Report back. Okay, report back. Thank you for my pal hat storm. Much appreciated, babes. Much appreciated. The Tauception is a real thing. It's so true. It's a wedge-tailed eagle that is actually called Sergeant Courage. That's so cute. Oh my god, I'm obsessed. Thank you for the care package. Is at this point you might need to flip him off and he flips you off back from his side. That would be so funny. But I feel like flipping somebody off, that might be like paramount to like a physical swear, and he doesn't swear, so I feel like he would be like, if I went like this, he would be like, you did request this, babes. Well done, precious Patricia. What is he doing? What is he doing? Breaking news.
Yugi, I don't
redeem
understand how to
unredeemed
play
crimes
this
are now
game.
prevalent. Caught in 2K. Oh my god, bestie, it's like so good to see you, bitch. Like, yes, girl, we need to get like so drunk together and go to like parties so fucking hard, bitch. Yeah, bitch, absolutely. Another one done in fan arts. Amazing. Can someone tell me what he said? I must know. Okay, hold on. Let me see what you've done here. Chicken Tao babes. Look at the eyes. That's incredible. I love it. Oh my god, look at my little feeties. Oh my god, look at those feet. Oh wait, you can't see them. There, look. Oh no, you can't see them. Not the festy trotters, bitch. No way. No way. TauTassieTiger. It's true. TauTassieTiger. Indeed. This song is such a banger. Is that Colonel Slenders? Colonel Slenders. That's funny. That's very funny. I love this song. I didn't mean turbo chickens as a joke. I believe that is slang term for Tasmanian native hen. That is correct. That is correct. That is what they're called. Turbo chooks. We actually call them turbo chooks, actually. I am curious if you have seen any before. I've seen a lot of them. Yeah, they're like everywhere. I've seen them all over the place. All the places I've lived, I've seen them. They're super funny. And cute, and they have long legs, and they're little dorks, and I love them. Yeah. In fact, I think that turbo chook is probably a valley tau's favorite bird. Regular tau loves wedge tails, but they are really that common. Yeah, they really are. They're like super common. You caught me off guard with that one. I choked from laughing. As long as you cleared your throat after choking. Okay, sorry. I have to like lock in. Just kidding. Thank you for gigantifying that emo lab. That is such a cute emo, babes. Thank you for gigantifying the little lab and munchie on strawberries. Wedge tails are probably my favorite bird. Yeah, they're my favorite bird. Yeah. Well, they're regular tau's favorite bird. My favorite bird is a turbo chook. In Australia, we have a favorite wildlife native to much of the country, the Australian white ibis. Oh my god, bin chickens, babes. I love a bin chicken. Lavnom, the chocolate strawberry. Yeah, chalky strawberry indeed. Oh my god, absolutely amazing. Okay, and now I get to talk normally again. Yeah, no, I love wedge tails. Said it was to thank for that one. Nicely done, Setter. Nicely done. Oops, not locked in. We call them bin chickens for their unique evolutionary advantage that makes them perfect for scavenging from bins. They are very good at it. Yeah, like they like to slurp up the bin juice. David, hey, sweetest David, thank you so very much for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. We need a day where we just watch the legendary Steve doing his thing, obviously on Discord, but that would be a lot of fun. Steve Irwin, yeah. Have you guys seen have you seen the, I don't think it was Wired, I think it was the Honesty Box of Robert Irwin, talking about how much he loves animals and stuff like that. He is like the spitting image of his dad. His dad would be so fucking proud of him. It's so cute to watch him be like, just like his dad, just like him. Woodpecker birds like pecking wood. Bluebirds, hold on. Bluebirds that sing pretty good. Sparrows are a bird that are pretty cool, eh? And ibises are birds that drink bin juice all day. Is that from an Australian like children's book? You got late. Have a good rest of stream, y'all. Enjoy the arting. Thank you so much, sweetest Sir Jesse, and thank you so much for the amazing and immense support. I'm so excited to blame you for when we do watercolors. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Bin chicken is a new one. Yeah, these things are crazy looking. Here in the States, we got trash pandas instead. Raccoons are very cute. But yeah, definitely trash pandas. Robert is awesome. He really is. He's fantastic. Oh my God, that's a song on YouTube. Wait, this song? I love how his kids have grown up to be really incredible conservationists. Really runs in the family. Yeah, listen, Terry's done like an outstanding job with them. It's fucking crazy that she did pretty much all of that by herself. I'm so, you know, it gives me hope for like the future if she could do that, you know, in the public light, and yet her kids wound up being such incredible people. That is from a very vulgar song called Australian Song About Birds that drops multiple C-bombs and just descends into complaining about ibis messing up picnics and being a general annoyance. Oh, so the opposite of a children's book. Got it. If I could magically turn any wild creature into a domesticated variant that was safe and responsible to own as a pet, raccoons are definitely in my top 5. Can I know what the other 4 are, Red? I would love to know. Okay, hold on. We're gonna put the next one. Can I post the link here or pop it in Discord? If it's on YouTube, you'll probably want to put it in the media channel, sweetie. Or music, actually, if it's a song. All right. Glad you asked. In no particular order, raccoons, Virginia possums, raccoons, coyotes, and mountain lions. I like that raccoons are twice. So they're in your top 5, but they're not your number 1, even though they're in there twice. Are you sure? They're almost 50% of what you want in a pet. Post it in music. Enjoy if you watch. Thank you, Ozzy. I appreciate it. I think I would like to tame water buffalo and hippopotamus. That'd be so sick. The very next verse is literally just, a crow is a bird with a heaps mad squawk, a cockatoo's a bird with a sick mohawk, chicken is a bird that tastes good and lays eggs, and ibises are bin juice drinking dregs. A goose is a bird that's chilled like a duck, and ibis is a bird that's a picnic wrecking fuck. That's really funny, Patricia. I like that. Wait, I said raccoons twice by accident? Oh, I thought that was your intention. Skunks, that would be an interesting one. How would you, I mean, you wouldn't want to like remove the little skunky gland, right? They need that, I think, but man, that would be unfortunate if you ever scared your skunk. Let's see. Oh, you mean stink raccoons. That's right, raccoons and stink raccoons. Generally not a good idea, as raccoons are still wild animals and trying to raise or befriend them can be unpredictable, even if raised from birth. Yeah, that's fair. Well, it's how there is an abundance of water buffalo in FNQ and Northern Territory. Wait, FNQ, hold on. Far North Queensland and Northern Territory. Have at it. You know, on second thought, wait, do you know what I would love to tame? Because I think I could ride it, is a cassowary. Mind you, it would have to be like my absolute best friend, because if it so much as like glanced at me while it was trying to scratch its leg or something, I'd bleed out like that. But like, so cool. Raccoons will destroy furniture even though it's domesticated. Yeah, raccoons aren't really. They're not really domesticated yet, though, right? Because there's a difference between like taming and domestication. So even like tamed raccoons are still wild animals. Raccoons once have been present in Australia, but not for long. I wish we could do that with, as much as I love like rabbits and stuff, those are horribly invasive, as well as cane toads. Both of those need to get got. Insert that one Tumblr post about cassowaries here. Imagine riding cassowaries in a battle. Scary shit. Raccoons are tamed, not domesticated. Yeah, that's it, Jasa. That's it. I would love to tame an accountant. Dealing with taxes is such a pain, and finding taximon in the wild is a challenge. There are some domesticated raccoons, like there are some domesticated foxes. Yeah, but I don't think that any of that is like, you know, an accurate assessment of the animal, is it? Hold on, let me catch up with you guys. Please note that domesticated is in quotes there. Yeah, domestication is a long-term process that involves selective breeding for a specific set of genetic traits. Technically, house cats don't actually fit the definition. That's a good point, actually. I think it's sarcastic. I think their primal instincts are just stronger. The Russian experiment domesticating silver foxes, but it took, I think, 30 years of constant selective breeding before they showed consistently domesticated traits, I think. It's not something I admit I know a greater detail about. Yeah. They're very cute, but I don't know about, I don't know about domesticating animals that, like, I don't really feel like people need more of them, you know? I feel like we can let wild animals be wild animals and still protect them. You don't have to have them as your, you know, decoration wandering around your house. Check memes for my favorite instance of people learning about cassowary for the first time. Okay. One of the fascinating things is a relatively extremely high prevalence of leucism in domesticated animals. What is leucism again, Raza? Can you remind me? I've heard that term before. I may be moving to cassowary country? Really? Ooh. Foxes very stinky though. They have a scent gland in their tail and they love peeing on everything they think is theirs, and the fox pee is horrid. That sounds about right. Honestly, like all wild animals tend to have like some really rank piss. They are like, because they want to make sure that they can mark their territory, right? So it can't be mild. I thought there was reports of raccoons trying to domesticate themselves because of like food waste in cities or something. Maybe I heard wrong though. They've gotten more comfortable with being around people, but that's a little bit different from being domesticated. Hold on, let me look at this meme thing. Ugh, Australia is home to like so many creepy birds. Hunts you down on the back of a cassowary. I just googled this. What the fuck is this? Is this like an Australian turkey? Can you eat it? Why does its beak open so wide? Its neck skin is so gross. They're like 6 feet tall. You don't eat them. You run from them in terror. That's true. That is not a pretty face. That's pretty scary. Terrifying. I kind of want Save to look at the screen right now. I've been seeing that he's been putting stream screenshots up occasionally, and I kind of want him to have a look at this. Hi, Save. Look at this. Save. Someone get Save's attention. Please gesture to this. It's a modern dinosaur. It is. It really is. Yeah, it's the closest thing to a dinosaur I can think of. True. that a cassowary? It is, lovely Lampy. How are you? It's good to see you. You do realize you're not on voice call? I know, but I'm projecting my psychic energies into the world for him to pick up on across the ocean. Thank you for my pal hat, Valiant Vast. Much appreciated. Horses, sheep, chicken, dogs, foxes, cats, most of them have a leucistic gene expression of some sort.
Hello, motherfucker.
Okay, I'll stop. He's focused. He's focused. The Jedi mind tricks. Exactly. The Jedi mind tricks. To give an idea of just how much they stanky, there is a 100,000 square foot hunting and camping goods store near me. One time when I was in there, someone accidentally broke a 1 ounce bottle of fox urine. It's used to max the scent for hunters to sneak easier. You could smell it everywhere, no matter where you were in the store. And I bet it, like, did it make you feel dizzy when you got closer to the location? Hi, Mullet. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. I'm good. Just beat up a tough Elden Ring boss and finished up some emotes. Let's go, Lampy. That's fucking sick. Well done. Well done. It's like watching Dora and telling her where the ocean is, but in this case, it's Tau yelling at Save to look at your stream. Exactly. Look, Australia lost a war against emus. If these went on the attack, it'd all be over. It was a unique smell. Let's just say you would hate it being anywhere in your home. Is it anything like tomcat piss or anything like that? Like, tomcats stink. I'm sure it's worse, but like, they do reek. I think actually we're gonna redo this again. We are redoing this again because I think this tail is actually a little bit too high. So let me just I'm gonna move this down here. I think that's about as far back as the tail should be going. I admit I have not had the displeasure of smelling tomcat urine. Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Hope things are well on your end. They are getting better with the precious pals there to help me and be so supportive and sweet. Is the skunk smell the worst, or is there something much more unbearable than that? Skunk smell is distinctive, but I would not say it's the worst. You will regret being sprayed with it if you do get sprayed with it, though. You will smell like it for weeks, even if you shower, and burn your clothes. But, no, there's definitely worse, like, objectively worse smells. Skunk is stinky, and you don't want to be doused in it. But, like, I would say, like, to be honest, it doesn't smell all that much worse than like manure, in my opinion. I think it kind of smells a little bit like a more concentrated manure smell. Been sprayed by a skunk before. That was the worst thing an animal ever did to me. Oh God, Merc, how long did it take you to get that out of your clothes and skin? Let's see. That fox art is amazing. Oh, thank you, Lampy. We're actually doing animation today. Here, this is where we are at the moment. We still have that tail to do. And we also have a speaking version of this, but this is the idol. Like I said, the tail, that front tail there still needs more love, but yeah. Yeah, you gotta have a special soap. Yeah. Is it true you need to bathe in tomato paste to clean off the smell? That's a good question. I actually don't know. Skunk smell is very distinctive, but I agree with Tau. Manure is a worse scent. The catch with skunk scent is it sticks to your body and clothes and is a little difficult to get out. Yeah, exactly right. Took a few days even with tomato paste and special soap. Is tomato paste used because of the acidity? Hemp is not a particularly pleasant smell, but it's not a bad smell either. I think it's dependent. I didn't even realize the wings. The animation is looking smooth. Hey, thank you, lovely Lampy. I'm so glad you like it. Yay! That is a big compliment coming from an artist so talented as you, darling. Let's see. You've done a great job on Lav and Storm's emotes, by the way. Thank goodness we don't have skunks in the Philippines. Yeah, Australia doesn't have them either, I don't think. Skunks are native to North America, aren't they? Tomato paste is a common trope in media for when a character gets sprayed. Is that... Yeah, but is there a reason for that, or is it just kind of funny, silly, haha? You can skip this song. It's the same song as another. I mean, I think it's pretty. We can keep it on. There are skunks in Europe too. Oh, right. That's a good point, actually. Not sure if tomato paste actually works or not, but I've been told hydrogen peroxide solution is effective. Oof, your skin would really hate you, but fair. After talking about all the wonderful smells, I bet we are all hungry and excited to take a break. We do need to take a break, you're right. There are skunks in Europe too. Skunks are all too common around here. Tomato paste is common because of the acidity. Right, that's what I thought. I'm glad you like the emotes. Storm was a great person to work with. I'm so happy to hear that. He is, he really is. Wash with dish detergent and a mix of hydrogen peroxide and water. How much longer are we going for? Patricia, our art streams on Fridays always go until about 7:30. Between 7 and 7:30. We have skunks in Australia. Get them on trains a lot. Want to throw water at them. Wait. What? Really? Really? Are they introduced? There's a skunk here. It's called the Palawan stink badger. That's a cool name. Is it cute? Is it cute at least? All right. We got to go on a quick break, cutie pies. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom and dongs. This is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. What time is 7:30? 7:30 is 4.5 hours from right now. What time is it for you, lovely Engage? Skunks. People that spray themselves with way too much deodorant. Oh, that's what you mean. Got it. All right. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah!
I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns only for good and convenience. Is Save a furry? Yesn't. Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns only for good and convenience.
Take it to her.
Here it comes.
Ah!
No need to worry. I'll handle this. I need to prove my worth to you after all.
This arc of P5 contains my 3 favorite things. Tall goth women, twinks, and gambling. Amen.
I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my... Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done, done. Yeah, there you go.
Boss, the train's in trouble. I can't stop it! I'm on the way.
Jesus Christ, dude. The 360 no scope edit. Oh my. Make me angelic, fuck you.
Wanna head back?
Red Dead Redemption. Pill. Still have. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen. Good. Thank you for listening. Oh shit, Ozzy just caught up. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's Ozzy and Skellington and is that me? No, that's Talon. Sorry, I can't read. Oh my god, save. Oh, whoa. Damn, well done, Save, well done. That was expertly navigated, and you caught a serious trip on that. Ooh, me there. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. Hey, I resemble that remark. Love those songs on my Spotify playlist after I saw it.
Let's see.
Lizard, lizard, lizard,
Lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Lizard! Yeah! That's Skyrim 100 stuff. Oh my god. It's Daddy Hildebrand, or whatever his last name is. Is that right, Hildebrand? I will know it as soon as you guys say it too. Proceeds to accidentally shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No, poor squirrel. I would never. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can. I can. We can use our imagination. Pew, 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 pew. That's how guns sound, right? I'm sorry, guys. One moment. Store at 9:30 p.m., right? I mean, if you need
Hi,
something,
cuties.
then sure.
Welcome back.
I will let you finish your words, and then we will jump back over. And I came back just in time for a banger of a song. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! No! My...
Well done.
As lore historian, I proclaim you streamer and
All
head
right.
Oh, wait, save hat.
Oh, there we go. Precious Patricia, welcome back. Uppies. Yee, good Patricia. Amazing Aussie. Uppies. Yee, good Aussie. Good Strat, welcome back. Exceptional Engage, welcome back. Uppies. Yee, good Engage.
There's something that's like, it tickles my brain every time I read Blood Rage Engage. It's like this, like a massage for my brain. I like reading it and saying it.
Blood Rage Engage, Blood Rage Engage, Blood Rage Engage, Blood Rage Engage.
I see. You want super uppies? Okay, super uppies. Welcome back, I see. How are you? Let me see here. I'll be back in a while. Oh, have a good one, Strat. Enjoy your lurkies. Okay. What was I doing? I was making sure that the tails moved, yeah. I feel like Save is not having a good winning day today. I keep seeing him do that thing. Poor Save. All right. Warp time. Warp time. I'm so excited to do this watercolor stream, you guys. I'm like so fucking hyped for it. It's gonna be so cool. I promise I'll work on getting like a sketch done beforehand so that we can jump into the watercoloring. This song sounds cute. I know, it does sound really cute, doesn't it? We can't wait either. Yay! I'm so excited. Sorry, I just have I have Discord way up over here. Watercoloring stream, hey? Ooh, keen for that. Yeah, it just got funded today by a combination of Storm and Jazzy. They got all the stuff that, because on the throne we have like a fund a stream like collection, and so there's like, you know, 1 of 2, 1 of 3, 2 of 3, 3 of 3 for the watercolor stream, which was the watercolor palette, the watercolors themselves, and the watercolor the watercolor paper, and Storm grabbed the palette and the paper, and then Jazzy got the watercolors, and so they funded a watercolor stream that we will do. I might see about doing a like a long. Might see if I can do some Saturday. It won't be this Saturday, obviously, because that's literally tomorrow. But I might see about doing a Saturday stream that's quite long, like a 6 to a 7 hour one, depending, where we can do both a Sakurako box and a watercolor stream with our, because I'm also going to be making that into like our like pen stream too. So, ew, forbidden numbers. Sorry, I meant 7 or 6 hour stream. There you go. No longer triggering. If you didn't get the paper, you could always finish painting the desk mat. Damn, true. Oh man. But that means I won't see it. Oh, I'm sorry, lovely space cat. Well, you might. We probably would start it a lot earlier than in fact, I'd probably end up starting it like a little bit later than we started today. And we started what, 5 hours ago? I think that we'd probably start probably 3 or 4 hours ago instead, and then just go until like evening time on a Saturday. So we would hopefully like straddle that time period for people from varying time zones. Oh, Coda's excited about something. Hold on a second. Hold on. One sec. Somebody's waiting for me at the door. Hello. I'm back. Sorry, that was the tradie telling me that so they were supposed to get it all done yesterday. So then they didn't. So then they were like, "Oh, can we come back tomorrow?" I said, "Yep." So they came back today. And then they said, and now they've just told me, "Oh, so Tao, we actually didn't finish it today. Can we come back on Sunday?" And I'm like, "Bro." Yes, I guess you can. I guess you can. And then they wanted to meet Coda because they're like, he's a very pretty dog, and I'm like, he is. And I let them meet him, but Coda was so excited that thank you so much for the biddies, Valiant VX. Yeah, Coda got very excited and took off down the street, so I had to go chase him. Anyway, hi, I am back. I am returned. Thank you for your patience, precious pals. I really appreciate it. Sorry that took a while. Yeah. Anyway, so there's a pretty high chance that on Sunday for our Persona stream, we will once again have Coda barking because the tradies will be here again. Welcome back from your dog chasing adventure. Thank you, Talon. I appreciate it. Okay. All right, let me see here. He said he but anything from here. Oh, yeah, he didn't text me. Okay. I texted Dave. Probably what happened. Welcome back, Sweet Ascetti. Sorry for the wait, you guys. Okay. All good, thank you. Anything I missed while I was departed? I have a problem. I have a few layers I want to blur slightly, but I can't merge them because of blending layers. And as I just found out, I can't select a group to blur them either. I hope this makes sense. Help. Julius, hello. Thank you for the care package, darling. I appreciate it. I think I might be able to help you, Space. So what I recommend you do is you make a copy of all of the layers that you want to blur. So let's say that you have layer 1, layer 2, layer 3 that you would like to blur. Duplicate layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, and then merge one at a time onto each other with the correct blending modes. So let's say that layer 1 is normal, layer 2 is overlay, layer 3 is saturation or something. You'll merge overlay onto normal first, and then you'll merge saturation onto normal, and then you have the original layers safe and unblurred, and then you can still blur the this new layer that will no longer have an issue with being merged because you did it one at a time. Does that make sense? We are just glad to have you back and that there was nothing bad. Yay! No, nothing bad. Chat basically just stopped while you're on. That's fair. That's fair. I apologize. Hello, Joyce Julie. How are you? 1 normal, 2 normal, 3 multiply? Is that what you're getting at there, Space? Are you saying that your layers are normal, multiply? Okay, so then you should be able to just, so then first merge 2 normal onto 1 normal, and then 3 multiply onto what is now 1 normal. But make sure that these are duplicate layers and not your OG layers. Winding down a bit before sleeping. Aw, very good, very good. I'm glad to be a part of that routine, sweetheart. Excellent. I hope you've had a good day leading up to now as well. This is a pretty song. Do you know what it's making me think of? This song. Which we'll play next because I'm the boss and I get to make it happen. Hi, cutie cat. Welcome on in. How are you? Good to see ya. Making progress with coding projects. That's fantastic, darling. Excellent. Excellent. Pretty damn good. That's great to hear, hon. That is great to hear. Also, abis for you, Umbra. Hey, good, Umbra. Ah, abis for you as well, beautiful Bublin. Hey, good, Bublin. It's been nice because you can fall into a trap where you are doing nothing but leet code, but it's nice to make stuff I'll use in the future. That's fair. That's fair. It's from One Shot? Oh, that song? What is One Shot? Have I heard of that? I can send you the game link. It's a cute game that I think you'll like. Okay, sounds good. A video game where you have to do everything in one shot. Well, that makes sense. I don't know what everything is. Oh, but that's the goal. Oopsies. Okay, debatably, this is the layer that needs to like be the most morph successfully because the frontmost tail. You have one single choice, one shot. Nice. Okay, that makes sense. We have so much cats now. We have cat, catta, cat, and cat child. It's true. Many cats. And they're all cute and cuddly. Surprisingly, enough one's not even an actual cat. Enough ones are not even an actual cat. Ironically, despite being the only one to canonically have ears, Tao is not a cat. That's true. She's a dragon. I'm a dragon. Surprise. Okay, let me see how awkward this is. One sec. That drinks way too much. Um, this is true. I am cat, but I mainly answer to space here to make it easier. I appreciate that, sweetest space. Oh, you were talking about Kata, but sure, why not? Gotcha. Hey, I canonically have ears. Oh, that's true. Oh, Carolyn Tuesday. I've heard good things about that one, but I haven't seen it myself. Still feels like too, a little bit better. Let me see. On the replay. Actually, I don't think that's too bad. Let me see when we get back to the readjustment is not quick enough though. We'll have to pull that forward. Maybe back there. The in-universe singer of Love Yourself is kind of like Donald Duck in the more recent DuckTales. Oh, interesting. Okay. Actually, guys, give me a minute. I'm gonna call Nath because I have to tell him some stuff that the tradie told me before it is too late and I forget. So I'm gonna still be here and I'll keep on working, but you will see my mouth moving. You will not hear anything. That is not scuff. That is me talking to my partner. Bear with me. Okay, I lied to you. I didn't lie to you, but he didn't answer, so he'll probably call back and then I'll have to be like, oh, sorry, okay, it's calling, hold on. But that is not yet. I do think it's really cool that not only is Tau a TauTassieTiger, but she's also literally the only one. Like, if you try and Google Thylacine Vtuber, like, the only results are Tau socials. I do like that. I actually, I was genuinely shocked when I was first developing my character and everything. I was like, you're kidding. There's gotta be a Thylacine here somewhere. Like, someone, and I found, like, a few, like, Tasmanian devils. But yeah, there's no other Thylacine Vtuber but me. And I'm like, wow. Truly the last Thylacine. If I found out that there were some other like Thylacine streamers, I would probably gradually stop saying I'm the last one. But like, you're right. There are no other ones, which is pretty cool. Wow, I can't believe you lied to us like that. I know. I'm so sorry, Engage. Please forgive me. You got cousins though. I do got cousins. There are a good few Tasmanian devils around. I am the only American Australian of the marsupials, as far as I know. Scientists have discovered a second one. There are no plans to repopulate. Tau is here for as long as her lifespan allows. We will not be attempting to repopulate. The world does not need more of her. It's genuinely kind of weird because there are dinosaur VTubers, megafauna VTubers, so on and so forth, but Tau is the only thylacine. I know! Isn't it kind of cool? I think I would be mildly, mildly kind of like taken aback if I found out that there was another thylacine VTuber. I'd be like, oh, wait a second. My whole identity is a lie? Okay, let me see what this looks like. I reckon I'm gonna be like, oh, this needs to be like bulked out a little bit, but let's test, shall we? Now we mitosis sing. Honey badgers are my favorite animal, partly because of wild crats. I would love to see some honey badger VTubers and more art of them to look up. I think there are a few honey badger VTubers. I thought I'd seen a couple of them. Whoa, okay. Yeah, hold on. Having the same issue with this one as I did with the others. So right about there, I gotta do something in between. Oops. Ah. Ah! I'm the second one to come up with when I search Space Cat, but I'm unsure if that's because I'm logged in. That's actually a good point. I think I might be the only Drac Theater druid with a night elf visage. That's fair. Okay, that second transition looks pretty good and smooth. Let me see. Did I fix this? Not. That's gotta stretch out more. Somehow. Ah. I think I'm gonna start actually by bringing this back. Just delays way too much, and it also quickens that second phase. Ah, that's too fast still. Let's see. When I search for myself, everything that comes up are from my old Twitter shitter posts. This song's a banger. Technically from New Zealand, but popular in Australia. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. That's cool. Wow, Tau is really the only thylacine VTuber that can be found. I know. Isn't that crazy, Julius? It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. The animation looking good. Thank you, Nix. I'm glad you think so. Is it weird that most of my favorite flowers are wildflowers? No, I wouldn't say so. Means you like the nature, the natural nature. Um, okay. I don't really want to bring it too far further back than that. But I kind of do want to bring this further out. Raining for so long. Ah, Jesus. Hold on. Okay, it's doing that bounce back thing. Right about, where is it? Super annoying and super fast. Right there. I'll just why? Oh, it's because of the two. Oh, this is just way too close. That's why. But then that's gonna be way too fast. Just spread all of this out more. Maybe you won't get as many sways as the others. See? Wonder if I get rid of that one actually. No. Let me see. A little more. Ugh, please grab. There we go. This is a banger, and thank you so much for the care package, sweetest spider. Much appreciated. In other news, my weather has been cloudy with a chance of ashfall because of the volcano puking it up since yesterday. Fear not, I'm fine. I'm wearing a mask. Oh my god, Sedu, that's scary though. Okay, remember I said that Nath was gonna call me back? He's calling me back. We'll keep working, but you will see my mouth moving, and I will not be talking to you guys. I love you. Hello, I have returned. Cool. All right, we are good to go. We are good to go. Sorry, I got distracted. Welcome back, ferocious Patricia. Sorry guys, I saw you saying some stuff about thylacines and stuff, but I googled Thylacine Vtuber, and the results on the first page are the link to the stream, your Twitter, your YouTube channel, Vtuber Spotlight, Twitch channel, Reddit debut post, Twitch Clips channel, and one of your Persona 5 stream announcement posts on Twitter. Hey, nice! Also, Engage, thank you so much for the uppies. Good uppies. I mean, good Engage. Good uppies for Engage. Do you have favorite flowers? My favorite flower is a bird of paradise. I find it very pretty. I'm back. Hello. Welcome back, lovely Nix. Everything all right on Nathan? Yeah, we were just figuring out what we're gonna do with the trade coming back for a third day. Let me see. Good puppies for good Engage. Exactly, good puppies for good Engage. I've been sorting amiibo because I'm clearing out a few old possessions. Discovering those sealed in a box near mint Skylanders amiibos are worth over 400 Aussie dollars. That's crazy. Are you going to sell them or are you going to keep them? Did you say hi to Nate for us? Of course. And he said hello to you as well. I like good puppies. Don't correct that. That is a very Tau flower in the best way. I'm glad you like it. Obviously, I also really love my Waratah, but like, I do love Birds of Paradise. I'm selling them. I don't want them anywhere. Damn, Draza, you're gonna make some fucking bank. Nice, good choice. Excellent decision. You're getting rid of most of your amiibo. Are there any that you're gonna keep? No matter how many times I type uppies, autocorrect always changes it to puppies. Where is your flower? I don't see it. It's here. Save! Broken save hat raid. Oh god, it is. Oh my god, it's my it's me. Oh no. Unacceptable. Hello, sweetest Sam. Raiders, if you've got a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Welcome on in, lovely Raiders. How are you, sweetest Safe? How did your stream go? Did you win lots? I'm sure you won lots. I saw a lot of this on my head, and I was like, surely that means he's winning. Did you win? You guys, this is the fabulous Safe File 17 who hath graced us with their presence fresh from the Hearthstone arena. This esteemed streamer boasts over 50 times on the leaderboard, showcasing their prowess in the game. When not conquering the arena, they engage in delightful nerd discourse spanning Star Wars to Star Trek. Truly a realm of infinite possibilities. Going where no man is God before. Winning in the middle, less winning at the end. 8 and 5 wins. Good enough, I suppose. Hey, that's quite great. That's very good, sweetest Save. Well done. Excellent decision to win. You make that choice consciously, right? Thank you so very much for the raid, sweetheart. I super appreciate you guys. If you haven't checked out the sweetest of Save File 17, he's the one who's been on my head for the last 5 hours, 49 minutes, and 50 seconds. Okay, it hasn't been quite that long. Actually, it kind of has, because I couldn't go live very well without my save hat, and therefore I put a VOD on while I waited for him to go live. What can I say? Save is a genuinely spectacular streamer. He's a dear friend of mine. He's a dear friend of the stream. He is a wonderful person and a very, very, very talented and entertaining streamer. Very, very cozy. If you like me, but you're like, God, I sure do wish that she was a little bit less frenetic and had a very deep and soothing rumbling voice, then you're thinking about Save. He doesn't do art, and he doesn't do a lot of Persona, but he does have Persona references. And he has a lot of me references. I practically live on that channel anyway. He also does a lot of really cool, like, sponsored stuff. He gave away some copies of Roamstead to Pine. He plays gacha games from time to time. He's done Neverness to Everness. He's done Orc Mugger, whatever that one is. He's done Arknight's Enfield. He's played Forza. He's done what else have you done? Angry Birds 2. What what else? Oh, he was playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced yesterday. I think that's what it's called. And that, he might be playing some more of that as well. I only gave one copy to Pine. This is the only thing Tal will remember until 2074. That's true. Yeah, no, it's facts that only one copy went to Pine. I don't remember who the other one went to. But Pine got a copy. I hope Pine enjoyed it because I am enjoying remembering it. Save is also rabidly funny. For anybody who has been in this stream before while Save is here, you are aware that I like ugly laugh cry when Save is here a lot of the time. He is hilarious. Takes a special kind of talent to make me laugh out loud while I am watching a stream and while I am streaming via text. So pretty impressive, pretty impressive. He's also, as the little summary would have you believe, a very, very knowledgeable Star Trek, sci-fi, Star Wars enthusiast. He can quote stuff directly. He's got thousands of clips on his little stream deck. You would be impressed and hard pressed to find something that he doesn't have a reference to if it's Star Wars or Star Trek or a lot of other things. It's my first stream. Mate, is it your first stream, sweetheart? Welcome in. Same as my Firefly guy. He is also a Firefly guy. It's true. And he's very, very knowledgeable about a lot of other things. Very down to earth, very cool, very funny. Great at a good callback. Yeah, if you haven't checked him out, you are genuinely missing out. Even if you are not like that into like, flesh tubers or Hearthstone, stuff like that, trust me, you will want to hang out there. He makes you forget the fact that you've spent 100 hours watching a guy play Hearthstone that you still don't understand how the game works. So I just go in there and I go, squelch that Yogg Deathwing Cataclysmic Smite undead battle sheath weapon skeleton.
6 and then next month would be 7.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Gorgeous, for the 6 and then 7 subby. Thank you so very much, darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your incredible generosity and kindness. Thank you, Gorgeous. How are you doing, lovely live? Expert Tau, please. Thank you. One of these days, we're going to have to do some kind of an event where, I don't know, I learn how to play Hearthstone or something. You have to teach me. Let me catch up with you guys real quick. Hi there, lovely Razor. Welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome. How too sweet as always. Nay. How honest as always. That is all I am. Honest. Easy done. I enjoyed our fisticuffs earlier save file. I quite enjoyed our back and forth of redeems of the offensive nature. Where you first redeemed a Veligal, and then I redeemed a do it for her, and then I followed up with a left right. Yugi and Joey. It's very entertaining, quite fun. I don't know if anyone else enjoyed it, but I certainly did. Thank you. I don't know where this voice has come from, but it's my vaguely douchey commander of the British Army voice. Back to my lurking. All good, Suda Strat. Thank you for coming in with the raid. You as well, lovely lit. I didn't know you had such a masochistic streak offering to play Hearthstone, but always new things to learn about Tau. I like to keep you on your toes safe. This animation looking really good. Oh, thank you, Space Cat. I'm so glad you're liking it. I need to fix this stupid tail. This tail is not being helpful. It's unfortunate you didn't get to hear Joey talk about his time at Battle City's only Valley Girl. As Battle City's only Valley Girl, I asked everyone to tell me what you had said, and no one told me. Boo! Yui's gonna love this. Oh, I hope so. I like the little wings. I think they're really cute. I actually like that they're a different speed. It kind of like makes the fox feel more ethereal, while the wings are like still in our time zone, our timeline kind of. I don't know. I don't really know how to describe it, but it feels more grounded to me because it's got like the like flappy. Something I think would be funny is Save and Tau swapping for one singular stream, completely unannounced and unacknowledged. Like one random FF14 stream after the starting student screen is over and we all do our hello Tau routines, only for it to just be Save going, hey precious pouch pals, it's me, Tau. Everything is completely normal and fine and nothing is going on. Promise. That'd be really funny. That would be hilarious. I think Save would probably murder me though, because if like unlike here where we're super non-competitive and rely absolutely exclusively on the generosity of precious pals to show up and pity me, Save actually has a skill set that is very competitive, and if I went over to his stream and played Hearthstone on his like competitive account, he would just go from like top 50 to like bottom 1 in one stream. Easy. Which would be horribly tragic, and he would never talk to me again. So oh my god, man, wow, look at that little smile. What a cheeky smile. How funny. Pity, how dare you, Tau? I know, what's up with that bitch? Am I right? Fine, deserve that, Talon. You're absolutely right. Let me see here. I used to play some Hearthstone a while back. Been a while. I keep it updated. Oh, you should go join, Kata. That'd be so sick. So sick. Let me see. And then the next stream, everything is completely back to normal, and neither Save nor Tau acknowledged that it happened. That'd be so funny. I need a pink flower that fits with grape, hyacinth, and daisies. Cute. I think like wildflowers could totally do that. Poppies or something. I pretend to not quite remember things. Hello, pooch partners. I mean, pooch pals. I mean, pal partner. I mean, pal world. Maybe that's the trick. Say, maybe you and I play pal world together. Or Palia. How long are we going for? Just to make sure I am here before you end. The usual strat. We'll go for like another like 2.5 hours-ish. Ish. It's late, you Valley Tau hitting my ears. That is not what I meant to type. That's okay. That's okay. The only question is if Safe would get rigged up to Tau's model or if it's just his webcam. That'd be so funny. Yeah, actually, oh my god. Save, I need a high-res like face scan of you pronto so that I can like rig that to my face and it'll look like I'm wearing a flesh mask. Everyone think it's so cute. Tau is trying to turn me into a valley girl and a horse girl. Is it working? Is it working now? Like, honestly. Use the strat signal just in case I don't return in time. I will try to remember strat. Tau is also trying to skin me. No, I'm not trying to skin you. I'm just trying to get, like, a better understanding of your visage so that I can better imitate it. You know what I mean? Also, you're gonna have to lend me your entire stream deck so that I can learn all of the clips and shit. Knowing me, I'll probably just be like, sorry, I'm currently playing Hearthstone and oh, wrong clip, wrong clip, wrong clip, wrong clip. That would be scary. I mean, the face mask. Ugh, I'll find a PNG of Save then. I'll have one where he's like this. And then I'll have one where he's like this. And that way, whenever I talk, he'll just go. It sounds like a good plan, right? Anyway, Save, hi, babes. Do you want to like tell us when your next stream is? Sorry, it's been like 11 minutes. Yeah, like you have good memory and all, but I don't think I've said. When's your next stream, babes? When you're at Steam. It's gonna be that Spider-Man meme where Tau and Save point at each other. Who the real exactly? Who's that? It's you. No, it's me. No, it's you. Also to Save and community, y'all, you have been streaming them long hours. I've been watching you, so I fucking know. That's it. That's a PNG tuber. Exactly. Okay. Speaking of PNG tuber, incredible timing. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. At the request of Space Cat. Although this won't be for very long because this is literally just until our next break, and our next break is gonna be like in a minute. So you guys get this for a little bit while I finish talking. Hear me out. PNG tuber of Save's face with there only being 2 phases of it. One with his mouth open and the other with his mouth photoshopped open. That would be kind of funny. I must confess. But yeah. Like, make sure that you go, if you gotta go to bed, go to bed. If you gotta go eat, go to eat. If you gotta go to the shower, go to the shower. If you gotta go walk around, go to walk around. If you gotta go, I don't know, like watch Star Trek or something, then go watch Star Trek or something. You know what I mean? Like, for real. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate the raid so much. When your next stream is, the other day you were like, oh wait, it's 18 hours. I know it's 18 hours. It's in 18 hours. I knew that. Well, okay, listen, I knew that, but this mask doesn't know that. This Valley Girl mask does not know that. Okay. Thank you for the care package. Ozzy, much appreciated. It's in 18 hours, babes. What are you gonna do, Save? Are you gonna do like some more Black Flag? Good, almost midnight over here. Oh, hello, jalapeno. How are you, babes? It's so good to see you, darling. And also, how was your day? I hope it was really good. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Much appreciated. Lovely Saves community. We are drawing. Well, no, we're not. We're actually doing animation, which I almost never do on this channel. Normally I'm drawing, but today we are doing an animation of a commission of a mascot for the lovely, Ow! Why would you do that, Alex? It's true that like every streamer should just be live for 24 hours a day. So like you can be like, yes to what is next stream questions. Yeah, easy, like so easy. Exactly right. Hello, Alex. Stop beating me up. Please. Okay. It's this frontmost tail that is causing me trouble. Thank you so much for the raid, sweetest Save. I really super duper extra super duper super appreciate it. You guys, if you aren't following Save, please do so. If I find out that you're not following Save, I'm going to think that you're not a nice pouch pal, because nice pouch pals should follow nice pouch pals, and Save is a very nice pouch pal that you should follow. Yay! Give him literally one stream. You go in there, you talk to him, you're gonna be like, damn, I'm hanging out here instead of Tao's chat. I'm blaming Tao. I'm still thinking about my grandmother's bananas. But they sounded so good. I followed Save the first time he raided in, I think. Oh, good. Excellent decision. Excellent decision, Patricia. Buttons. Did that work? Did the buttons? I didn't hear it. I might be going deaf, though. Well, I definitely am. My ear's not working.
Buttons.
There they are. It does.
Buttons.
Yeah, cool. Sorry, I can't hear anything out of my right ear. They'll make me fat and happy, but fat. At least you'd be happy and fat. I just heard you say colonize, and I realized it was follow nice. Follow save.
Keep it up.
Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Keep it up. Good job.
Keep it up. Good job. If you guys hear that voice, that is the fabulous, the magnanimous Save with his delightful.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
As is that one. How has your ear been? Owie. I'm not really sleeping very much because it keeps waking me up. Why do I have two Tao tabs? Because Vatalina, the Presbyterian commander, of stars and manhoof horse, or whatever. Did that make sense? Can you translate that one? Colonize Save. Plant Tau flags all over their territory. Exactly. That's why we are competitive AoE streamers. We taking a break? Yeah, we are. I was just giving the lovely Space Cat a little bit of time with the PNG because she very kindly redeemed it, and it only goes until the next break, and so now we're about to go on a break, which means that we will get rid of it. All right. Yeah, let's go on a quick break, but massive thank you to Sweetest Safe 17 for the incredibly generous raid. You guys, please follow him. He is outstanding. Prime Minister, I just received the report that that section, he is in handle space, not the general. Exactly. That's what I said, right? Oh, Reza, thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. I really hope that the infection goes away soon and that you get all your hearing back. Losing any part of my hearing for any amount of time would freak me out so bad. So I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, it really sucks. And it really extra sucks because it hurts so much. Yeah. This Beatles demo, though, it's so nice. All right, cuties. Yes, let's go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and dogs. Beep, boop, bop. Father's Day is this Sunday in Canada too, but we Canadians are used to being forgotten about. Oh no, that's so depressing. Don't say that. Yummy water. And Ryuji is Tao's adopted son. That's true. Actually, please wish me a happy Father's Day. I am daddy. I am the father. I am the father.
It's just one of you, huh?
Jesus Christ, you scared me, man.
Wasting my time.
Jesus fucking shit. Holy hell. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh man. Jesus Christ, dude. The 360 no scope edit. Oh my. Look, you guys, nothing ever happened. Look, it's perfect once more. You don't even see. It's almost invisible. 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 Ah! it's on the floor. Oh no. Oh no. My cookie. Okay, well, one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine. I'm Father's Day is this Sunday in Canada too, but we Canadians are used to being forgotten about. Oh no, that's so depressing. Don't say that. Yummy water. And Ryuji is Tao's adopted son. That's true. Actually, please wish me a happy Father's Day. I am daddy. I am the father. I am the father. I think we could implement some of those. As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tao's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling. Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! No! My... I'm sorry, guys. One moment. Do you really need all that money? No one wants a strat. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go.
Boss, the train's in trouble. I can't.
As lore historian, I proclaim you streamer and head mod. That's cute. Oh, public execution for him by your machetes Tao. True. Let's fucking go. This can be arranged.
Who knows what may lie?
God, that scared the fuck out of me. Oh, man. Fuck.
Well done, genius. You broke the damn air duct.
Well, you won't let me in. Tao-chan likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay. Forever. Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I can also do. Wet nut. I'll let you guys finish your words and then we will continue. Skyrim 100 stuff. Oh my god. It's Daddy Hildebrand. Welcome back to Ripbic Picture Shop. Welcome back, amazing Aussie. My guns. My guns Sweetest slinging. Space cat. Yeah. Radical Razor, lovely light.
Nicely done on your words, my darlings. One more time. Pew, pew, pew. Come on
my
over.
armor. Probably don't need any more of that.
Here.
Here we go. There. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up.
Alrighty. Hi, we're back. Some ubbies for Patricia. Hey, good Patricia. Say this. Welcome back. Awesome Aussie. Ubbies. Hey, good Aussie. Radical Razor, welcome back. Precious Patricia, welcome back. Lovely love. Uppies. Hey, good love. Well done on your boss, by the way. Amazing Umbra. There you go, lovely Umbra. Good Umbra. Beauty Katta, welcome back. Uppies. Good Katta. All right. Let's get this fucking tail going, shall we? We gotta get this tail done. Okay. All right. First segment of the tail. That's acceptable. And then here's where the problem lies. Okay, I gotta put this out way faster. Shit. Where is my scrubber? There's the scrubbies. Scrubby this way. I need it to like start going another way a little bit faster. Yeah, more like that. Although I kind of fucking hate the tip kind of going inside it. No, bad. Thank you for the lurk, lovely light. So Tao, I've been rewatching the oldest drawing streams, and it was so weird seeing how slow the chat was. It's so cool how active it is now. That's what you get for streaming for like 3 years with very few breaks. Just gradually get more and more precious pals. Are those wings supposed to be moving that much faster than the tails? They are, but since you and Strive both commented on it, I'll see what the lovely Yuki thinks. But the intention is for them to be faster, because they are meant to be like affording lift to the little foxy, which I think would be difficult without really speeding along, kind of like bee wings, you know. Coming down with something. Oh no, Traza! What kind of, is it like a tummy bug or is it like a cardio lung flavored issue? You know what I mean? Cardiopulmonary issue. There we go. Lung flavored. No, don't eat lungs. Lungs don't sound tasty to me. Let me see. Okay, that needs this part. Some sort of throat and sinus infection, like a cold of some sort. I get them a lot these days. Oh, I'm sorry, Zaraza. That sucks. I hate that stuff. That's especially bad if you do a lot of stuff with your voice, like singing or voice acting or streaming or something like that. It's not that bad, but I can feel it's about to get worse. I know it's bad because I can feel the energy slowly draining from me. I hate that feeling where you're like, fuck, I gotta do, I still gotta keep on keeping on. I gotta work, I gotta do this thing, I gotta do that thing. And I can feel that my body is gonna start rebelling against me. I used to sing a lot. Did you, Taraza? You do strike me as a singer. I can see that. God, geez, that was way too fast. Please.
Ugh. Hold on. I think I can probably set the easing on this. One sec. That's better. Question mark. It's growing. And play music. I should play some music. What kind of music do you play, Tarasa? Work. Well, I'd rather hang around. Need to take care of some post-stream things. Thanks for always being far too sweet. Of course, precious Sav. You are the far too sweet one. Thank you so much for such a generous raid and for letting me be your backpack and for being my hat. Thank you so much. Yes, go do the post-stream things. I in case I didn't say it, I don't remember if I did. But yeah, go do those, please. Go take care of yourself. Hopefully we'll see you again before stream ends, maybe, if we're lucky, if we're super duper lucky. But yes, go take care. Thank you so much for the awesome stream. Thank you so much for the giggles. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for everything. And we'll see you soon. I have a really nice kalimba. I love kalimba. Can I hear? Play something for me. Thank you for the care package, Spada. Where is it? Did I pass it? Where's the spot? Is it? No, it's still going. I do like how they're kind of like scooting past each other like that. That's kind of pretty. I just gotta make sure that it looks more effortless and less jank. That. That. What is that? What happened there? Ooh, weird. I fucking don't like that. Okay. I have a really nice kalimba. I went to see Art Scent. Let me have a look, lovely space cat. Actually, 1 second, sorry. Let me just look at how this is. It's bigger. I need to okay, even these ones. This? Nope, not that one. This needs to be large. Just a little bit. It doesn't look like it needs too much. One also needs a little bit. Fuck. Not puffy. Fuck. Okay, no, I need to deflate it a little bit. Deflate, not that one. Probably that one too, but I need to deflate that one. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad of a, because it kind of looks, it kind of matches with the breath patterns that I've given to the kitsune. But I gotta fix those first bits. Daniel dancing along, hey? This song is a banger. All right, let me see. Oh my god, that pierce is so cute, Aspen. Oh, this is cute. I like it, lovely space. Well done. This is some space cat arting. Very cute. I like your cobblestoning. Very nice. Cute. Pretty. Well done. Raza, that's such a sad song, but it is very catchy. You know what? This reminds me. Have you heard I think it's called Cold Blood. Cold Blood? Have you heard Cold Blood? I'm gonna play that next because I think you'll like it if you like this song. And I do like this song, so. Sorry, the POV was kind of confusing to explain. No, that's okay, hun. You did great. Now I'm thinking of that cool fox using its tails to fly like Tails from Sonic. That would be very cool. That would be awesome. Always thought that was actually the lyrics of this song. Is that not the lyrics of this song? I just kind of assumed that that's exactly what they were. Palworld 1.0 is 1.0 is out. Are you gonna play it, hun? Oh, it's Devil Inside. Tokyo? What about Tokyo? I am about to. Awesome, Aussie. Not full message. Sorry, what do you mean? It's out now? Like this moment? I think so. I believe so. Came out like 3 hours ago. Hey. Pretty cool. Okay, that first keyframe needs to be... Was it smaller or bigger? Bigger. Wait, is that the first one? Is it really morphing the whole time? Wow, okay. I'll try and get this to be a little bit larger, a little bit puffier. I'm still stuck at work. Oh, Talon, I'm sorry, sweetie. When do you get done? When do you get off? My PC may not be able to run it, but since it's on Game Pass and I have a Series X, hey, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I do shrink it a lot, don't I? Kind of gets sucked away. Hold on. I wish it wouldn't let me move stuff. Here you go. This is a song that if you like that one, I think you'll like this one. I had a song in queue by Tokyo Manaka. The title is in Japanese. Can you see where it is? By Tokyo Manaka. Let me look. Yes. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 songs away, hun. What plans do you and Nath have for dinner? And pals, what will you all be having for your next meal? Nath is gonna bring me home some Zambies. I love Zambreros. Yum, yum, yum. What are you gonna have, Patricia? Slims down too much. This tail in particular is very important because it's literally the frontmost, so everything has to look good with it. The others I can hide a little bit behind, but that first one really has to be. God, I don't like that it, maybe I'll try a different easing. I think the easing, like, I like the easing partway through it, but not all of them. Yummers, yeah! Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go get comfy. Absolutely, sweetest space cat. I usually have a small snack. My main meals are right before work and during work. That makes sense, Talon. Fair enough. If you want some actually depressing music, which I don't, I can request some Citizen Soldier. But seriously, they're one of my favorites, and they've helped me a lot. Their story is really interesting. What is their story like? I'm having some nice chips and fried chicken in the oven for dinner. Yummy! That sounds delightful, precious Patricia. Oi, Tal, wanted to share a little happiness of mine that I've been talking about with Strap for a few streams. I built a new PC. That's amazing, Razor. That's so cool. Yeah, please do share. Thank you so much for sharing. That's awesome. What are the specs on it, darling? Well done. That was the wrong song, Copper. Yeah, hold on. I know which one you're talking about. I have it on my list. There we go. I have fixed that for you, darling. That is the wrong song. I don't even know where it got that one from. That was the wrong song, Ozzy. Bird's Eye Super Crunch Crinkle Cut Chips and Steggles Fried Buffalo Wingding specifically. They're my usual Friday dinner, and they're so good. That sounds delightful. Mama, I am cheating for dinner tonight. I ordered Subway. Girl, that sounds delicious. That sounds awesome. I love Subway, actually. Exquisite taste. Do you want to know how exquisite my taste is, Ozzy? I search Copper, and I have 2 copies of the exact same song in my library. How? I don't know, but they are both in my library. It's a great song. What can I say? Knowing Spotify is probably an AI insert or something out of the archives of songs no line has heard of. Yeah, you're probably right, unfortunately. But it's got the same image. It sounds the same, so I don't even know. It's a cover? It's a cover. The timestamps on them are different? Oh, are they really? Hold on, let me look. They've even got yeah, one is 31 seconds and one is 30 seconds. What the fuck? They both link to the same person, too. Steve Earle. That's very weird. Let's experiment with some other easings. It's probably not gonna go well. No, I don't like that. No. Fuck. The easing, the linear is probably the best one because I really don't like that. Ugh. I woke up for Tau's stream. I worked hard for this. You sure did. How are you doing, lovely Hazy? It's so good to see you. How was the rest of your stream yesterday, Dolan? It's so good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Did you get many more shinies? Well done waking up. What time did you go to bed, may I ask? My taste in music is as twisted as a balloon animal. That's all right. Same here. I have a lot of songs that are the same mostly because some are covers. That makes sense. Strat. It's an Emily song. Strat. Where are you? You're missing Emily. Good to see you too. Yes, you brought the luck. Let's fucking go. Amazing. I'm glad I could assist just a little bit. That's awesome. How many shinies did you catch? 9 a.m. Woof. Did you get to watch some more World Cup? What was the status of the matches? I don't really know anything about the World Cup, but it's clearly important to you, so I would like to communicate with you about it. France got the W, 2-0. Nice. Is that who you were cheering for? Barracking for. Because Australians don't like when I say rooting. They think that means something else. Who are you rooting for? No. Who are you barracking for, Tal? 4 shinies. Got a female alpha Amora. Wow. What are the chances of that? That's gonna be like, what, 1 in 2,000 or something? Rooting, exactly. See? Yeah. Australians are like It's very rare, yeah. Yeah, that's awesome, Hazy. That's so fucking cool. Hazy, when is your next stream gonna be? Are you gonna be continuing to search for shinies and like Scarlet, or it'll go from Led Zeppelin to Offspring to SYOAD back to the Prodigy and a few randoms in there? Bro, I remember Prodigy. Firestarter. Love that song when I was a kid. Saturday, I think I'm gonna take my first day off in 9 days. Holy shit. As you should, lovely Hazy. As you should. Are you gonna try and use that day to recover your sleep schedule, or are you just saying fuck it to the sleep schedule? Try and reclaim a shiny fail from a week and a half ago. Oh, what happened? What do you mean shiny fail? Did you like miss the shiny? Did it get away, or did you like keep on resetting and you're like, wait? That's the funky shit. Sleep gets recovered when World Cup finishes. Oh, okay, fair enough. And that's still what, like another, did you say 2 weeks? Mainly because the act of rooting, being rooted, or having been rooted are all analogous for fucking and fucked in Australian English. Exactly, exactly. But Americans never say that. We exclusively use the term rooting as like barracking for a team. I ran from a shiny and wasn't paying attention. Can't post a clip. It's rough. I don't even remember it. I think you blocked it out. Yeah, no, if you would like to, let me permit you real quick. Because I would love to watch that, even though I'll probably feel really fucking bad for you. Can I see this clip, please? You guys, if you haven't checked out Hazy, Hazy's, oh my god, you literally already had it on the clipboard. Let's go. Hold on. Wait, pause. Hold on. We gotta pause the music too. We have to watch this. This is important. This is for our own education, everybody. Poor Hazy. Where's oh, you're behind me. I'm like, why can't I see Hazy? Sorry, his model's here. Mwah. No, Hazy is a fellow Aussie streamer and like literal Pokemon master. You should definitely check him out if you like Pokemon, even just the tiniest bit. He's hilarious and sweet and fun and yeah. Okay.
Where you can store like another, what is it, 12,000 again on top of that.
Oh no.
Oh no. That's a lot of space.
Oh no.
Okay, I guess you prepared yourself for this. Wait, you're gonna race me for Galarian Wheezing? Wait, you actually want to join this with me? I mean, I just started. If there's a time to try it or to get it going, it's now. I don't do it every stream.
Oh no! Shit! Poor Hazy. You see, I never knew. Certainly does seem that way. Oh fuck. Oh my god. I was like, is my chat gaslighting me? Fuck. How long did it take you to realize? Oh, thank you for the clip, Lampy. Oh my god, I never saw the shiny ever on the screen. Oh no. That's so heartbreaking. I wish that I could have seen the moment where you were like, wait. Only time I never checked and punished. Woof. Ouch. Oh god. Oh, you poor thing. So now you're still on the hunt for a Galarian shiny Weezing, is that right? Oh, rough. Rough. Oh, sorry, I did want to add, I asked Draza, let's see. The story is that the citizen soldier frontrunner Jake Segura went through a lot of stuff, immense emotional pressure and suppression of his feelings that eventually landed him in a psychiatric hospital. It was in 2016 that he wrote the words "Let It Burn" on a napkin, which became the inspiration for the song of the same name that captured a person at their lowest point in their life. After he graduated from psych ward, he formed Citizen Soldier, and using his qualifications as a clinical therapist, the trauma counseling turned it into an outlet for his struggles, and as a mental health advocacy, encouraging vulnerability and recognition of depression and PTSD and other struggles. Wow. Very admirable individual. Wow. Yep, done 700 since, never failed before. Wow. Oh, Hazy. I feel so bad. Oh, you got a call. All good. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much for the lurk, hon. And thank you for that incredibly depressing clip. Poor Hazy. That blows. I would have been, I mean, I don't even know how to hunt shinies, but I would have been like, all right, let me see here. I'm a massive advocate for Citizen Soldier's campaign. I mean, understandably, Traza, does Citizen Soldier participate in a lot of like fundraising and stuff? I feel like that's very much up their alley, based on what you just said. Okay, I wonder if, now that I've got the timing relatively down, I'm just gonna make these, I'm gonna turn these off so I can pay more attention to this one tail. Okay, I think it shrinks too much already. Oh, wait, is that how far it goes? I think I've asked that before, and it's just really slow, but it does. Ah, maybe that's what I should do. I should put an in-between frame like right there, maybe. And that way I can insist that it be bigger. Like that. Welcome back, Sweetest Space Cat. I mean, you did hunt a bunch of shinies when you played Pokemon ZA. Yeah, but I spent, what, an hour doing that? And I was like, I'm so done with this. I don't know how Hazy does this. I was just like, fuck, I cannot do this. This is so frustrating and time-consuming. Okay, that's a pretty good size. Wait, not anymore. Wait, right around here gets too big, and then it shrinks too much. Damn it. Ah, does this like obnoxious the squish. This squish is unacceptable. And it squishes more again. Over to here. Okay, yeah, that's really don't move. Okay. I'll ignore that for now. I just need to see if this segment works. Yeah, and then it gets small again. Citizen Soldier actively practices his qualifications on top of producing music. They don't do benefit concerts usually, but they do partner with services like BetterHelp as sponsorship and advocacy. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Is BetterHelp better now? The stream remains. Yippee! It sure does, lovely Joseph. Welcome back. We missed you. Hope you're doing well. Right, and then where does it get small again? Where does it get small? There, kinda. Here? Oh. Okay. Just checking in for a bit. Well, we're happy to see you. Thanks for coming back in. What you been up to? Sorry, the front runner actively practices. It's crazy to do musical tours while also practicing as a therapist. Must be busy. Definitely would be. Nerdy Panda. Hello there, lovely Nerdy. Welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Hope you had a good time, as good a time as me today, because I had a lovely time being here and watching you basically fist fight Procreate to get the animation stuff to work, and it was lovely getting the chance to support you monetarily once again. And on that note, I am going to take my leave and have something to eat. See you Sunday in the Discord, lovely Tau and pals. Thank you so much, Precious Patricia, and thank you so much for your immense and amazing support. I really do appreciate it. I hope that you have a great night. Enjoy your yummy food. Have a relaxing evening and sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams when you get around to it. We shall see you later. Let's see. Alec, how are you, hun? I love my hair being short, but I miss pulling it back. That was my issue when I had short hair too. Thank you for the lurk, lovely Aussie. I appreciate it. Go get that stuff from Woolies. Bye-bye, precious Patricia. Been working, but finished an hour ago. Just preparing for a long drive. How long is your drive, Joseph? Sorry, I'm just trying to get the sizing of this tail to cooperate. Yay! Thank you for welcoming our newest pal, lovely Joseph. Imagine getting a referral to a therapist and the document is just a Spotify link. That would be quite funny. Or they give you like you're given like a business card and it's like on the front whatever the initials are for being a therapist, like registered therapist, and then you flip it over and it's like an album cover and then scan for my Spotify. Drive's gonna be 3.5 to 4 hours. Plan for it to be 5-ish with breaks included. Joseph, are you temporarily someplace for work, or are you going back home, or are you visiting someone, or are you like going off for the weekend someplace? Surely that's not like your regular commute is all I'm trying to get at it, right? Is that correct? That'd be a really long commute. I'm gonna have to do some more tweening on this tail, I think, but I just want to get the sizes for my keyframes right. Then I think should move back to where it started, maybe? And yeah, okay, cool. Let's see. Nix, thank you for that quote. Going back to where I grew up, I work elsewhere. Oh, that's cool. Thank God it's not my normal scheduled commute. Yeah, good. But I hope you have a great weekend getting to spend time back home. There's unironically some really good podcasts about mental health and psychology in general. Yeah, I'm sure there are. I've listened to a few things throughout my life that seem pretty good. But I'm mostly a like true crime and like current events kind of gwaily. Okay, one second, I gotta focus on this. Fuck. Okay, let's start with that. Don't like this is about as cool. It gets too big there. It gets too big there. Where is it growing to? Just need to one podcast I listen to is all about heuristics and human condition, not mental health, but more about understanding why people behave a particular way. I recently discovered I'm autistic as heck, which explains some of my playlists. That is fair. That is fair. Congrats on so have you actually been like diagnosed as being on the spectrum? Like officially by have you had a test done by a mental health professional? Because if so, congratulations. That's gonna help you a lot to have that realization. Thank you for the care package, Joseph. Drive very safe, okay, lovely Joseph, and have a wonderful weekend with back home, okay? Thank you so much for the care package. We'll see you later. All right. see. I feel like you need to lower this bit. Is that right? Yeah, a little bit more. Let me see. That does look a little bit smoother. Okay, doing this thing again. Is that no, we got her backed up. I think it's that part gets too big. I like how smooth that bit is. This is really pretty. The really slow, but then that's annoying. Don't like that. Is it this bit? I think it is. I was diagnosed last September. I mostly needed it for my ADHD re-diagnosis and medication, but it'll be good to explore. Absolutely, 100%. Do you find yourself being kind of disorganized or anything, Teresa? I wonder if you would like one of these journal systems that one of my friends who's got ADHD recommended. I need to go buy bananas, don't I? Yes. Anime music is always the best. I love anime music, right, Lovely Light? So good. I don't really respond to the journal thing. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Have you found anything that does work for you? That. I need to figure out what is it here? Yeah, that's it. That's the thing that's or is it just impeding something I like more? Oh no, let me get rid of it and look at it. Hold on. I kind of do like that. I'd like for this bit to like swoosh down a little bit faster. Oh, or maybe a little more substantially. Maybe that's what I want. Right here. Like I just kind of want like a little like a flick of the tail, kind of. I put the links to One Shot with the game recommendations bit for you, Tal, while also giving a small explanation for it because the game does put things in your documents folder for the puzzles. Oh, interesting. I have played the original years back and then played the World Machine version the other day. Again, highly recommend. Interesting. Okay, so it's one of those like kind of almost ARG type games where it evades just being within the game, escapes the confines of the program and puts things places for you to find them. I get shit done as soon as it comes up, reward myself once I achieve something difficult for me. And ironically, I'm the opposite of disorganized because I found disorganized environments are self-reinforcing and cause everything else to crash. They seem to trigger my autism too. I have a little bit of obsessive compulsion, I think. Gotcha, Teresa. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, it's good that you're not a procrastinator though. Regardless of whether you're, ADHD or not. The lack of procrastination and immediacy you're getting stuff done with is definitely a lot healthier than stressing yourself out for 48 hours because you realize, oh shit, that has to get done. All right. I don't like. Oh, it's just going back to its default path. I wonder if I. Just experimenting right now. probably gonna look insane. It looks insane, but it actually doesn't look as insane as I thought it would. I wonder if I can get a tail flick in 3 seconds. I'm definitely a procrastinator, but I get shit done fast if I push myself past the executive dysfunction that makes starting hard. I see. Gotcha. I know I should sleep. Then again, I'm like, nah. Light, what time is it for you, sweetie? Is it okay if I'll write my PC parts with certain models of things, or should I maximize avoiding naming brands? Oh no, that's okay, Razor. No. You're totally golden. You can absolutely name brands and stuff. The self promotion / alternative promotion rule that we have is more about people like promoting, like using the Discord or this community to promote their streams or their writing or their commissions or their stuff like that. But like you being like, oh, I got this NVIDIA 5090 GPU or whatever, doesn't count. That's totally fine. 1:40 a.m. light. We still have like an hour and a half of stream left, hon. I don't know if you want to stay awake that long. Like, we would love to have you, but not at the expense of your health and well-being. I'm having some hairy crab tea while I wait for my phone to charge so I can buy a banana. You really want this banana, huh? Nyla, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for the care package. I heard yapping about the tism with a spice of ADHD. I was just killing a rare and wow. Hey, very nice, cutie cat. Yeah, Draza's talking with us. Sleep is for the week. Definitely show off if you have a 5090. We also want your address and code to your home security system, for fun. Shh. Hey, time zone buddies. Night shift kind of sucks. Oh, no. Okay, I'm glad you're a night owl light, but still, that's getting up there. That is getting up there. It takes something very, like a very special event or very specific person to keep me up past like 1 a.m. I am I am a night owl. I am trying to be better about waking up earlier and getting shit done sooner. I'm good. I'm stuck under my cat, and I finished my rat snake's bioactive enclosure today. Bioactive enclosure, very cool. I hope that Kit Kat is keeping you cozy and warm. Although maybe not too warm, depending on where you are in the world. It might be too hot. Hearing you on, buddy. Yay! Thank you for supporting a precious owl, lovely light. I don't like it. Ah! Hold on. I looked away from it for like 30 seconds and I was like, no, actually, Snipe. Maybe if I make this one a... He's trying to put me to sleep. Excuse a what? A rat snake? I'm not sure if you're aware of this, Setu, but like Nilo has a bunch of hyper venomous animals that he owns. Yes, I am the neurospicy. You know what I wonder? I wonder if I make this. Whoa.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, lovely love. Thank you for hanging out. We'll talk to you later. Have a good one at work. Just a really long rat. Okay. It's that cute snake. Vietnamese blue beauty rat snake. Orthriopithecus Tinerius calicianus. Okay, motherboard is Asus Tough Gaming B850 Plus Wi-Fi. CPU is AMD Ryzen 7 7800 X3D. GPU is Gigabyte AMD Radeon 9070 Aorus, XT Aorus Elite RAM. Corsair Vengeance 32 gigs. Nice. Actually, it's been such a long time since I've gone shopping for computer parts. I actually don't know a whole lot about what I'm reading exactly. But I know the amounts of RAM is very good. And I know a 9070 XT is also very good. A Cougar GLE 850. Okay, and then your SSD is a terabyte. You have a terabyte SSD. Nice. I should get a terabyte of SSD someday. Cooling is Deepcool LE360 Pro. PC case is Deepcool CG584F V2, and a few older HDD and SSD I could name if needed. That's awesome, Razor. That's so sick. Nice job with pronunciations. I'm impressed you got that first try. Oh, did I? Let's go. Thank you. 97 XT is spicy. It sure is. Absolutely. Hairy crab tea is literally that. It's called maoshi, which literally translates to hairy crab. Does it have crab in it? I feel like I need to upgrade things on my PC. That is a thing to ask my dad to go, what do? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You can get it after the whole payback thing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm quite skittish about spending any money after that chargeback thing. It's about the same as mine, which is a 5070 Ti. Damn! It is also the best AMD GPU out there at the moment. I actually did not know. I didn't know that. I knew it was good. I didn't know it was that good. System says I have 3.40 terabytes of storage in total. That's amazing. Wow. My computer, it's still pretty good. I've had it for like 3 years, and it was pretty much top of the line when I got it. Let me tell you what's in it. It's nothing exceptional anymore, but it still does its job, you know? Let me see. My processor is an i7 13700KF. I have 2.75 terabytes of space. I have a 4070 Ti. That's probably everything that's important. Yeah, so it's like mid-range for like now, but hopefully it'll do its job for at least a while longer. My big girl is 2 meters long and very spicy, but I love her. Wow, that is a big snake. I've been blinking in and out of consciousness here. I'll be calling it a night. Absolutely, Red. Thank you so much for spending so much time with us today, sweetheart. It's always an immense pleasure. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Called hairy crab because it's an oolong and it has little white hairs. Baihal, which resembles the claws of the Chinese freshwater crab. That's cool. Interesting. It's a famous tea from Anxi, Fujian province, the home of oolong tea. Cool. Maozhe is kind of pastry-like, sweet and savory and bready. That sounds tasty. But lovely Razor, that is an awesome rig. So have you you built this yourself, or did you like did you compile all the parts into its own case, or did you wind up like going someplace and picking the parts and they assembled it? Because that's a really nice rig. Congratulations. Are you hoping, is there anything in particular you're hoping to play on? Is that called oolong tea because it's long tea? Okay, I want to test something. I want to grab this and see what happens if I bring it over here. We'll move that forward. Ah, it does work that way. That's nice. Okay. The old version of Procreate Dreams did not let you do that, by the way. That's why I'm so enamored with it. Oh, that looks terrible. I don't like it. I wonder how this is gonna look if I do this. I thought I've discovered that when I'm halfway through the animation. Let me see. That thing could absolutely rip some Pong on, on max settings. Yeah, that's what I use my rig for that could power a fucking entire AI data center is definitely for Pong. Yes, yes, yes. I've picked, bought, and built everything myself. Bought at different places because of prices and stock. That's amazing, Razor. How great. You gotta build my next PC for me. That sounds amazing. Wow. All of that started with me just wanting to upgrade my GPU. Can I ask how much it cost overall, Razor? Or give me like a ballpark, because I feel like with the speaking of AI fucking data centers, because of the cost of RAM, I feel like it'd be like a literal arm and a leg. I feel like they're not even using money anymore. Just saw this quote: "Fall 7 times, stand up 8." That's a good one. I like that one. I like that one a lot. Real talk. I respect anyone who has the patience for animation. It takes so much time and work to make it look good. It's true, Nilo. It's true. I'm glad that you. I'm glad you can appreciate it, hon. Thank you. Okay, let me try something. Let me grab this. Let me put it back over here. Don't mind that, but it's way too fast. I actually quite like this particular little pivot. It doesn't look too bad. Don't know why I... Oh, actually that works. Nope, wait, stop. It did work. There's a bit here. This part? Yeah, I feel like that's gotta be... It needs a lot more time to do its thing. Let me see. Hold on, I'm just watching this. I want to see if I like the slowness of it now. Alright, it's gonna... Oh, it's going way too far to... Oh, well, actually... Maybe that's okay. I'll watch that with the other tales. Let me calculate. Okay, buys amazing gaming PC, only uses it to play Minecraft and 20-year-old FPS games. What's your request, Nix? What gamer even uses their power for anything modern? Well, I am hoping to use the power of this PC. I really, really hope that Blood of Dawnwalker will run smoothly on this. I am playing the fuck out of that game on this channel when that comes out. I'm so excited. I upgraded my PC to play Cyberpunk, then never finished it. Oh! Well, fair enough. Takes a surprisingly powerful PC to crank FF14 to 4K 120, though. It's an ancient game, but I actually need it for the resolution of frames. Actually, I believe that. 4K 120 is substantial. Let me see. Question marks from you, lovely Engage. You got a Pikachu face? Can you delete the old chat GPT for from lore? The old chat GPT? Was there wait, is there chat GPT in the server anywhere? Blood of Dawnwalker seems fun. I'm so excited, Traza. You have no idea. I've been so hyped since the second they announced it. I was like, this looks so awesome. Guess a long time ago? Really? What? Hold on. This one. Wait, hold on. Which one? I posted it? You're viewing a reply? Wait, hold on. Wait, what? In my reply? Yeah, I clicked on it, but it hold on. So when I click on this, like, cause that's me. Did I write? I would not have done that. Oh, wait, are you talking about the Tavern Bestiary? Is this ChatGPT? Oh. Oh, no? I can nearly max out FF14 at 4K too. It's reasonably well optimized though. That's good. That's good. Wait, which one then? Because when I click on it, that's where it's bringing me. You say this one and I click it, and then it goes here or here. Called Tao's Origins. Oof. I don't know where that could be, hun. You can send me a screenshot. That might be helpful. I don't see Tao's Origins on here besides the one that I wrote. Let me see. Blah, 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 blah. I didn't even notice the nose looks like a heart. It does, dude. Like that light is cute. My sound just stopped for some reason, but refreshing fixed it. Oh, good, good, good. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. So by all calculations, about $2,200. That's not nearly as bad as I thought you were gonna say. Wow. You really get to see where gaming is at when you get a good PC. Like Monster Hunter Wilds is just ass for performance. That is true. Ozzy wants some uppies. Uppies. It's Ozzy. They never should have used RE Engine for that. Probably not. 16 is reasonably well optimized. 14 honestly runs like sludge for its age. It's so old, it doesn't engage properly with modern hardware. It wastes so much. That's a shame. It's in the pins? In the pins. You mean the one I posted? I wrote this. This is my writing. I would never use ChatGPT. That's 100% my writing. I can get 4K 120 on 14 for the most part, but it's a 15-year-old game. It shouldn't struggle with that. Yeah, you would hope not. If I had a NASA PC, I'd play Zenless. I want to see the plot in full 4K. All right. I'm not sure what led you to believe that's ChatGPT, hun. Yeah, okay. I kind of like how this is looking. Let's see. What happens in the stream stays in the stream. I have real problems with Oblivion Remastered and a bit of stutters with Space Marine 2, so I hope to play them with no problems now. That would be ideal. I hope that you get to, I hope you get everything you want out of that new rig. That's a crazy rig. That's awesome. Oh, let me see here. Well, I like how that tail looks, but now the others don't look good. I guess I can go back and I did say I was going to go back and fix them anyway, so. I had real problems with Oblivion Remastered and a bit of stutters. It should work better with VR. Are you going to do some more like VR stuff, Razor? Yeah, I think I'll modify the others because that one looks nice now, but the other two are not up to par. You're heckin' burnt. Did you not wear any sunscreen, darling? All right, guys, we gotta go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah. There. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. Look, you guys, nothing ever happened. Look, it's perfect once more. You don't even see. It's almost invisible. 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 Ah! it's on the floor. Oh no. Oh no. My cookie. Okay, well, one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine. Oh. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where? Where Timkin Nuggies?
The train's in trouble. I can't stop it. I'm on the way.
Hey there. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, you scared me, man. Jesus fucking shit. Holy hell. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh, man. Father's Day is this Sunday in Canada, too, but we Canadians are used to being forgotten about. Oh, no! That's so depressing! Don't say that! Yummy water. And Ryuji is Tao's adopted son. That's true! Actually, please wish me a happy Father's Day. I am daddy. I am the father. I'm sorry, guys. One moment. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. No! That Skyrim 100 stuff. Oh my god. Oh, public execution for him by your machetes Tau. True, let's fucking go. This can be arranged.
Who knows what may lie?
Take it to her.
Here it comes.
Ah!
No need to worry. I'll handle this. I need to prove my worth to you after all.
This arc of P5 contains my 3 favorite things. Tall goth women, twinks, and gambling. Amen. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen! Good. Thank you for listening. part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Tarasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. I think we could implement some of those. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Drozza. Thank you for that. I will hear it. Tau-chan likes, and into the pouch you go. Hey, cuties. And stay forever. Exactly, Yuki. He's decided to join me. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? Let's jump back over to here. Oh wait, shit, sorry, wait, no, you guys are still doing your thing. Sorry. I did not even realize. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead. Not yet, Tau-ta! Save a furry? Yes. Zowie.
Like the sun, where's the sun? There's no sun here. I see no sun. Oh, there it is. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Okay, great. All right. Let's let's go on a very quick break, my darlings. The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. When Dead Redemption. Pill. Still have a needle?
What are you doing?
Oh. Yeah, that wasn't very bright. There you go, cuties. Alrighty. Okay, now we'll move over here. What was the point of that? Not to be straight. My guns. Welcome back, cutie pies. Welcome back. Let me get you out of there. There we go. But we cleared. You certainly did. Well done. Some peaceful. Hello, hands. Hold on. Hands do not be working. Hands. Yay, okay. Abby's for Ozzy. Hey, good Ozzy. Abby's for Icy. Hey, good Icy. Nix, Uppies. Yes, good Nix. Teresa! I really like that. That's cute. Welcome back, Sudaseru. I found it and I did reply to it. Are you sure it's not the one that I wrote? Because, yeah, I wrote that and I would never use ChatGPT. Let me see. Oh, this was from the subathon when we had it as a goal to ask ChatGPT to generate shit that you guys wanted. Okay, that explains it. Okay, yeah. So that is not me using ChatGPT for any substantial. Got it. Okay. That has been deleted. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thank you for pointing that out. Do you remember that, Sedu? For anyone who is like an OG back when AI was not as fucked up and terrifying as it is now, it was when we literally did it on stream, and I was like, "What do you want to read about today?" And you would say things like, "Oh, let's have it write a story about Pokemon in a My Little Pony world with robots," and we would make it do it, and it was so funny. And then we were like, "Oh, tell us about Tau the Tasmanian Tiger. Tell me what's her story?" And it wrote that. Okay, yeah, that's what that is. I was gonna say I would never use AI, but yeah, back in 2024, early 2024, in fact, when we were doing the subathon, and that was a goal. It was something that was kind of going around at that time. I think crazy storytelling. I know. Oh, engage. Did I already give you uppies? I might have forgotten. Uppies for engage. It engage. It was tainted lore and I wanted it gone. Absolutely. Twas worthless. So my hands are burnt and the back of my neck is burnt. I had a good day nonetheless, and that matters more than a mere burn. Absolutely. That is fair, hon. That is fair. Just put some aloe on it, okay? All right, let me see here. So I've been playing and drinking with friends in VR chat at weekends, and because it's always a different world, it was different level of requirements and optimizations. And headset itself is also asking for more power from the system. And I also have a few other VR games that I want to play. That's fair. That's fair. Way ahead of ya. Good. Excellent, Usty. You remember that city? That's good, Razor. So you're gonna enter a whole new world. It's gonna be good stuff. Alright, let me see here. A whole new world. Something copyright. Beautiful, thank you. Alright. Let's bend this tail some more. I will turn this off so I can see better. There's Copperhead Road for you, Ozzy. I love this song. Such a banger. Is it true that Aussies learned to like do like square dancing or something to this song in like grade school? Someone remaking Pokemon Emerald, turning it into a pixel 3D game. Oh, that's pretty cool. Like a 2.5 HD, 2.5D. No, I drive to this song. Oh, so it's not a. Isn't already that? So that was a rumor, hey? I will also, I'm gonna set the easings for linear on this one as well. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm confused. Some Americans, I think, learn to this song. You guys learn to 5, 6, 7? Is that right? Am I crazy? Is that right? A whole new world. Yeah. I don't blame you. Everyone's still new and curious. Oh yeah, well, but even still, even back then, I didn't think that ChatGPT was something you should use like for actual production of anything. So that's why I wrote my own lore 100%. Spent like 4 hours on it. And that was literally just from that subathon reward. I heard it on Top Gear for the first time, and they were talking about the origin of NASCAR, and it ties to the song in a way. Oh, that's cool. That was when Gen AI wasn't big enough. Yeah. You said the forbidden numbers. Oh fuck! Wait, what did I say? 6, 7? Oh, 7. Oh, 6, 7, 8. Right. Oh, I see what I've done. Yep. I remember line dancing. Does anybody still do that? Do people get together anymore? Valid questions. Valid questions all around. Let me see. Did you guys hear that there's, and I actually thought of doing a stream about this, but it could be a problem because you'd never know what you're gonna get. But there's a website that I watched Lavender Town work on, which I think it's called like Steal from AI or something. Anyway, it's a fun little, like, you role play as an AI. So there's no AI actually on the website. People send requests like the stuff that they would send to AI to generate, and then you as a human being respond in like 30 seconds with whatever you can do, and then it gets sent through to them. And then it's your turn. It's kind of like Gartic Phone, except they're like the goal is for you to try and pretend like you're AI, you know, add an extra finger, you know, mess up where the cloth like connects. It's actually very funny. It sounds chaotic, yeah, it's crazy, but it was actually really funny. I miss when it was just used for stupid memes. Me too. Me too. You know, the was it the Will Smith, was it spaghetti? Was that the thing for the longest time? I was like, wow, yikes. Yeah, sure, it's gonna do anything.
Lizard.
Talon, you made it home from work, sweetie.
Abby's for you.
Good, Talon. Lizard. Fuck. I thought I was gonna get it that time. You said 5, 6, 7. Isn't that what it's called? Or steps? Wasn't that what Aussies learned? Credit takes for finding that. That's true. Good job finding that. They hold line dancing things around me. That's cool. I contributed all my T-bones, so now it's 68% instead. Well done, City. The first thing I ever said to you keeps our spiders at bay IRL. Would you like to guess the context? Oh, the first thing I ever said to you keeps our spiders at bay IRL. Was it about the ocean? Or fire? I think I remember. The concrete eating competition? Yeah. So randomly, it annoys me how proficient I am with this, but I learned a new thing about Office VBA. Turns out objects are handled very differently to normal variables, and not assigning them the correct way causes some really bizarre behavior and will probably jam up Excel. Interesting. Okay. Oh, interesting. Also, Space, thank you so much, Sweetie Space Cat, for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate it. Also, this is your reminder, Cutie Pies, that you do have a movie night with me coming up for Robin Hood Men in Tights on Monday. It was about you getting the Mega Rang in Ty the Tasmanian Tiger 1. And props to Nyx for finding this. Oh, damn. Okay, nice. That's really funny. Okay, I should have known it was something about Ty. 69% now. Nice. I fixed it though. Instead of locking itself in an infinite loop, it finished faster than expected. Very good. Excellent work. Excellent work. All right, I need to do something about this. Robin Hood meningitis. No! I can buy some alcohol from the Asian supermarket too. Ooh, yummy. Get me some sake! Please, would you please? Yuzu sake is like my favorite drink. Okay, great. Let's see. You found the Lavender Rose first appearance. Wow, Nix, is this from the YouTube videos? Should I be drinking alcohol while I'm sick? Probably not. Will I? Maybe a standard or two won't hurt. Da-da-za! You know, what my mom used to say was that it helps to disinfect the illness. This supermarket has stuff you've never even seen before. Wow. Damn. Yeah, there you go. Mama Wolf has the right idea there. May just help drown the bug. I wouldn't mind seeing Tau try Malort. Oh, wait. I've heard of that. What is that? It's notorious. What is that? It won't. That's a myth. Alcohol depresses the immune system. Oh yeah, I reckon it's probably a joke. Why would you subject Tau to Malort? It'll just slow recovery, but you might feel slightly better in the meantime. From the YouTube videos. That's so cool. I love Malort. I have a Malort tattoo. Do ya? Did I Google it? No, I want you guys to tell me. I want you guys to tell me what it is. You guys do it. Ugh, yikes. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait, okay. I went the wrong way, I think. It was up and then down. Yeah, that is not the physics I am looking for. Malort is a very acquired taste. I tried a sip once and had a bad time. Hold on, I'll Google it. American brand of Basque liquor, I guess it is. A Bronvin flavored with wormwood. Isn't wormwood poisonous? Am I thinking of something else? Extremely low in thujon, whatever that is. It's a ketone and monoterpene that occurs predominantly in two diastereometric forms, whatever that means. Chemical that became found, in absinthe and similar drinks, which was once believed to be a psychoactive at high levels. Known for extremely bitter taste, Malort has been described as infamous and the worst booze ever. It can be found in some Chicago area bars and liquor stores and is growing in popularity, with sales of Malort shots increasing from 0.4 million in 2007 to 7.9 million in 2022. That's crazy. That's a massive increase. For many years, it was difficult to find elsewhere in the United States. In the 2010s and 2020s, it gradually became more available in other areas. Swedish, but it was made in US. Gross. That sounds yucky. Baiju can be fine, but there's some real nasty baiju out there. Depends on what wormwood you're referring to. Are there different like breeds of it? Is wormwood like a species and not a, or like a genus, not a species or something? Let me start that one over there. See if I can get. Let me see where this is. Ugh. Did that come up or down? Where'd that come from? Hold on. Comes down. Okay. Hmm. Let me see here. I feel like Malart's popularity is heavily driven by its notoriety. Yeah, or it's like infamy, perhaps. How's arting going? It is going well. How long are we going for? The usual amount of time. Are we returning rains off? Not for another half an hour or so, probably. Because we've got like slightly under an hour, so we'll probably turn them off in like 20, 30 minutes. Wormwood is a species. Some varieties are straight up illegal as an additive depending on where you are. Wow, okay, fair enough. I actually worked with a bar to create Malort. Pickled eggs. Pickled eggs. Actually, would that create kind of a nice umami flavor? Was it good, or was it like a challenge in Gage? It's not one specific species, it's a genus. Got my biological taxonomy backwards. That's kind of what I thought. I was like, I think it's a genus. I totally don't speed to this song. I mean, I do, but on Forza. Yeah, make sure it's only on Forza. Oh, thank you for the 30-minute timer strat. Pickled egg sounds yummy. I don't know if I've had pickled eggs. I'd try it. I don't know if I'd like it. Okay. Okay, that's gonna be bigger. There. That's what it is. It's gonna be larger. Maybe I'll this one further, and if I tuck it down a little more, I think that might be better. Actually, yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Let's see. Ever tried a century egg? It's tastier than it looks. I haven't, but I do want to try one sometime. I don't speed. I get to the speed limit quickly. I love G-forces. Okay, as long as that's what it is. I also invented powdered Maillard. How do you do that? Smooth as butter. Goddamn, let's go. Okay, hold on. Now I just gotta zoom out and see. Let me actually turn on our top tail. Let's see what this looks like. They all look like individual. I really like that part. That's really pretty. I like the gentle flowing past each other thing. I'll do something with the back tail as well, although I'm not sure what I think of. Wee! Look at the wee! Woohoo! I buy century eggs from the Asian supermarket here sometimes. I'm down to my last actually. Oh, so you just casually enjoy eating them, huh? Question of the day, what type of land vehicle would your model like? Oh, probably the same kind as me, to be honest. I love a motorcycle, but not a super loud one. I want a Kawasaki Ninja. I'm not really into Harley Davidson or anything like that. I don't want something that's gonna crush me. I believe you just dry it out and wait for it to crystallize. Really? Is that all you gotta do? China's actually home to 2 types of famous preserved eggs. The century eggs are the more seemingly questionable and divisive one, but salted duck eggs are incredible. That actually sounds like it'd be pretty good. Taraza, have you spent much time in China? I noticed that you have a lot of knowledge of China and like Chinese teas and stuff. Sort of. It won't really crystallize that way or be edible. Oh, that's fair. So why would you? What is the purpose of like drying Malort? I assume that's how it's done, like how you get salt. Century eggs are nice with rice porridge or steamed rice. They have a rich flavor, so they add a lot to really plain flavors like that. Rice, that sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. Yeah, so salt happens because of like the crystals. The water evaporates and then it forms that crystal. But like, I don't know if it's the same for. Is there any salt in Malork? So a trail bike would be best. Not a bicycle, like a motorcycle. I don't like bikes very much, like bicycles. For context to Nix's question, me and Nix have been discussing in the VC what type of vehicle would suit your model. I said perhaps a 2-seater convertible like Mazda Miata. Cute. And Nix said a dune buggy, which I actually agreed more. Actually, a dune buggy would be super cute. Yeah, some kind of a like 4-wheel drive, like an all-wheel drive, like an ATV. An ATV. I love an ATV. ATVs are pretty cool. How imagine driving dragster, total ripped to ears. Oh god, no, thank you. I used it as a garnish, like on ice cream. Oh, that sounds really interesting. A Vespa? Maybe. No, not yet. I've just spent a large chunk of my adult life in very Asian suburbs, so I'm very familiar with a variety of Asian cuisines. Oh, that's cool, Draza. Very cool. Do you want to visit China? A trail bike is a motorcycle. Oh, okay. I've always thought of a trail bike as being like a mountain bike. TauTassieTiger. Yeah, tuk tuk. Imagine Tao riding a Vespa. Adorable with my helmet on with like the buckles like hanging down. I'm not enough of a car guy to know what car would fit my Sona. That's fair. No, I'm not much of one either. Well, maybe it would look best if I just get that backmost tail to cooperate. Let me see. I think that is going to be the issue. I think that's going to be the main problem here. Can I get rid of the There we go. Collapse that warp. Collapse the warp. Speaking of driving, Belle from ZZZ has horrible parking. I believe that. I believe that. All right, let me see. Yeah, the only reason this looks weird right now, I think, is actually because of this stationary one. All right, what is this going to? That's fun. Then okay, that goes out like that, which is great. I like the spacing out. Yeah, I want to learn to speak business level Mandarin and spend time in China learning about tea and making connections. And then I'll retire from my job one day and open a tea house. I'll be my city's white Uncle Iroh. That'd be so cute, Draza. I like it. I like it a lot. Tao driving Vespa with pouch pal and helmet sitting behind. So cute. I'm down. I'm so down. Sorry, I'm just looking at the power. Okay, so I do like that, but then right around here, I want to get a little bit of a little tuck, I think. Like, okay, I like that, but then we gotta fix this, like, blit thing. Where are you? Get rid of that. Get rid of that shit. Okay, and then come around here. Let's put. We're going. Let me see. Straightens out too much. TauTassie Throttle. Hi, Precious. Politely welcome on in. How are you doing, gorgeous? So good to see you, beautiful. How have you been? Let me see. And now I must lurk. Wait, hold on. I missed an Umbra. Where is the Umbra? Oh no, I guess Umbra didn't say anything before that. Okay. And now I must lurk even more than before. Have an amazing rest of the stream. Oh, all good, Umbra. Thank you so much for the lurk, honey. I appreciate it. We'll see you later, darling. Thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you for the support in the form of lurkies. I've been doing the lurk thing, not the most talkative. That's okay, Precious Politely. How was your run? Did you do a run? New item for Throne Towel? An ATV? Thank you for the new clip, Nick. Where does it right around here, I think? Oh, no, that's just when it returns this. Right here. Okay, great. I hate that. It looks like a wilting flower. No. I think I understand. No, I don't. Wait, what was that? Hold on. Oh, I see. Keyframe. There. Fun fact, I don't actually own a bed anymore. Do you sleep on the ground? Hi there, Vetalina. I like your waggies, your little waggy tails. Let me copy this and put it beginning and see. I see. Let me see. Um. hmm. Let me see here. Red Marmalade, welcome on in. Howdy, hi. How we be? We be good, sweetheart. How are you doing? What is the strongest animal you think you could win against in an unarmed 1v1? Hmm. I don't know. I don't really take to fighting animals. A human? Maybe a person? I don't sleep much, so it didn't make much sense to waste the space. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I'll just sit on a chair or something. Oh no, that would not be good for your back. That would not be good for your back. We do not condone violence. True. You'll have a bed if you have a guest. That's true. You'll definitely want a bed for your guest. True. 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 All right. Let me see. I want to like. That comes up. I kind of want to. What is the next movement? Ah, it's around. I bet I can make that a little bit more smooth. Yeah, okay. Might speed that up a little bit. Here. Pick that up a little more. What? This might make things worse, but we're gonna experiment. Make it worse, actually. I think I'm gonna keep on getting that a little bit. Okay. There's that. And oh, that's right. I need to turn on the easing to be linear and see if that fixes everything. Or I'll probably need to put some more keyframes, but it'll be a lot more operable that way. Yeah, like that needs a keyframe. That needs something in between here and there. So that's almost 7 seconds. And what's that one? I didn't even look. And that's 4. So let's put it at like
Pouch Pals and Pouch Couch. Tonight you're here to witness the battle of the century. TauTassieTiger versus Drop Bear. Grab your popcorn and take a sit to enjoy this show.
TauTassieTiger versus Drop Bear. I wouldn't fight a Drop Bear. Cool Fox, what's his name? Thank you, Red. I appreciate it. This is we actually don't have a name for it. This is a commission from a client and a fellow pal, fellow member of the community. But I'm glad you like him. Thank you. They designed him with the wonderful Yuki's suggestions in mind, and she seems to like him okay. We're gonna see how his tails function here. I kind of hate. What is this? It's like a worm. Let me just look at it. Are you an artist, Red? Sleeping in a chair reminded me of Robert from Dispatch. Oh, yo, so true. God, that was such a good game. Worm fox. Just the tail. Just one tail. One tail is a worm. Let the worm tails be worm tails. I don't like the I like everything here, but I don't appreciate the fact this looks like it's ping-ponging. That's yucky. I have to fix it. If you're both in a ring, you can take the drop bear. Their true strength comes from their ambush abilities. Good point, actually, Engage. Good point. Me? No. I know like 20 of them, though. It's dope as hell. Artists are dope as hell, aren't they, Red? Are you more of a gamer or a writer or a muser, perhaps? Let me see. Okay, so here the blue goes down, the red goes up, and then here the red goes down, the blue goes up. So I don't know how I'm gonna fix that. I think I'm gonna need to do. We're gonna ignore that one for now. Okay. Red went down, blue went up, right? Bad memory. Bad memory, baby. Okay, that's going down. Well, I think I understand what's happened. It's because of that. Let's find out. Ooh, care package. Ooh, thank you. I appreciate the care package, lovely Red. Thank you. Local idiot. I mean, local idiot. I mean, local idiot. I mean, I don't get the vibe you're an idiot, Red. Don't you worry. I definitely don't get the vibe you're an idiot. But I would like to, learn more about you. Are you do you like games? Do you like anime? What's your poison, eh? You will soon enough. Soon enough. Ooh. Fair enough. All right. I am a patient thylacine. I can wait my turn to discover more about the magnanimous Red. You know what'll kill my cold? You heard of black packet Korean noodles, sometimes called the spiciest instant noodles in the world? Well, they're actually not, although they're pretty close. And you can get bottles of just the sauce. It might also kill me, though. It'll warm you up. It'll warm you up. Are you staying warm, Draza? Today was fucking cold. It's time for a break. Okay, well, we're not going to take any more breaks. We're done with breaks for the night. Editing weird videos and listening to electro swing. Interesting. What kind of weird videos? Do you like clips or YouTube videos? They aren't that spicy. You don't reckon, Engage? I haven't tried them, to be honest. I've never really been a big instant noodles fanatic, mostly because I am so sensitive to sodium. So I just have never really had the craving for something that has 500% of my daily sodium in 400 calories, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm warm. Good. Good, lovely Draza. Stay warm. Stay warm. Have lots of water. Don't gargle the black packet Korean noodles. All right. Let me see. Instant noodles are so DM. They are so DM, aren't they? The most DM. All right. Sorry. Let me watch this real quick. Okay, just these two, and then we restart. Actually, that might have solved my problem without me having to do too much. Let me do the same thing with the red, though. I wonder if that will help. Top tail. What? I had some spicy Korean noodles for lunch. Not the most authentic, but it hits the spot. Hell yeah. That's all you ask for. Red, do you mind me asking, how did you find us? Were we in your recommended? Were you scrolling through art? Were you looking through Vtubers? I'm always curious. Okay, I think I kind of like that. Let me bring back our other tail so I can focus on that as well. Where did one tail go? I had to turn it off so I could focus. I love me some spicy nudes. Yummy. Okay, that back tail is so wormy. I gotta do something about it. But I think the rest of it, and then the moment of truth, it looks good. Doesn't look like a direct loop, even though it is, which is good. Oh, you can't find them, Taraza. You made some good progress. Yes, the animation of these tails is so time consuming though. Yeah, let me go in here and fix our worm tail here. I need to turn that one off and that one off. Go watch the worm. The worm be wormin'. This song is so whimsical, it's so cute. Okay, that's the worm! That's the worm I was looking for! That's the problem worm. So we named today's VOD The Tale of Three Tails. Yes, I think that's brilliant. That's very eye-catching. Excellent decision. Alright, let me see. It's bordering on being too wormy. Too wormy. Is this where that straightens up? Is that the issue there? Let me squish that in a little more. I found bananas, but not the ones I want. The bitter nut crackers are tempting, though. I know, those are really good. What are bitter nut crackers? Are they bitter, or are they just called that and deceptive? Okay, I think this is better. This feels less worm-like. Or don't you agree? And then when it restarts, I think come up a little bit. I don't think they have the specific bananas I'm looking for anymore. Maybe I'll have to settle. I didn't even realize there are that many kinds of bananas. I know there are a few, but I have never had like the craving for a specific banana. Okay, let me see. Oh my god, is this from DN Angel? Bruh, my childhood. All right. Okay, what do you guys think of this for the idol? If you saw this in the corner of somebody's stream screen, what would you think? I need to do, obviously I still need to do the speaking version, But is it? Hopefully, it's. I don't want it to be distracting, but I want it to be well crafted. You know what I mean? I just hope I get to download the VOD before I have to make a move, so the VOD is ready to upload when I get back. Nothing is more frustrating than waiting for over an hour for a download to get completed. That's fair. Looks cute. Does the animation look okay? Look like good? Like hopefully. Oh, Red! Lovely, thank you so much for the follow, sweetheart. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for being here. Pleasure to have made your acquaintance. I do like that I managed to get the it's a loop that doesn't look like a loop. You know what I mean? Like the tails are the only thing that have a backwards kind of All right, I'll need to turn off raids now because we'll be finishing up in about 15-20 minutes, I reckon. Give me just a second. I will do that. Yeah, it doesn't look like it goes upside down to me. Yeah, perfect. Excellent. Thank you for that feedback. Excellent feedback. No, for real. Thank you, Engage. You're a sweetie. You are a funny sweetie. All right. Raids are off. We will go for like another 15 minutes or so, 15, 20. Yeah, it looks neat, though I still feel like it could be a bit polished. I don't know why it feels a bit off at the downward movement. That's fair. That's fair. I'll need to keep on workshopping it probably. I'll need to like write down the bits that I really particularly like. I think there's something about the top tail that happens right here. This. I don't think I like that because I don't think it like I like this, I like this, I like this, and then it does this, but it doesn't commit to coming back up. So it bends like it's gonna swoosh back up, but instead it goes down and then it pauses and then it keeps going down. I think that doesn't make sense. I think that doesn't make sense for the movement. So I think that's probably an issue. I'd think that it lacks a nameplate to do a mugshot. That is a valid criticism. Give me just a second. Hold on. Nath, the manservant, has just brought a meal for the queen. Manservant, what have we tonight?
My lord and lords, dinner has arrived.
What is it?
Tonight's succulent Mexican meal is a burrito featuring chicken, rice, corn, and of course, beans.
Delightful.
Featuring a side of taco, featuring sour cream, chicken, and pickled onions.
Delightful.
Hope you enjoy your little meal, my lords.
Thanks, my love. Ooh, yummy. You got me extras. Yummy. He knows I'm hungry. Thanks.
My lord.
Thank you, my love. The food bringer indeed. Yum. I'm gonna, sorry, for our final like 15 minutes together, we're gonna watch this loop and I'm gonna eat. Wow, I'm so hungry. I love this song. You have more size than my main dish. No, it's one tiny taco. He's just making it sound dramatic for effect. That is amazing. Is this the first time you've been here, Sedu, when he's done that? Thank you. How's eating like a queen? Goddamn. Listen, I've been working hard today. They should get into marketing. He sold that well. He I don't think you like that. How's his Valley Girl voice though? He actually can't do a Valley Girl voice, but what he can ironically do is a deeply like Texan, like you could be fooled into thinking that his Texan accent belongs to like what's his name? Benoit Blanc from the Glass Onion. He sounds exactly like him when he does that voice. Yum. The detective, yeah. Read the clip title. The most important bit is Horn! Damn it. Daniel Craig, that's it. Thank you. Wonderful Whitechapel, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. If you guys haven't checked out Wonderful Whitechapel, absolutely outstanding, legitimately like god tier sprite artist, pixel artist, absolutely incredible. Actually, Whitechapel, you should avert your eyes. This is my garbage attempt to animating compared to yours. Damn, I want Mexican food now, but it's 2 a.m. here. There's probably still street tacos open. I reckon you're right about that. Now, to the alcohol desk. Hold on. I'm opening the burrito encaser, aka aluminum foil, or for my Americans, aluminum. I'm good. How's the food? I mean, art. I don't know. This looks pretty good. The animation. Do you like it? With your wonderful animation eagle eyes, do you see anything that I should like modify? Chicken Kiev and potato gratin sounds so good, Kata. This is good too. But yeah, art's going well. Wonderful Whitechapel. Excellent nose, Whitechapel. Probably speed it up just a little, like all of it, or just the tails. There's also adding breath. Yeah, breathing inflation to the chest. You're absolutely right about that. Yeah, I will do that as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. After you look at something for like, what, 8 hours and 15 minutes, you wind up being like, I don't know. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do, but something's wrong. Just the tails, speed them up? Okay, cool. Good idea. I will do that. Thank you, Whitechapel. Art been arting. Doing art fight. Oh my god. Man, I want to do art fight because there's so many cool artists I want to draw for and make them draw for me. I mean, not make them. I mean, attack them and maybe get attacked back. Are you doing, like sprite stuff for it? Or like animations or what? Anytime.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
8 hours. Damn, you overworking girl. You need proper rest. That's all right. I'll relax for a little bit after stream tonight. Draw for me, whether you like it or not. I say welcome back. Did you get a burrito too? I got a burrito for dinner. If you do art fight, I must know. And yeah, just fun sprites. Maybe idle or an attack, but that's secret for you. That's amazing. I would love to do that next year. I could just get my shit done. I think that'd be really fun. Oh, thank you for the care package, Razor. Once I get all of the sauces off of my fingers, I promise I will do that. Mm-hmm. Please do post it. Actually, Whitechapel and anyone else who is participating in our fight, in the Discord, we actually have a in our art channel here. If you go to the threads, we have an art fight channel or thread. So feel free to put your links and stuff here. And any attacks you want, you can put either in art fight or you can put them just in art. Strat! You can't steal Save's words. How? Release the hostage. We can make a deal. I have not gotten a burrito, but I should eat more. Food in general, I do not have a burrito available. What did you have for late night dinner? Oh, I thought he was quoting you? No. Don't try attacking my snails. They have protection. That's a good point, Engaged. You've got +5 armor on them. I am but a lowly Thylacine. I could not handle your scary snails. What's everyone gonna do this weekend? The weekend is coming up fast. Whether you're in the US or Australia. Here's the art and disc. Let me have a look. Bro, those are so cute. This is what I'm talking about. Like, look at this. This is amazing. One day, I will get a sprite and I'll get it animated from Chapel. I need some Whitechapel art. Doing nothing like always, except for honing your incredible craft, perhaps. I will be drinking. Responsibly engaged. Animation coming out amazing. Oh, thank you, Icy. I'm so glad you're liking it. Tau did technically just say, you can steal, Save. Lousy moralistic Tau. Next she's gonna tell me not to kill. Or not to covet my neighbor's werewolf. Save, do not covet your neighbor's werewolf. Oh, can't steal. Oh, can't steal. Got it. You can't steal, Save. Interesting drinks. Ooh. What you got? These are so beautiful, hun. Absolutely amazing. Gorgeous work. Smoking and making a cube. Damn, that's super cool. I know. Chapel's got some genuinely, like, god tier art. Chapel's on the top 50 leaderboard for North America for art. One day, you and Save will meet up in brackets for a championship. Hearthstone versus artist. Do art fight. Wink, wink. No pressure. I want to so bad, but I have like 30 owed free pieces of art. Well, free is the pals did pay for them, but like I have 30 rounds of chibis to do, and also commission, and also the new job, and also the other jobs. I wouldn't be surprised if Chapel was in the top 50. That's just amazing art, right? That's what I'm saying. That's so fair. Yeah, but I would love to do art fight again. It's been years. It was so much fun. Draza? I cannot pronounce those. What does that all mean? Hearthstone versus artist. At least that sounds like a semi-fair fight. Don't put me up against your too late tradies, though. I'll die. Save being humble about his punctuality. Oh, man is always on time. What's the one drink that you never want to try again? Shit, I don't even know. Hmm. Mm. Yeah, I can't think of anything. I don't know. I don't know that I'm drunk. There's a lot of things I've eaten that I never want to try again. But I've never I've never drunk spoiled milk. Although I suppose if it's really spoiled, it probably is more like eating it, huh? Chalaban is a Chinese craft beer known for making beer with unique fruit, tea, and street food infusions. Interesting. Okay. Mm. I have on accident. I stay the fuck away from it now. I did open a carton of almond milk that Nate doesn't like almond milk. He likes soy milk. So there was some almond milk when I was planning to be more responsible and like wake up early and make myself like a matcha. And I forgot about it in the back of the fridge. And when we got a new fridge, when I was cleaning it out and I found that in the back, I was like, what? How old is this? And without looking at it, I opened the little twist cap and I smelled it. And then I looked into the hole and it was just mold. Like I just went in there, but it was mold and I definitely and just flat out inhaled a fuck ton of it. Really stupid. I did not look at the, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. About 4 months, 4 months that's been in the back of the, yeah, nah. Yikes.
Yucky.
Yucky. Pretty gross. Just so you know, that is not usually how we keep stuff. But that shit fell behind the, like it got stuck. Like it halfway fell. So it was pinned against the fridge wall, by having been pushed too far to the back and then just barely falling behind like the shelf. And so I had to like take the shelf out to get to it, which is why that never got done. But yeah. So you wouldn't drink pure mold? Contemplate it if it tastes good. I did try some bitter gourd juice. Yeah, it's not a pleasant drink. Never gonna have that. Umeshu is a Japanese liquor made by steeping unripe Japanese plum in alcohol. This one has blueberry flavor and is very blue. That sounds pretty good. How old is that in the back of your fridge? Well, it has a photo of President Carter on it, so, probably still good. Oh, Joey. Oh no, I'm sorry, Ozzy. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm fucking myself right now. I am actively eating, and I'm telling you this story, so I apologize. You see, this delightful burrito is very fresh. Ooh, $38 for umeshu. I'd like to try it sometime. The Erguatwa, I literally don't know how they can charge what they charge. It can't be legal. Is it crazy high alcohol content? I remember I drunk bleach before it was on accident, though, because I was young and thought it was water in the cup. Oh, God. Terrible idea. Thank you for the care package. $30 for two 500 milliliter bottles at very potent spirit, 56%. Damn. Wow. Mm. My stock of this weekend was 2 bottles of barrel-aged Malort and a bottle of Cask Tales rum, Finnish Campari. What is that? Stupid 17-year-old sniffing cloudy ammonia for the first time. Nearly turned inside out. Yeah, really. It was bad. Ammonia is not good. I'm trying to find somebody to raid when we finish eating. Art. Ozzy uppies, but wait, I still am eating. Wait. We're not raiding yet. I got. This was a fucking big burrito. It is a big uppies. Massive uppies. They remind me of that moment when I surprised Lav with production date of Coco that I still have, and it was a pack from 1990. That sounds familiar, actually. I think I remember that. Have you used it since, Razor? I have a few hundred bottles. Few hundred bottles. Whoa, but it's sort of my job or something. Are you a bartender, Engage? Holy shit, that's as old as me. I've been given uppies before when you're full of food. It's all right. But I can't because it's gonna go everywhere. This one's got drippies on it. I keep having to grab the plate so that I don't spill on myself. Thank you for letting me chew in your ears. I think I know who we're gonna see. Cute art. Super cute art. Please don't make a mess on your desk and definitely don't get stuff on your keyboard. Exactly. Mm. Mm. We're gonna go see Rika because she's doing a partner push. I for some reason thought that she was already a partner. My bad. um. Mm. Hi there, Terrific Chow. How are you, sweetie? It's great to see you again. We are finishing up now. Thank you so much for joining me today. Sorry for the last 15 minutes, literally just being me talking, eating, in your ears. Appies for the precious path. Some appies for Nix. Oh my gosh, my hair is like in the way. Hold on. Appies for Nix. Good Nix. Appies for Engage. Good Engage. Abbies. I see appies. Abbies, amaze. Trout found their art was stolen and printed on merch. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Trout. That
Kept
fucking
forgetting
sucks.
to reset. My raid message will finally not just be a jumble of words. TauTass raid.
Gosh, Precious Pucky! Thank you so much, Cortez! Oh, I really appreciate it. 4 months! Thank you so much, beautiful! How are you, Precious Pucky? It's so good to see you. I would also love to let everybody know when your next stream is. If you happen to know, no pressure. I know that you've got a lot going on. But if you happen to know, I would love to make everyone go follow you. Thank you so very much, lovely, for the very generous resub. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for lurking all the time. I really appreciate that too. You are amazing. Thank you. Oh my God, we started a hype train and we were gonna raid. Whoever is responsible for the other event. Thank you. But yeah. Precious Pucky, I hope that you're doing very, very well. As for the rest of my precious pals, it is actually tomorrow this time. It had some delays on the video though. I thought I'd be back 2 days ago, but we'll definitely be back at 3 p.m. PDT tomorrow. Amazing. You guys, please do check out Precious Pucky. What are you gonna be doing? Are you gonna be showing the video? Or what are you gonna do? Yeah, what are you doing tomorrow, Precious Pucky? You guys, please check out Precious Pucky. If you really like the high energy, she's gonna show the video I got to voice act in. I'm so excited. I can't wait. Can I watch it on my Persona stream day? Am I allowed to do that? Can I do that? Please, would you please? It's so much fun editing our fight scene in it. Yes! Oh, I'm so excited. Enjoy your evening. May your burrito magically relieve your ears. Surely this is some sort of folk medicine. Yes, most definitely. I hope you have a great evening as well, sweetest save. It's probably late there, so I hope you get to bed at a good time this evening. Yes, please do. Yay! Show the batch was your incredible acting. Okay, you guys, you gotta come in. Number 1, you gotta go see it first on Pocky's channel tomorrow. She is the mastermind, the writer, the actor, the main event. And she's gonna be showing that off tomorrow at 3 p.m. PST. I always doubt myself. 3 p.m. PDT, not PST. PDT, the patata. But yes, go follow her. If you like my high energy and interactivity, she's like that times 2 plus add like a really big dose of humor. I'm not very funny. She is hilarious. She's like roll around laughing, hilarious. But yes, please check out Precious Pucky. She is a darling, a very valued friend, and a sweetheart on top of it all. And if you guys don't make it to her stream, I will bad pal. But if you don't, you come on in on Sunday and we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it before we play Persona. I'm so excited. It's gonna be a great time. I'm so excited. It's gonna be so much fun. Because the AdSense knows I'm a furry, I keep seeing AliExpress ads with stolen furry art and even fursuits. That's so frustrating. Woo! Hi, amazing Aliora. How are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. It's shit how much art is stolen, but it proves your art is amazing. That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. Thank you for the head pat, lovely light. Thank you. Why do I come by and it's always when furry stuff is chatting? I mean, you know, why not? We're gonna go and see the lovely Rika, who is currently doing a partner push and is a tremendously talented artist as well. You guys, if you are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. And precious, precious pals, please make sure that you take the best care of yourselves because you know I would take the best care of you.
Bye-bye.
I will next see you guys on Sunday for some Persona, but first we are going to watch the Neverness to Everness abridged that the absolutely astoundingly talented Pocket Shock has made, and I get to voice act a little bit in. I'm very excited. And yeah, on that note, cutie pies, I will see you then. Please.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Mwah, mwah, mwah. You guys understand how to play this game. Don't worry, you do. I have all the faith in the world in you. Mwah. Wait! I have to say massive thank
Yugi,
you to
I don't
our
understand how to play this game.
Thank you to Red Tempestus, thank you to Yuki, Yurino, thank you to Upperkit31, thank you to Catashax, and thank you to Lavender Rose 26, thank you so much. Okay, now we can raid. No, it's totally not Scaffa, just gonna keep on talking while I press the go button. Bye.